Futures trying to get back to the upside here as we kick off things on a Tuesday ahead of more earnings from big tech land. We are still in negative territory here for both the NASDAQ and the S&P at this point, but only just about 0.3, 0.44 each, with a ton of earnings to deal with once again this morning right across the board. GE, GM, Spotify, a ton to look at. A lot of Dow names reporting this morning, so maybe not necessarily huge movers, but a good look at how the overall market could shape up today, coming off what happened yesterday with a little bit of a choppy kind of back and forth session once again. We await the big ones, Google and Microsoft, going to kick it off tonight. We'll get Meta and Amazon over the next couple of days then for earnings in not only the NASDAQ, but the biggest of the big, as we were saying yesterday. Apple then will wrap things up coming up next week. A little bit of economic data coming up this morning. 10 o'clock, we'll get the Conference Board's Consumer Confidence Index. That could be a market-moving event. It is Tuesday, April 25th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, there we go. Look at some red numbers, pretty red, in fact, right across the entire board. To kick things off here, crude oil as well. 0.6 on a bit of a down move. There was a volume spike and a quick move down in crude, but didn't find any headlines to cause that. But overall, red top to bottom, unfortunately, to kick things off on a Tuesday. As we said, bit of a choppy day to start the week on Monday. We'll see if we can't get heading back in the right direction. For the most part this morning, earnings not bad. Sharif is here, as always. We'll get into everything, obviously, over the next hour as we head towards the open, but it's not bad. Yeah. FRC, the one obviously standing out, but I mean, it was more about the withdrawals with them over Q1 versus the actual numbers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what was shocking was the percentage that was withdrawn even after the $30 billion injection championed by the Treasury Department, the Fed, and Jamie Dimon. What I was surprised with was UPS. UPS and FedEx are, you know, kind of looked as leading indicators for the market. I mean, we saw that e-commerce shipping was down. I mean, does that mean something for Amazon or some of these e-commerce plays down the road, Brendo? Be interesting to see.
Remember, we got that headline, I think it was 2 weeks ago as well on UPS. They were going to start charging for returns from Amazon as well. So, yeah, interesting look for both FedEx and Amazon, or UPS, I should say. Here's Spotify, meanwhile, 7.25% to the upside so far this morning. Great report for them. Finally got over that 500 million active user number. So a nice look for Spotify, their premium paid number as well to the upside. So as we said, not all bad, guys, as we kick things off here on a Tuesday.
Oh, yeah, how about we open with
that?
I forget? How about we open with coming back from down 3 goals with half a period to go to take out the Tampa Bay Lightning, who've been a thorn in our butts for a little bit, and it's not over yet.
I haven't taken them out.
It's not over yet. Okay, fine. Last night to take them out last night. It's not over yet, but it was
over here.
It's unbelievable. But you'll take it every single day. If you were cheering for FRC. I said this to traders as I was leaving. It would be a heck of a lot more fun today if FRC was up, I think, from a trading standpoint, because I think the opportunity was there. Some of the comments, I don't even understand what some of the comments that they're making are out of FRC, but it was not a good look for them. Some of the earnings have been pretty solid. I think there's a bit of a mixed bag when it comes to Spotify, but overall, I mean, you look at that number and it's pretty impressive when it comes to users. They're still not really making money yet, but undeniable the strength in that stock. And it's going to be lit tonight because we get the first of the big tech coming through. So you got to watch out for Microsoft. Should be interesting today, I do think, because we get them after the bell. It was the first big two we get is Alphabet and Microsoft. But wow, it was a great game. I was so psyched for FRC. I had in my mind, I'm just thinking about that 17 break, and it's right back on those lows. Though, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go.
Yeah, we have, welcome everybody to the show. It's going to be another good show today. We have FRC on here as a long. The long breaking through 13. We've already seen this 12 level a bunch of times. 30% short. I think there's a good opportunity for that. Shout out to all the Jets fans. Now you finally hopefully become relevant. And let's see if they can get a playoff win here today. I think it absolutely sucks.
You say playoff win?
Yeah, well, they're going to make the playoffs. The Jets, I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know. They have to make
Will
the
they?
playoffs. I don't know. They're favored. The Buffalo Bills are only plus 130 now to win the AFC East. And Jets go to third, and Dolphins back into second. So shout out to the Green Bay Packers for finally getting it done. I can finally put out some Packers stuff. I have this Packers mug that I wasn't drinking out of until we traded Aaron Rodgers. So yesterday during the Leaf game, well, it's just a cup. I had a drink out of that cup
That's
because
cold,
I was
man.
like
It's not
cheering
necessary.
on getting rid of that guy, as he can go into darkness for the Jets now and figure out his own career. We shed $120 million, you know.
You guys
off
got
of
a good
that.
deal. You got a
It's
good
like
deal.
us letting go of Sharif, you know, shed that $120 million contract
Whoa.
over there. But Sharif's underpaid at that value.
Sharif's a better athlete.
Unlike Aaron Rodgers, yeah. I know. Our last
the
quarterback
Jets?
was sending dick pics to the Jets. I forget what was she.
I don't know what her
She
title
a-
was, but
Yeah, I don't know what she was there.
I'm not sure what her title was.
But anyway, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Good luck. Good luck to the Jets. And they have Breece Hall, could be
Yeah.
RB1 conversation. I don't know about the RB1.
He's
but
good. He's good.
in there. And then Garrett Wilson.
Wilson.
We already know about that. And now Aaron Rodgers. And then
Biggest silver lining.
Sauce Gardner.
the number one silver lining with Rodgers going to the Jets is
Jen
now.
Sturgeon, that's it.
No, it's now that the Patriots are a guaranteed last place team in the East for at least a couple of years.
You say that, but the funny thing is the NFL is weird, man. It's like last year we were all thinking about Russell Wilson.
Patriots will finish last.
I think so too. I mean, Mac Jones is over there. I don't know what they're doing with that, but last year everyone was basically not anointing, but they thought Russell Wilson and the Denver Broncos were going to make a big impact there. I wonder if it's going to be the same. But shout out to everybody out there. It's NFL time. Although we just talked about the Leafs, we have the NBA going. Our boy Dylan Brooks looks like Memphis is going to get rid of that guy apparently coming up soon, as he's a little bit of a head case. Shout out to LeBron, drops 20 and 20 on that guy like it was candy. But the NFL draft. Apparently that Will
Yes.
Levis guy is going to go 2 now? Like what in the hell is even
No.
going on?
That is not happening.
I don't think so
That is
either.
not happening.
They had Bryce
there's-
Young first, apparently.
There's
locked in.
there's a cognitive test that they use now on quarterbacks. It's not one they
Did he not
publicize.
do well?
It's not the Wonderlic. It's a new one called the S2 or something.
Yeah,
and word is that like Young got like 98,
yeah.
but Stroud got like a 15 or something.
Right, Stroud has dropped
So
to like
Stroud's
6th or
dropping,
something now.
and
So
all
that's
this
why
nonsense.
Bryce Young is
Yeah,
there.
because
that's why Will Levis is
how a guy actually performs on the field doesn't matter. How he does on some ridiculous test.
right,
is all
man, makes all the difference, you know. So, okay, back over there where Dak Prescott will be leading the Dallas Cowboys to an NFC East title. I don't.
No.
What do you think there, Sharif?
Well, maybe.
If we get the NFC East title, I mean, can we get to the championship game? I don't know. It's been tough. Yeah.
Let's reel it back in a little bit and talk a little bit about what is moving around here. I want to get into these regional banks. First of all, this is an interesting chart. So the orange line on this image is FRC, essentially. And then these two here essentially make up the rest of the regional banking group, and that's the S&P 500. So just a little bit of a visual on where we are at as far as regional banks are concerned. As we said, FRC, yeah, it's down 20%, but overall it was all about that withdrawal number and not necessarily about the earnings overall. Meanwhile, coming up tonight, we get these two right here, trillion-dollar companies, Alphabet and Microsoft. So finally, we get a little bit of a peek as far as what we could expect as far as big tech earnings.
Yeah, tech on deck, Brendo. And a lot of people saying, you know, that expectations have been muted. They've been revised down. So beating, you know, may be in the cards here. And so far, so good from what we've seen this morning. But tech, a whole different ball game with all different factors and some of these blue chippers that are reporting for the Dow.
Yeah, they said last time online advertising down across the board. We'll see what that number comes out as once again this time. Here's Alphabet to start things off. We're inside, obviously. Yesterday's range down about 0.5% on earnings day. Not typically something to look at for a trade, guys, but what do we think here for Google and Microsoft?
For Google, I mean, for Alphabet 105, I mean, you just said inside day. Inside day means if we get to 105, take a shot, right? The last 2 days in a row, you basically had the same level hold up. Granted, if you go back to last week on Thursday, some of the better longs were it dipping to 104.60, 104.70, that range. But that's the general price area. I think you take some shots on the long off that 105, and maybe advertising does miss a little bit. And at the end of the day, a lot of people have been picking Google to end up doing well. If you look at what happened at the top, I don't know that you can ignore fading early moves on big. Like the last couple of days, if you were really patient but not patient, like don't wait till 10 o'clock, but look for it in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the day, there's been some really good shorting opportunities sort of right off the open. Now, Google never got to 107, but it did make that 106 half push twice, essentially, and one was early and the other one was late, probably a little bit easier to kind of sniff that turn a little bit late because even when it consolidated, it was still good into the close. But that early one, that first 5 minutes is always tricky. And whatever you happen to be looking at in that moment is what you're going to trade. So I can't say that Alphabet to short a pop is the first look I have, but if it does get into that 106 half range, I think that would make a little bit of sense. Microsoft, a bit of a different story though, because Softy was actually pretty much only trending down in yesterday's trade. So you have that 280 level right there. You actually breached 280. I think if it doesn't hold 280, that looks a little bit weaker. But you know, Google, if I had to sell in a bit of one of them, Google at 105, maybe down to that 104.70 makes some sense. You've been trending a little bit more clearly on Microsoft, having broken out of last week's range to the downside. So there's at least, you have overhead possible resistance on Microsoft. I think you got a better range to be made in Google.
Look, we put it on, I don't even have Microsoft. I'll give you guys a trade on Microsoft in a minute, but I don't have it written here on the sticky note. All I have is here, Google 104.50. I still like this. I still like to see this break before considering the short. Obviously, if we start to rip up like crazy today, then we can look at a short there for Google. But for me, I like the long down here. It's been pretty good. Neil just covered some of that right here, 104, 104.50. I mean, we get a dump down of $1 off the open. I think that's a very, very good trade. We actually had Google yesterday right at the bottom as well. We had 105.03 long yesterday, closed 106.60 up there. We actually got out. Yesterday we had the bottom and the top of Google, but we did get the majority of them out here for like 30, 40 cents. We're going to try to hold on to a little bit more. Microsoft is like, this yesterday, I basically lost my whole day on Microsoft. And it's because I didn't have a stop order here at 280, which is ridiculous. It fell really crazy here. Like this went from 284 almost straight in a straight line. Like, you know, there was some consolidation here at 281, which is where I was thinking that 280 would hold because we had a little bit of a consolidation there, but it didn't even think about holding 280. It went all the way down to 279, which I wound up getting out, which turns out to pretty much be the bottom of that 278.75. We did take a little bit long after that, but it was hard to trust it. So I still think this 279 is something to look at. We had a dramatic fall yesterday. Watch out for that 279. Microsoft is up huge though this year, not this year, but over the last, well, I guess this year, yeah. But over the last couple weeks, just because of that chat nonsense, in my opinion anyways, and AI and where it's going. It doesn't look like it wants to take out that 300. We stopped on that yesterday. But you can see with earnings coming through today, this should be a good trade. And, you know, don't dig into anything here, but I feel like you have a little bit of safety at that 279 level from yesterday. So if this market continues to be red, which we're down 0.5%, which is not nothing. I mean, we've started off down before, made those bottoms, then ripped up to the top. So I'm going to try to hope that Microsoft and Google earnings are pretty good. Tesla miss, Netflix miss, but kind of is back to where it is. So, you know, those have been the two big ones so far. They haven't been super impressive. So I don't know. Let's just see. I think Microsoft has a little bit of moat. I think Azure has been really good. We're going to hear more about ATVI coming out and getting approved. So I think that should be something for them as well. But yeah, it's going to be all about that cloud number today. We'll see what they talk about with Bing. We'll see about if they mention anything with Samsung. And if there is anything in that with Google, Samsung, Chrome, Bing, things like that. So I'm excited for the report. I don't know if it's going to get this over 300. That would be pretty sick if that did happen. But on the daily chart, I think you're always worried about breaking that 50 period, which is 275. And then down here, we have the 200 at 255. You know, does anybody want to sell Microsoft if you're long in your own account? That's really the question at this point. I think it's worth holding on to see what this report brings.
Going to be a big day for both and the NASDAQ as well as we head towards those earnings. Speaking of, a few other notable names both this morning and after the close yesterday. Here's a few. CLF with a loss. And again, this is one of those stocks that, it can give you a trade on earnings day, but otherwise not really one we look at. 3M, I mentioned there's a bunch of Dow type names that reported better than expected results for Q1. They announced some job cuts, so the stock's up mostly on the cost cutting measures, it would appear, this morning. We get Coke yesterday. Here's Pepsi as well, raising their forecast, following up. So 2 in a row for the beverage companies this week.
3M, like you were saying, going to cut about 6,000 jobs. That's going to give them about $700 million to $900 million in annual cost savings. That's in addition to the 2,500 global job cuts they announced in January 2023. But here's an interesting note for Pepsi. Yesterday, I was telling you guys that Coke grew the most in Latin America. That's where it saw the majority of its growth. Guess what? Pepsi, again, also 21% year-over-year growth in sales, Brendo, in Latin America. What is going on down there? I need to know.
Yeah, it's a huge market, obviously, but maybe they're just focusing on it a little bit more. Here's Pepsi, 1.8%. I mean, these daily charts look great on these things. GE, another one. We'll talk about that coming up, but the daily chart looking good. So 2 in a row here, guys. Coke yesterday, now Pepsi as well.
See, this is why Wu-Tang Financial says to diversify, because if you look at what's going on with GE and Pepsi, some of these boring names, they've been fantastic. Pepsi here breaking out on the daily. So their numbers are impressive. Like, the number I love the most is that volumes can be down 2%, and prices, they're able to have prices up 16%, because when you have the ability to sort of pass those costs on to the consumer, and I'm not going to sit here and tell you that, it's not a great thing when the everyday person is paying higher prices. However, when you're selling things that are going to get bought anyways, it's good for the company, right? So Pepsi, great quarter, ideally as a day trade. I mean, I talked about this one with Coke, and Coke didn't really hold up as well. It gave you a couple of bounces off 41, but the breakout here was at 87 on the daily. You're at 88 right now. It's kind of like a really simplistic sort of strategy. If there is a dip into the open, sort of into that 87, I usually look to just, okay, is it really going to go red? Is it really going to get beneath previous resistance levels if it is strong? And then you go for that long. Pepsi's even less volume, comparatively speaking, than I think Coke was. So I don't know if I'm going to be on this bid, quite frankly, but it's a great quarter by Pepsi. I mean, I don't have any reason to get out of anything, and I think you stay true with it. If it were to reverse really heavily, 185 would be one of those bids. Like, if we get some kind of disaster day, I'd be on the 185 bid. I'm not thinking that that's going to happen by any stretch of the imagination.
All right, look at this. So Pepsi's going to open up at all-time highs today. Look at this is a chart of Pepsi. These are all, you can't see it here, but these are all dividend payments as well, all the way through here. So let me see if I can just show you that. Yeah, these are all dividends, so they're paying a nice dividend. Opening up right now, taking out all-time highs of 180, whatever it opens up at, 187 or so. So you're already above that right here. I don't have Pepsi up right now, but it's 188, 189. So you're taking this out. This is the Pepsi chart. So if you've only invested in one company in your whole life, you're probably not super happy, but this has been a nice little move up here with Pepsi, needless to say. From 2015 till now, it is now officially a double from 2015. So it's not a huge mover, but it's nice, it's beautiful. You get that dividend, and like Neil said, man, these are names that you want to be in for the long run, and you never really have to get out of them. So Pepsi continues to work as long as junk food and whatnot is the thing. There's also bubbly. There's a lot. They've diversified. They've got tons of products underneath their wing, and I really like Pepsi. Let's look at Pepsi compared to Coke on the same timeline here, and you can see Coke goes through a little bit more choppy behavior here. Not a little bit more, a hell of a lot more. Coke from 2015, $38 up to $63. So you can see Pepsi well outperforming Coke right now. I think you stay with that, and you look to get more involved. I mean, Pepsi, Coke, they're both big names in a big industry, and both succeeding. So definitely something to look at there. GE also on that spinoff has been performing quite well. This is not near all-time highs or anything like that either, but GE, nice move. taking out $100. Look at this on the daily. Absolutely a beast of a move right here. This is what GE looks like on a monthly. So you get a lot of dividends up here as well, but this is all split adjusted and everything. So GE, obviously a nightmarish move from 2000 here all the way down, and there's been big flushes in this name. You're just getting back to reasonable levels here at $100. Long way to go for GE to get back to prominence here, and I don't know, but watch out. That $40, wow, I didn't realize how good that was pre-split there. This is an e-signal chart, so it's showing everything. Nice move for General Electric here again today. Probably hold some of the bids. Watch out for $100. Again, trade off key levels. I don't even need to know what the numbers were. You just want to watch out for it, watch the volume, watch to see what's happening here in these names. And then quickly, we're going to go back over there. This is what the imbalance locator looks like. Some of you asking for it. There's not Pepsi or GE on here. So, maybe not so much interest in these names today, as FRC is there at least with 300,000, which isn't that much. It looks like it wants to break 12 as we speak. I guess I got to go get some shortable shares for this one. 12 on the mend here, on the mind and on the mend for FRC.
All right, let's bring in Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. We'll talk a little OTC action to kick off the brand new week, including Mr. Mendel, good to see you as always. Bed Bath & Beyond, the big story yesterday, obviously filing for Chapter 11 over the weekend. A lot of people with a lot of questions as far as what will happen. I mean, it's still trading on the NASDAQ today, one of those things that you kind of wake up to and, oh, here it is on OTC. So that has not happened yet, but what do you know? What have you heard? What can we expect here?
Hey, Brendan. Thank you again. It's good to see you. And so Bed Bath & Beyond, it's going to be one of those stories where we wait to see what when the company and NASDAQ decide to go through the corporate action, right? And so basically, once the corporate action is announced, where the company is to delist, what will happen is it's an overnight process. And so the night before, come out tomorrow, Bed Bath & Beyond will be trading OTC. It'll be under a new ticker. So if you guys remember Hertz, was it last year, and also other names that we've been talking about more recently as well too, it'll go along that path. And so what that means for you, if you're an investor holding onto a position, when that corporate action is announced, the day of, and you log into your account, wherever it may be, you'll see it trading under the new ticker, and you'll be able to continue trading it over the counter, right? And so it's a relatively seamless process, but something that it's always good to know what you're getting into, and also keep an eye out for when that corporate action is actually going to occur.
Hey, Jeff, good to talk to you again. Sharif with you here. So you guys have a number of Chinese ADR tickers. You got the BYDs, you got the Tencents, you got the DDs. We've seen Chinese ADRs absolutely get creamed lately. What have you seen with respect to volume outflows? Are we still getting the same type of volume, Jeff, that we were getting in January when there was a lot of money coming in? Or is it on lower volume? What's your take on that?
It seems like I don't have the numbers up right in front of me right now, but it seems like all of these names are still being heavily traded, right? So DI, DIY, DD, right, and also Tencent, TC, EHY. There's still a lot of action and a lot of movement on a day-to-day basis as well too. And so if you look at our ECN, OTCX, OTCN, right, you'll see that there's a lot of people following the inside looking to trade these names. Also, there's a lot of market makers out in all of them as well too. So it looks like liquidity is not really that much of an issue in these names, and as long as they continue to be the most active, it's going to attract attract traders of all sorts.
The other big storyline, Jeff, going to be these regional banks that continue to report over the next coming days and weeks. FRC after the close yesterday comes out. First Republic. We obviously have Signature Bank and SIVBQ still to have a look at as well. These continue to trade all kinds of volume almost on a daily basis.
Yes. So, the two that you just mentioned are some of the more active in our space, but there's also a couple thousand regional banks that trade over the counter. And so, these may not be the ones where you're going to actively day trade, but there's a good chance that you may have one or two in one of your stock portfolios. And so, over the counter or the OTC market is a great place for regional banks to come and trade. The names that you were talking about, unfortunately, they came down after a delist, but like I said, there's a couple thousand regional banks that trade in this space, and some trade a handful of times a month, sometimes less, sometimes more, but definitely something to keep an eye out when you're looking into that sector.
Never a dull moment as we head through earnings season here. Anything else on your radar this morning, Mr. Mendel?
One that's popped up the past couple days, Netlist Inc. NLST. It's a QB symbol, right? So that means it's on our ventures market, QB, right? And so there's been a lot of action. I think last week it was trading somewhere in the mid $3 range, and yesterday it closed at $5.27 on a lot of activity and a lot of movement. So that's symbol NLST. Looks like it's trading a decent amount in the pre-market. Probably something, if you're day trading to take a look at today. That's symbol NLST.
Great stuff. Jeff Mendel's head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets. Appreciate it as always.
Thanks, Brendan.
All right, let's get some upgrades and downgrades, some analyst moves for you to kick things off this morning. This one back on here on the upgrade side. Once again, Stifel today liking AMD. This was kind of interesting. The first thing you said when you sat down this morning, XPeng with an upgrade, but hey, it's down on the day. There's First Republic. There was a ton of negative moves as far as analysts on FRC, ASML, Pinduoduo, and Block at the bottom there.
So, yeah, the only name, we just to let you guys know right now, everyone likes the hot dog cannon there. We put that on our sticky note today as well, if you go check that out. We are short FRC right now. I actually took a 12.01. I knew it was going to break 12, and I was like, I'm not risking the fact that I can't get short because it's SSR. So what I did was I just took a 12.01 break. 12.01 before it broke 12 because it was kind of doing that dance, and the minute it broke 12, it has it. Well, I don't know if you could have got short again. I don't know if you could have. But there it is right there. So we get aggressive with it. We shorted at 12.01 before the break, and now we are in that name. And we just got some out at 85, so that was 16 cents. 16 cents on 12 bucks isn't bad. My next bid is down here at 65, and what I just tweeted out right now as well is that I'm looking for the 52-week low of 1150. So that's 1152, the 52-week low for FRC. We are short right now at 1201. Oh, there it is. I was going to say we had Surge Trader up there, so thanks for showing that. But there it is. We do have our next bid at 1152, which is the 52-week low. I have one bid at 65. Then we'll see about that 50 level. If we take that, then we'll see if we can hold it. I did write down on the sticky note, of course, that I thought there was a chance for a break long, but it's a 30% short flow right now on FRC, and we're going to get to this. Obviously, it's the number one name on our sticky note, but also just talked about there as a downgrade. So let's go, man. Let's see what happens with this name. I still think there's a chance for it to pop, but I wonder if we see that bottom first, but maybe we just did. We just got 20 cents away from it. So FRC right now, we're short. We're only out at 20%, looking to take some more in the 60s.
Yeah, just quickly, the PDD was on the downgrade side of that board, and if you've been paying any attention to what's going on with the Chinese ADRs, it's been a bloodbath. We talked about Alibaba yesterday, but this one has another sort of flat bottom break occurring essentially when it got through 67 yesterday. And if you look on the daily chart here, like you have support there at 64. If it doesn't hold this 64, it could be another leg to the downside. I was anticipating a bounce because Baba's at 85. That's a big level. But if it doesn't get above that 64, then certainly I'm going to be looking for, if it doesn't hold that 64, I should say, then I'm going to be looking for that short side of the trade. I have an offer way up here because there's a big supply zone, and if it gets anywhere up to that 68 for whatever reason, I know I want to be in position on Pinduoduo here. I don't necessarily think it is obviously going to get there at this point, but I do want to make sure that I'm in that one. Don't want to miss it. I don't want to only have an alert because that's so far away. I'm just taking the fill once it gets above that 68. am looking for that flat bottom kind of pop and fade idea on this name. Just remember, and like I said, Alibaba, this has fallen so far, it is in front of support as well at 85. If I pop the daily up for you guys, last sort of higher low it had in was at 85 level, then probably 80 even. If that gets taken out, I think you could see 80 bucks. But both of these names have been trending to the downside day in and day out. I'm going to be a little bit cautious with FRC. I had 11. You said it was 1160 is the low, right?
1152.
Okay, I kind of threw the fit. Okay.
It's
this
same
thing's
difference.
without
Who
difference.
cares?
Call
Yeah.
it 1150 as that bottom. So that's if you kind of look at it, that's since Huadunk. And if it does make a bounce, you got to think it's that or it's like $10. I want to wait till the open. I think there's likely to be a bounce and usually you get a 930 relief rally. That's the play that I'm looking for to fade into that. Whether it's that 1250 breakdown, whether it's like 13, it could be $13, who knows? I mean, it could go into the ether and it could be 14. I just want to see that pop at the open and be pretty patient jumping into it at that point. As long as it's above that bottom, I think it has a chance at a little bit of a rally. And keep an eye on PACW. They report tonight as well.
First segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, as always, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. Promo code TTV gets you 10% off. Let's go right to Arun here, get a check of the overall market as we head towards 9:30 on a Tuesday. Biggest event could be after the close tonight, maybe, Arun.
Yeah, and it's a tricky market right now because the way the market's been moving in the last little bit, the levels are starting to slide, and they're sliding a little bit more than you would expect. So I'm going to pull all the levels off, and we essentially have nothing to work with. We're going to let this market decide what it wants. We're going to need some sort of catalyst to kind of get out of this area, and then we can start creating some new levels. So for now, we had 35. It was 40, 35. Now that's slid down to 30. That's way too much action for a level that's supposed to be a horizontal support level. That's not going to work out. So we're going to pull those levels off. I have nothing in terms of levels, but in terms of activity, of course, when we get volatility, we got Alphabet, we've got Microsoft, two big index names post-market. That's going to bring some volatility. We've got a 10 a.m. Consumer confidence number too. I don't know what that's going to bring, but we'll see. Maybe that brings the volatility. We just need to get out of this area. If we can get north of 4,200 or even get close to 4,100, we should be able to start developing some new areas and levels that we can work with. But as long as we're stuck here around these 50s and just rotating 20 points up and down, this is not going to help this market's volatility. So for now, we're just going to wait it out, let this market trade. It just needs to trade and kind of get moving. And once we get that, then we can start putting up some levels. We just need some volatility in it. Like you said, Brendan, post-market might be that situation. Today might be somewhat of a write-off if you don't get anything at 10 a.m. But coming into tomorrow with these two index names, these two big index names reporting, you're going to get some volatility. I think that might be the situation that we've been waiting for in terms of volatility and hopefully some movement.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get right into everything else you need to know, guys. If you haven't done so, make sure you grab that every day. It comes right to your right to your inbox. I'll be okay. All you need is your email address, and you can have that for free. Comes right to your inbox. I'll be okay. Here is the note on FRC. 100 billion is really all you need to know here. Leaving in Q1. This note, they put it as, I guess, positive as they possibly could, just saying, investors looking for a bigger return. And that's what this comes down to. If they're not able to pay that bigger return, then they're going to look elsewhere. And 100 billion worth is not nothing.
No, and that's what we've seen with these regional banks, the huge outflows that are going to these too big to fail institutions who now have pricing power. And you've seen Morgan Stanley when they reported. They reported that their deal-making business was buoyed by their interest income. And so that's on the back of a lot of these outflows that have been coming out. So really interesting to see there. I think we haven't seen the last of the problems for regional banks. I think the commercial real estate problem is going to come soon. We'll see.
Sean, as you were mentioning, through 12, back to day lows here for FRC, but the whole group under pressure as well.
Yeah, we talked about, thanks for going over that. I mean, some of the numbers, that lack of deposits, they actually beat, right? I mean, it's the
Top
deposit.
and bottom,
yeah, exactly. It's a deposit number that's going to be a problem. Not only that, 30 million of that 104 is JP Morgan and some of the big consortium that came in to sort of solidify their deposits. And you know what? It was a pretty nasty move there yesterday. We had a nice move to 17, then almost straight down once that came into consideration and people started looking at some of the numbers, right back into 14, a little bit of a bump back up again. And I stopped charting these things at 6:30. Our servers go off and whatnot, and then opening up here at 7 in the morning, decent time to start looking at it again, and that's where we came right back into those levels, 12:30, 12:40, 12:50, high of 13. Now that 13, if we break it right here, and again, that's, you know, there's 8 o'clock dark pools and everything like that, but either way, man, you still did some volume up here near 13. I think that's going to be a pretty key level. We are short right now, 12:01. I just double covered, once at 80 and once at 85. Let's see if we can get a move down to that 52-week low of 11.52. I'm bidding 11.56 right now. Hopefully we can get that cover. But I mean, look, its 52-week high is $100 and something. Now the 52-week low is back down here to 11. There's that wick bottom that we're talking about, 11.75. We'll see if that holds as well, and that's what the bottom is so far here today. So I could see some volume being done here near the bottom, and then a blast off either once we open up, or I don't really know the game plan here for FRC, but I know what I'm going to do. That is, if it gets down to 11.50, I'll look to empty out everything, try to hold maybe 20% of it. We're already out of 40% right here, as it seems like there is that bottom at 11.80. So I'll be getting out at 11.50, try to hold a small piece, and then maybe look that if that is the bottom, then I think we can try to go long. And then I'll be looking at this 50 period here on the 1 minute, which is now at 12.20. That's going to be my out. So as this market gets closer to 9.30, this level will come down. So I am actually expecting to get stopped out most likely if right off the open. I mean, if we spike up, I could see a 30-40 cent run up to this 12.70, 12.80 area, then possibly a move back down as well. So I'm not going long until we break 13, but as the game plan states, looking for 11.50 first, then we'll watch out for a 13 break long.
Yeah, like I think it's a decent chance you could get a pop. You're off that 52-week low, so if it does make it, the short I want is off of that 13 first. If it fails that at the open, and then if it goes parabolic, 14 kind of, 15 for sure. You know, 15 was a breakout price yesterday. If it gets there, I'd be really surprised. Can they recover from this is the real question you want to ask. So PACW, they're reporting tonight, and we saw Wall of Western Alliance actually have good earnings and be a little bit better. FRC is the worst of the bunch. So these guys probably still have a chance to do what Wall did, and that means you could find some support. The more that FRC were to fall, this one becomes intriguing to pick up a bid, because we saw what happened with Western Alliance. It was like a good 20-30% move off their earnings, and if their deposits are a little bit better here with PACW, I think you can see a good rally. I'm watching both the $9 and $10 levels on dips. The weaker FRC is, the more likely you have a chance to catch some bounces here. Just always have yourself an out. These are obviously very risky names, and the liquidity on FRC is actually pretty good right now because it's doing so much activity. On PACW, it's not great. I expect it to be better at the open, and I'm pretty sure there should be buyers at the 9 and 10 levels, but diddling in the middle with this, just understand the spread could be a little bit wider at the open on PACW.
A bit of a move here, guys, for C3AI on a U.S. Air Force contract, it looks like. Not much follow through, but 3% here for AI back to the upside just coming up. So heads up on AI stocks maybe. Here is GM. This might be more of a catalyst for the overall, not only auto sector, but EV specific, because they talked a lot about EV and their manufacturing and new deals that came through on the EV side of things. In their report. Worth noting as well, 8:30 was the earnings call for GM, but a nice look anyways to the upside.
That's what I was waiting for. I thought the earnings call would bring some volatility in this name. Apparently, we were supposed to hear more about their forecasts for EVs on the call. Well, the stock doesn't reflect that. A couple of points about GM. First, they made two very important deals with LG and Samsung for battery plants in the U.S. So really looking to expand here and obviously hedging their bets. Two competitors, Brendo.
Yeah, so maybe, guys, not necessarily a GM type of a trade, but hopefully a reason for these automakers to move today.
Yeah, maybe. Look, Ford was one of the strongest names in the market yesterday. Well, at least one of the best trends in the market. Maybe not a percentage gain, but the trend was amazing on Ford. GM also bouncing on a pretty key level anyways off the daily, whether they report it or not. 33 has been good support. I mean, that's the March low there. You got a double bottom. You're gapping up. But I see this as an opportunity. Like 35 might flat bottom break at the open, at least the way that it seems to be trading now. And despite the good report, I thought the guide was good as well. It's just setting up like it wants to dip first, and if it dips to 34, that could get a little bit spicy. I didn't want to gloss over that C3AI because remember the other day it was all about C3AI finally breaking that $20 level. Well, if this news and that contract actually gets it back into the 20, I'm going to like a fade at that area, short at that area. When I say fade, I mean shorting into it. But that $20 level looks still pretty juicy to me. We're only 3.5% up on C3AI, but I didn't want to gloss over that because that's a level I didn't see us getting to after what happened yesterday when it held the lows. But with a little bit of good news, it could possibly make a run into that 20, which I do like the shorts up there.
GM's kind of boring. So is Ford right now. Ford's going. I saw what you said there, Momo. I didn't look it up, but you were mentioning ex-dividend, so that there could be a trade there off. A little bit of a lower price due to paying the dividend, but it's not a big dividend anyways, so it's only a $12 name. Tesla's really it hasn't got going, man, since its earnings, right? It was bad, and there it is. Let me just put it like this so I can see a little bit better for you. It wasn't the greatest earnings report there. We talked about that fade from 184 all the way to the downside, and it's still just boom, 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 boom. Like every day it's basically getting lower in its ranges, right? So yesterday we took out that bottom, which was 160 there. We sort of hovered around it, made that low of 159. Then had a nice run at the end of the day as the market sort of recovered a little bit, then dropped down to 162. Now today you're opening up again and looking like you want to breach that bottom one more time of 159. So I just think that if you're going to play a name like Tesla or any tech name, it feels like these days, you're going to have to wait for that whoosh move that's going to happen off the open, right? I mean, yesterday, here it is right here, whoosh, all the way down. And it didn't actually get recovering until 11 o'clock. So this market kept bleeding all morning here. Tesla started with a nice little bump up, right? So here's a nice move from 164 down to 163. It's only $1. Made a nice bottom, then made that move back up $2. Then there's the flush down $6. So, before finally making that bottom at 158. I wrote down here on the sticky note that we'd like to look at that 158 again today. Hopefully that can come into play for us. If it does, I think it's worth sitting there for the long. So let's wait to see if Tesla flushes. Yesterday we got that $1.50 off the open like I just showed you. If we get that again, 158, you take it. You hold it about $1 and change against you, because if you get some kind of a move back up here like we did yesterday, you could retest at least where we were this morning, 161, 162, and then if not, maybe yesterday's close, 163. So I still feel like you get a nice little bump up here in Tesla if you're able to catch a bottom, but you have to be bottom fishing. And on a day like today, it's only 9:12 right now. The market really can't seem to get going. Oil's down 1%, and the NASDAQ's just fluttering here with Microsoft and Google still to come. Tesla's a good company. I think we all know that. It's just, what do we think about the valuation? And it's been hit there since earnings. So let's not try to, fool or go crazy on this name. Let's just wait to see if we can get that 158 bottom. If it's there, then we'll take it. If not, then we'll look for something else.
All right, NASDAQ was a bit of an underperformer yesterday ahead of what's to come, not only tonight, but tomorrow and Thursday as well. We'll get Meta and Amazon, but Google and Microsoft in the spotlight today with earnings to come after the close. Going to be a big week regardless. Next 3 days, huge for the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm going to be focused on Google's digital ad sales. Having been invested in Meta, obviously that is the most relevant to me. I want to see what kind of performance. We already know that the estimate revisions are downward. So, if they miss, that's a tough one. We'll see. We'll see with that.
Yeah, 13,000 trying once again right now, guys, to hold as far as support is concerned. But action might be delayed until after the close tonight.
Yeah, maybe. But look, if you look at what's been going on in the futures, how many times have we been saying this? If it's going to be sort of inside type of days, and what you have yesterday, double bottom, and we can't get too far away from 13,000 on the NASDAQ, you want to avoid getting flummoxed at the open. and just sort of wait for things to give you a buy zone. So if we're going to hold that double, let's say we hold that double bottom on the NASDAQ, well, my buy zone is 105, the last 2 days of support, and then the previous day, I don't know, it's like, this is like 104.60, and then the open you had 104.5, but that's essentially your support zone. And we did have nice price acceptance, and last time we were in that zone, and then above it, we've been bouncing the last couple of sessions. So I know where I like Alphabet. To me, if it gets underneath there, like if it gives up 05 and then gives up 104.5, and then we're actually doing volume beneath, I'd be looking to flip into some shorts, but that's if the market actually breaks that NASDAQ low. For now, I'm anticipating an inside day, which means hold the range, which means once you're beneath 105, that's an entry style zone for me on Alphabet. I don't know, I mean, if we get to the tops, we get to the tops. We'll see what happens there. Meta's the other one I want to have a quick look at just briefly here. Meta, decent levels yesterday, but if you really look at the last couple of weeks, on Meta, it has been consolidating after the pullback. So if anything, it feels like we're a little bit weak on Meta, and if there's one of those, I don't know the word for like quadruple when it goes to the downside, but one of those crazy moves up at the open which gets faded, we've seen it have time and time again, we're Meta to do that into 215. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but were this one to get there really early, I'd be looking at almost like an auto fade. It would have to go there in the first 5 to 10 minutes, quickly go up, and then just look for a failure up at the highs at that 215 level, just given how it's rejected those tops before. Much more likely, I think we get Google at the open than Meta, but I like that 15. It's the same thing like Pinduo Duo. I know I want it if it gets there. It's just a question of, it might be unlikely, but I want to be ready.
All right, so just, we've already sort of talked about it. I have Google, Microsoft. I have Google on the sticky note. We have Microsoft on our mind at that 280, that 279 bottom. But I'm also looking at FRC again right now because we just went one more time back down to this 80 level and completely stopped printing. So I put a bid now at 81. We'll try to take 20 cents. It's a $12 name. We'll take 20 cents, get out of another piece of it, and then wait for that 150. But for right now, this is what FRC looks like. It's not doing a whole heck of a lot, but the volume has died down a little bit here, and we were going through 80 there, and it stopped, and someone popped up with 10,000 shares. Hold on, let me see if I can show it to you. Well, you can't see it. Well, it wasn't NASDAQ, so okay, maybe it's a little bit gone now, but it's not a huge level by any stretch of the imagination. You've done 7 million shares. I don't think a couple 100,000 is going to influence this name at all, but you'll wait to see when this market opens up. There's going to be tons of dark pools all over this, so let's wait to see what happens at 81 is where I'm trying to bid to get out of it. Neil just covered Google. If you want to know my levels, check out the sticky note at Trader TV, Sean. You can get that. It's the same one, 104.50 on that. And then Microsoft, again, had a pretty disastrous move there yesterday. A lot of names upside early, right? So here's the drop down starting at about 925. And all of a sudden, Microsoft, and I remember Dan Emmons was saying that maybe Microsoft was strong because we did battle back and we actually took out some of the pre-market levels right there. So we got flushed down on a downgrade, then a nice move back up, and it looked like Microsoft was rocking, and I agreed. So I was trying to play off this 281 area, and this is where yesterday, boom, to the downside. We thought that it was going to hold right here at 280.50. This is where we started to get long. Then we got longer near 280. Then I thought I had to stop at 280, which I didn't. And unfortunately, then I moved it down to 279. We got taken out. The bottom was 278.75 or so. We went back into the long and rode that on the rest of the day. And we finished not near the highs, but we finished on the high of the move. So that's always a good sign. But now today you're coming into earnings with the market down 0.5%. So Microsoft is down 0.5%. So I look at that bottom right there, 278.50, 279 to start a long here in Microsoft. So if we do get that flush, inevitable flush, it seems like these days, down to that 279 area, I'm actually going to put a bid right now there because that level yesterday, let me just double check what exactly that is. That's 278 3/4. So give it to like 278.50 to make sure that you're wrong. I think I can handle $1 on this. So let's wait to see what Microsoft is going to do there on the open. And then there it is right there. You don't get filled unless you have a bid out there. So we put a bid right there at 81, and we actually grabbed that fill right there. So I don't know, man. FRC again bouncing off 80. There's my take at 81. We're only in 40% now of this, 20, 40, 60, watching for a First Republic here off the open, Brendo.
Let's talk about Spotify here. It looked like it was going to give back this initial gap to the upside this morning. Initially, the move back to 130 ends up holding where we were yesterday, but here we are, day highs right now, once again, 7.6%. 500 million active users. Finally, they get through that number. It was actually 515 was the total number. The premium subs number, which was pretty impressive as well, comes in at 210, and that was versus an estimate of 206 million. So, I mean, they beat, but it was 4 million.
I've been contributing to the Spotify Premium Fund since 2016, so they've been taking my money for a while. But Brendo, look at this. They started off the year at 70 bucks, and now we're at 141. Come to my chart, Mahad. Look at this, guys. This is where we were, right at 70. Now we're at 141, but look where we were. Oh my goodness, 390. We saw a ways away.
Yeah, crazy move both directions for Spotify, guys. But nice look here, pretty strong, almost 8% now.
Congratulations!
Yes, sir. Just own the stock, Sharif. That's one way to get around it. I don't own Spotify. I use them, don't own them myself. Wish I did. This year's been fantastic for them. This is a pretty decent spread and kind of crazy pre-market action. It's been moving a heck of a lot. But if you look at the daily, the breakouts from 35, maybe like 35 to 36 would be like that zone. But it levitated through that on very, very light volume and is pretty much gone. So were it to make enough of a drop to pick up a bid anywhere that I would like it, kind of in front of that 35, it has to be around like that 36, 37. And you can give up $1 on this stock because I think it has the opportunity to move. But at this point, it would have to drop $6 to get there. If that happens at 9:30, that's a whole different ball game. This could be on one. I think it can do a 10% day. It's not that it can't. It's just that I don't necessarily want to chase it, especially given the fact that at the end of the day, they didn't make money, and they're not making money yet, but the growth is certainly going to be there, and I don't think anyone believes that they're going to go anywhere in the long term. So, I want to be on the dip buy here. I'm not necessarily seeing it. Coinbase is probably something, we're going to talk about that one next, so I'll give you spot. I didn't realize Coin was the last one on the board there.
Spotify, yeah. So I bought Spotify on its IPO, but it's still kind of at those same levels. But did Spotify split at any point in time? I don't know if it did or not, to be honest with you. But here's a daily chart for Spotify. Let's look at it from a weekly standpoint here for Spotify, just to see where we're at in the larger scheme of things. And this is what I'm talking about. Look at this. Still a shit show for Spotify. All the way to the downside. You could talk about it being up 100% or whatever from its bottoms, but it's still a nightmare stock to have owned. But if you did buy it at the bottom, just like a lot of names, then congratulations. But I still feel like you're running into some problems right now. 140 is going to be an area of a little bit of concern, which we're at right now. We're at 141, so we've taken that out. So that's been really nice. I still like Spotify coming in here, but I just feel like there's a lot of competition in there with Apple Music, and maybe that's just Apple Music. I don't know, but Spotify continues to work for anybody that owns it, and I don't think you're scared of today's number by any stretch of the imagination. Up that 7%. For me, I'd be a seller if I owned it, but that doesn't mean that I'd be right on that. It's a huge move up on the year. So I would say take a little bit of profit. What goes up must come down. And what is the valuation right now? Based on that earnings, I don't know if some of these names will be, okay, that's not, I'm trying to get it on trade ideas right here. It keeps going to SLCH.
25?
That's it? It's only 25? Okay, so there's Spotify right there. Let's click on that. Where is the PE right
probably
now?
Higher than.
We don't have it. We don't have it right here. So we'll get whatever it's going through. But right now, Spotify coming out with a nice report, probably still highly valued. But I like the company. Wait till Tucker Carlson has his podcast and makes $100 million a month or something from that. That should get going as well. So we'll figure out what's going on there. But I like Spotify. People have their phones everywhere they're going and like podcasts, and that is what it is, man. Music's not going anywhere. It's been a part of everybody's life forever. So Spotify continues to work.
All right, let's go on to Coinbase here to wrap things up. What a day yesterday. 8.3% to a 1-month low. I was actually surprised it wasn't more than that, but if you look at the daily chart, we're just back to the bottom end of the range overall as this thing chops around. But they come out after the close yesterday filing this appeal, I guess if you want to call it, with a court in regards to the SEC and whatever they're going to do. In the same time, they go and get a license to operate in Bermuda. So planning is underway, it would appear, for Coinbase.
Hedging their bets, Brendo, just in case. Yeah, the issue with this one is the exchange and the brokerage can't be under the same company if the coin itself is going to be labeled as security. So if that gets the designation of security, then they got to break up those two things under U.S. law. So it'll be interesting to see, number one, what kind of designation we get, and number two, if we get that designation, how they choose to move. Do they move to the Bermuda, Bermuda, or do they actually break up the two segments? So be interesting to see how this develops.
Yeah, more to come. This was yesterday, very, very negative all day long. We come down to 54.5 and just sit there all afternoon. The initial move this morning looked like it was going to try and be positive here, guys, but already giving that back again.
Yeah, and look, this is at the end of the day, like there has been some, I guess willingness is one of the words, but Coinbase has always wanted some security and to know what the SEC wants of them. So there is a bit of a tit for tat going on here, and it's not to say that they can't comply overall. I want to be short this name. Today, like yesterday, a little bit easier off the 60 level. Today, you're getting close enough to that 50 zone where the last few times it's come down here, that's essentially been the bounce. 60 was a bounce zone before. The low 50s has been where it's been able to ramp up. So there is a chance. You want to be a little bit cautious with this. So if we do get any kind of like if 54 breaks, I think there's still room to the downside. And once that's gone, I will be sort of favoring the short side of the trade, kind of in the supply zone that you had in the afternoon yesterday. But if we break out the top, look, I'm not sure until we get to 60 bucks. I don't want to be long it, so I'm going to stay away from that. I'll just bide my time looking for the short if we get something up and around that 60 level. Otherwise, it has to be either this zone or the absolute top for me on Coinbase. I don't want to – I can play it by ear, and if there's a convincing enough short in the middle, but I wouldn't just sit in front of those levels. I just think it's a little bit dangerous. Coin has tended to bounce from this area in the past, and you don't want to get completely run over. If it gets to 60, I think there's going to be tremendous opportunities to catch that one. And, ooh, FRC catching a bid. I just want to have a quick look because FRC catching a bid could mean that PACW, is it? Now, not really back through 11 just yet on PACW. They report tonight. On any kind of a squeeze on FRC, I would expect PACW could be a sympathy long as well, where you might be able to trail it, meaning FRC already starts to go and you can get PACW at a good price.
Yep. I'm talking to my cousin here. Equipment 6 months ago.
Tim?
Okay. Yeah, Tim. Yeah. What's up, Tim?
What's up, Tim?
Okay, so just quickly here about FRC. I'm going to get out if it breaks 12.20. The best we got was 20 cents. We talked about getting that last one. Talk about tape reading. And this is the thing that, Neil and I think do well. And I hope that a lot of you traders that are at Day Trade the World can do that. And it kept me positive on the stock right now, barely. When I saw this 80 that wasn't breaking, I saw it refresh a couple times. We were able to get out at 81. And we got out 20, 40, 60%. We told you exactly our trade. Now, unfortunately, I said that I would get out when this 50 period broke. But because we're doing the rundown, and this is, and I'm talking to my cousin as well, it's just, you got to pay attention. You got to watch these names even if they're moving in the pre-market. So we should have got out at 12.04. We'll get out at 12.20. So the idea here is that the best we got was 20 cents. The worst we got was 20 cents. So it's basically a flat trade. We got out at 60% down here, 40% there. So you already know our fee structure. It's pretty low, so we're not too hit here on fees or anything. But there it is, in and out on FRC. Now we wait for that 13 break. I still think it's a nice break opportunity for the long. The NASDAQ has fallen down a little bit, so let's find out why. Mullen, like as if Mullen's on here every day. I don't think you want to take this until it breaks above 10, but even then, I'm going to leave that trading to the rest of you because I don't ever trade Mullen, and I'm not probably going to at 10 cents either. Bed Bath & Beyond I just saw was here as a buy. Okay, that's Bed Bath & Beyond. We talked about that yesterday. We did have Jeff Mendel on. He's going to give us the updated ticker symbol when we get that, if and when that corporate action happens. He talked a lot about that. Please rewind to 8:45 if you are a shareholder of Bed Bath & Beyond and you're wondering what's going to happen with that. Other than that, man, I ain't seeing anything on here. There's no NASDAQ names of any sort of use, and there's really no New York names either. So we'll wait to see what this imbalance brings us. Pretty mixed day. The only bid that I have on, and I didn't even put it there, but I was looking at Microsoft down here at 279. But it's already come in, man. It just hit yesterday's bottom of 278.80 flat right there. So Microsoft with only a minute and a half to go, right there. Like it just came in right to yesterday's bottom. So I said I would bid 279. We didn't do it. And it's looking like it's a mistake now, but this name can really move, man. So I'm going to get down to that 278.50 right now. Put my bid there on Microsoft, and to be quite frank, expect to get Frank Caberna, expect to get filled down here at that level. I'm thinking it comes in, so I'm going to put a bid there at 278.60. Feel like we're going to get that fill early, and then the other name, of course, that reports is Google. Already looking at that 104.50, so that's my level. That's the stock's giving us that level. I'm going to wait for that. As Fahad, we only have 20 seconds now before the bell.
Yeah, bell in 20 seconds. Apple made a decent move to the upside. They're kind of breaking a little bit. Google went with it. AMD went to the downside. Chip names under a little bit of pressure early. I'm still going to short Intel at the previous day's supply zone. So we're going to be on that. At the open, I'm kind of looking for a squeeze up on FRC to be able to fade. But here we go, Fahad, in 5, 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
All right, so the market is heading a little bit lower here off the open, so definitely worth watching out for that. FRC still hanging out at 1220. That could be something to watch, obviously, as we go, but that's still 1220 right now. FRC not doing a whole heck of a lot. We are going to watch out for some action on those names. Other than that, man, yeah, AMD down to 86.50, so you're right about that one as that's continuing to go. Apple on a march again higher. We hit that one yesterday. We'll wait to see if we could do it again. It's been blasting off every single AM, so watch out for Apple.
Yeah, and Spotify made a huge run to the upside. Just watching out, Pepsi did pull back in here. If it does get to 185, that was the zone I wanted. So I'm just going to, I didn't pop a bid down here before, but I'm going to stink bid it now, just on the off chance we get it. Spotify is, it's on one right now. 144, Spotify is going 10%. It's just there's no dip to pick us up here. I wanted the dip and rip. Well, there's only the rip on Spotify, so we'll see what happens. FRC just rejected way too, damn it. Darn it.
Darn it.
Yeah, it didn't get to 13 on that. It popped to 12.20, and that's pretty much it. It's right back beneath that $12 level. So it looks like, once again, a little bit of an early move to the downside already. Google's tracing back into 105, but FRC might miss that chance. AI never popped at all. That's not going anywhere. So I want FRC on any kind of a pop. Want to be patient with it. If Bed Bath & Beyond is flying, I'm offering in front of 24, so I'm there.
Okay, we're also got a beautiful winner right now on this one, so we'll go bang right here for this winner on Apple. We take a 165.50 break. It's on the sticky note, 165.50. We talked about it right there. Bang, and that's a good trade right there as we hit it right through 166. It's on the sticky note at 165.50, and there we go. Nice little upside move here for Apple, now 70 cents in the money, and oops, we did it again early on this name, so there it goes, man. Nice little upside move for this name. Let's get another piece out at 08. There it is on Apple. Nice little move there. We talked about this, man. Every morning this seems to blast up. So there's Apple. We're out of half of it now. I'm going to take another piece right here and then just see what happens, but right now we're out of Apple. Well, we're out of 60%. Let's see where Apple goes from here.
You're now at low of the day already on FRC. It looks like it is going to make a run at that 52-week low. That sits at 1150. If it tries to bounce off there, that's probably going to be the only one to fade. And you're right, Eugen and a couple of other people. NEO just broke 8 even. I wasn't on it when it happened. I'm not taking, it just broke 8 even and got to 780 in one shot. It's dumped 4% already. This kind of came out of nowhere. Didn't expect it to make that big of a move off the open. If it does not reclaim this in the next 4 or 5 minutes, FRC broke 11. No, it didn't break 1150, but it's at 1150.
Yeah,
I got to go to FRC.
Long.
We're a little more interested in that. And NEO, that kind of came out of nowhere, but it did make that 8 break. If it holds beneath this 1150, it's a short on FRC, but this is exactly the one place it could bounce.
Yeah, this is, so that's hilarious because I get out there and then it just tanks down and then we get our bid. So right now we are long here on FRC at 1153, exactly the level that we thought we wanted to get long. So right now it's 25 cents in the money on FRC and looking like it's a jam right now, but we'll see where it goes here. FRC, nice play. We did get out of Apple. I don't know if it's a nice play or not. It's going to be, we're going to have to wait for it now on FRC, but Apple trying to make a move as well. We just got to have another piece at 90 there or whatever it was as it fell back down through 165. So we're still long and I like it. But right now Apple just wondering what it wants to do. FRC now in the money a dime. So, this is going to be another one of those names that we're going to have to watch off that bottom FRC right there. That sucks because we had the short got out, but now we're back in it. So let's see if we can't make a winner out of this one. Apple long, Google, Google trying to come in a little bit now as well. I don't know what you don't have anything on right now, but the market is bouncing here off some of those lows.
Yeah, I was going to be patient with NVIDIA a little bit more than I was yesterday because that 272 came in pretty quickly. I took it the first time, and I want to wait for the second salvo through. I didn't get Intel. That's not making any power moves just yet, so I can be a little bit patient here. Google is bouncing well above our zone that we wanted for entry, but two things that we're still tracking. One, AI already flushing back in. They don't like that news. It doesn't look like it's going to give you the bounce. And NEO, which just came back into play. It's back above $8. So it wipes out to 780, and this is like decision time because if it holds 8 here, I think there's a move into 820. If we do not get back above, this could just be Flush City once over again. And Alibaba is holding 85. That's the other big level. You know what? Baba in front of 85. I'm going to show you 85 on the daily chart. That's this level here. If I think that's a level and you just wiped out bottom beneath it, I will take a shot scalp long in front of this 85 zone on Alibaba.
Oh, man. Okay, AMC's off. Nice little move to the upside. Amazon's not doing a heck of a lot. Look what's Tank City right now. And it's this name right here. It is AMD, right down to 86. Huge flush down there. And like I said, man, I don't know what's going on with this name. Seems like it's flushing like pretty much every single day here, AMC. So let's be, or sorry, AMD. Let's be, yeah, AMC.
We know what you meant.
Yeah, let's be very, very patient with it though, guys, for right now. It looks like it's trying to make that bottom at 86. Let's make sure that is the bottom before we do anything about it. Amazon also well below, and Amazon can get going. We've seen the momentum in this name before, but it's back down to 105 now and looking like it wants to take out 105 on the low side, which has been pretty good support here for Amazon. So let's watch out to see what happens here at 105 for AMZN. But there's the break, man. We just broke 13K.
Tesla flushing.
Finally, Tesla's flushing as well. Okay, so we just broke 13K on the NASDAQ. So look out below. The last time we stopped at 12,883. And so right now, 12,880 is where we're at right now, guys. So this could be a flush here.
So I got the short in NVIDIA. It double tapped 272. I picked up the short at the half. I want to be adding to this one if I get an opportunity to. But a couple of things also happening here. Tesla with a bit of a flush in through that 160 again, back down to 159. And just tracking, man, Google is it's actually still strong. So we broke 13,000 on the NASDAQ, but Alphabet says, yeah, we don't care.
Yeah,
we're just going to the upside. I'm still dip buying this, which, I don't know, man. If it reverses that move, I don't know if I still want it on that dip buy. I'm going to leave it in there for now. We still like the thesis. I'm going to take something out, just get a quick little scalp trade on NVIDIA here. If it had set up that Intel would have given me these fills, I would have taken it, but Intel didn't pop, so I got to go to the other name here. Intel, trying to go now. If it does, I'll probably short into that one. And Alibaba took that quick little up and down. It tried to hold 85, jams right back beneath it. So I'll be in and out pretty quick on Bob off that 85 level. Google's really the big story here, but FRC also holding that 1150. I mean, if it doesn't break the low, one place to go there. I thought it'd get to 1150. 55 is still the bottom on the stock. The risk to reward is very juicy here. Pac W could be a decent play, but I might just go to this one. If it gets back above 60, I'm just punching long with a 5-cent stop plus slippage. Sharif.
Yep.
Some of these digital ad players, guys, moving in the opposite direction. Meta down to the right, making a 209.37 air. Opposite story. You heard Neil talk about this one. Google taking advantage of someone shifting a position here, guys.
Yeah, so I'm just long Google right now. Thanks for the update there, Sharif. I'm going long Google here. We do have some 108.80 areas here where we sort of started the day. I still feel like we want to support that. So if we come back into 108.80, we'll get out. But for right now, we're long at 17s. I don't know. We're just long right here. I also do have some outs if we do get going on Google up into the 40s right here where we sort of topped out yesterday. And then yesterday's high is 106.60. So let's see if we could take that out. But if the NASDAQ, like I said, that 12,883 we've held before, there's a dip down yesterday, actually. Maybe we should be using this as a bottom. Right there, 1270, 1268. This is the NASDAQ down there, 12,968, of course.
Here comes the
what
bottom.
I'm saying. So there it is right now. Let's see if we get this little pop back in for Google, and hopefully we get that, and then we'll be able to short if we get near that 107. But for right now, we're long Google, we're long at 17, and we're just seeing what's happening with it. Our Apple, hasn't really done much. Right now, I'm more focused on Google because there it goes. It's a nice move upside here for GOOGL.
So I just got my first out in NVIDIA, cracked that 71, heading to the downside, but also FRC took out the low. I had the long in front of it, and then it jammed through that 1150. That's the 52-week bottom on FRC. You have to zoom in because the move has been so big. So we reversed pretty much instantly. There was liquidity, SSR, and there was actually decent liquidity to reverse at exactly the same price that I was able to get out. So thankfully, we were able to catch something there. If we get to 11 bucks, that's sort of an obvious, I don't know, like psychological error. Every round number is going to be 11 and a quarter, 11 even. I would expect those to be legit, but we had one level we wanted to work off of. If it wasn't going to make the move to 13, it never did. So I'm going to get some out on the initial push to the downside. We're now only shorted. Google has continued to break that high. NVIDIA does this every single day. Pop, fade, NVIDIA, pop, fade. It's just how many times it can do exactly the same thing over and over again. Probably should have been more aggressive to shorts, but just FRC, ring register to the downside and ring it on NVIDIA. But PAC W was the one. The second I see, like, this is actually going to the upside, even on that FRC flush. So I'm feeling a little bit better about the idea of a long here, but I'd rather FRC not be plunging when I go for this one. I still think there's a long in PAC W, just don't want to rush into it at this point.
Look, I'm really happy with having this Google long. I mean, there's absolutely no doubt about that. And, you know, if I was telling you otherwise, I'd be lying. So it's a great little long here for Google. But we did miss, first of all, we just got out to about 60. We talked about that would be sort of our area there for concern. What we did miss was Microsoft. We basically called that bottom almost to the penny and didn't sit there and take it. So 278.84, we talked about that yesterday. That was the bottom yesterday was what, 78 or something like that. So you had to be very specific to get that price. But if you took 279, you're laughing right now because that's $1 now in the money here for Microsoft. But still, don't have it, so don't care too much. There goes Apple right now, right back up 2 days high. Let's try to hold this, man. Maybe the Microsoft, maybe the market wants to bounce here, obviously, from some of those lows of 13,000. So far, so good. It's a nice move back up here for Google and for Apple. So there goes Apple. Oops, there goes Apple as well, back up to the upside. Now taking out 166.25. Again, right back to day's high. I feel like this is worth taking another piece out, so we'll take it out. Yes, sir, right there. Good trading so far here today, man. The market is just bouncing off that 13,000 level. Let's see if it can hold.
Yeah, and it's weird. The market caught a bid and Spotify caught an offer. So it's going in opposite directions right now. My two shorts are
look at soft.
Kind of holding pretty good, but Spotify is giving up the gap. If it gets back to 135, that would be that kind of buy zone that we like. Rejected a 146. So that'd be a $10 retracement if it gets to 146. That's not chump change. That's pretty legit. Amazon, which we know has been around the same price level, that 105. Look at the support on 105 on Amazon as well. It's just a coincidence that both Google and Amazon are supporting the same level, but that is yesterday's bottom on Amazon, and it hasn't even gone yet. If the market holds above 13,000, then 105 should be good on Amazon as well. For now, we've got a buck change in the money on NVIDIA. We're back down toward the lows on FRC. Nothing doing on C3AI. That news looks like it's pretty meaningless for C3AI. Thought we'd get a bump. Obviously, that's not happening.
Yeah, and then I just looked back at, good trade there, getting a buck and change on NVIDIA, wasn't it? Yeah, nice one. All right, so I just want to talk about Tesla there because we talked about a 158. It went yesterday right into the bottom again. This is yesterday's bottom, 158.70. Like, it made it there, and now it ripped back up. So I'm wondering if some of these moves are starting to get a little overextended right now because we hit yesterday's bottom and bounced. So I'm going to get another, I don't know, I'm thinking about getting another piece out here on Google, to be honest with you. Let's just do it at 45. I mean, we can't be wrong taking it out there. We actually got a 43 fill there on Google. So it's a nice little win to the upside as we're going to go perfect so far here today. FRC did fall back down a little bit. I'm not even in this name yet, really. I do have one small piece. It's just that 20% again. Let's see if we can take out some of these levels here. Maybe 1175, and we'll consider punching some more long into FRC. So we'll do that when we see fit, but not right now. I don't see fits to do it. We can put the order in though, and if it fits it, if it fills it, then good on that. There goes Apple again. There goes Google again. Google, nice little move. But let's talk about another name. Amazon's near that 105. You already touched on that. AMD battled off. But you know what just is making a huge move right now, and it's absolutely unbelievable. It's Microsoft. Look at this move for Softy, man. It's straight up almost $2, $2.50, right to $281.50 right now, and trying to bounce off that. So Microsoft, strong move as we head into earnings, just bouncing around. Makes a nice wick top. Is that going to be the top? $281.50. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, and another name from the open that I haven't been into Coinbase just yet, but it is making a bounce. It did not break 54 even, so kind of like the automatic. If it just takes it out and flushes, that's not going to happen. Still inside range. I said I'd play it by ear if it wasn't 60s. It wicked top 56. That does set up a short into the highs. I only want to be short this name. That's just how I want to do it. FRC is really, it made a wick bottom down there. And why do I have a 10 bid? Yeah, sometimes you throw a stink bid out there. There's no need to have that. It's not going to happen. But it just flushed in. The low of the day is actually 11 quarter change, but it keeps on finding a bid.
We're paying, so we finally found a job for Randy. It's one of those guys, you know, when they walk around the streets with billboards. Oh, it's Rob.
What the heck is even going on?
Randy's always behind me. I didn't even
going
look.
on?
Rob has a job, so that should be Randy's job.
I
to
had
carry
no
the sign
clue what was
back
going
and
on
forth.
there. Like,
right there. So
how long was he doing that?
I don't know. I saw it
Was
in
he
the corner.
behind me the whole time?
No, I don't think. I think it was there.
Okay.
That was like the first time. He was going back and forth. I'm like, that's for sure Randy.
You got me.
Hey, Randy, what's up?
Because it's always Randy.
It's always Randy. Rob was doing some advertising, and I thought that was you there. So, you know, similar haircuts. Rob and Randy there. Yeah, anyways, we're
That'll be me
ooh, I
soon.
like that. So we have an idea now, and it was Brendan's idea. We got this big ass whiteboard now that we're just gonna draw. Well, I'm gonna draw stuff on it too probably, but put on ideas and things like that so we can all have group think and look at that and find some ideas. So that is getting installed as we speak right now. So, all right, let's just keep on going, man. FRC, we did get a little bottom there. Wow, I can't believe the short was so right on that one, and that we got stopped out right there on the open. That's what happens to you. Sometimes we get run over on these plays. Sometimes we're dead right about that short, and that looks like we were today on that as well. But all right, what's up, Sharif?
Centogene, guys. Small cap crapper du jour, CNTG, up 102%. Can't seem to stay open. 2 halts to the upside, 1 to the downside, halted at 150.
Centogene. Yes.
Centogene.
It ain't worth pennies now, that one. Well, maybe it still is.
It ain't worth cents, it's worth jeans.
It's worth jeans or dollars maybe. I didn't actually even see, but it's just watch out for those. If they can't stay open for a while, then you want to be very, very patient with them. I like to trade those after they've stopped the halt fest. But we got 1120s. We're ringing registers to the downside. This is Flush City for FRC. But Bed Bath & Beyond curled. I missed this one yesterday. I missed it because I was waiting too high. I was waiting too high once again. I'm going to cancel my offer. It's already turned at 21.5. You know you just want to fade every single time. Google just made a top. Where's NVIDIA at, and why is it not the low of the day? Okay, so 268 sits at the pre-market lows. I'm looking for a bounce off that level, and I might just have to get a little more aggressive with 2 names. One, Intel. Yeah. I keep waiting for it to be above 29.50 because I usually get those fills. Not happening. Coinbase as well. I keep waiting for it to be above 55 into 56. Not happening either. So the shorts are working, but I'm just not in enough of them. I bet you if I look back and Neo's at 750, I'm going to puke because that might have been a chance. Where is NIO right now? Still on the New York. No, it's still at 780. So Neo might still be in his zone. It failed at $8. Neo could be there. This is that bottom that's finally broken on NIO. Big level at $8. If it doesn't hold it, it's one of those shorts that I'm just going to have to take now that it's confirmed. So back up into 8 even. I'm going to take the short on NIO. Looks like I'm not going to get Intel. Hopefully we can still work our way into some Coinbase. I'm out at the pre-market lows on NVIDIA though. That's usually where it bounces. And we are at, by the way, we're at the double bottom on the NASDAQ. That's the other thing. I should have led with that. We're at the double bottom on the NASDAQ.
Yeah, so we just got stepped out there on Google. Again, we chased it all the way down and then it just kept falling. So we're out of a little bit of Google there. We bought some more. Let's wait to see. I mean, it's retracing back upside a little bit right now. But I'm not, again, this 105.60, we don't want to dig into something like we did yesterday and then missing out or just not respect this move that's going to happen here early, right? We saw this yesterday. It's happening again today right now on the flush down. So there's the long, there's the flush out, there's the long again. So this is fine. This is what we want to happen, but we need to make sure that we pick up some names that we want for the long side of things here. Microsoft just bounced again off 280. That would have been a long for sure down there. Where's Apple? I mean, I'm just trying to go back into big tech names here because it's the NASDAQ that flushed. I mean, the ES also 41.34, but it's only down. Actually, they're both on the same 0.6 each right there. So Apple upside. And then there goes Google. It's too bad we don't have the same amount of shares, but we do have shares again on this one. Yes, let's go. We're almost back to the day's high here for me as we go, but let's just wait to see what happens. Good hold there, I think, on, you got out of NVIDIA, but that flushed. Did it or did it not?
It hit pre-market. So NVIDIA, I'll go to NVIDIA, but I'm on the bit of Meta right now, so I wanted to get to that in a second, but oh goodness, this chart. So NVIDIA got to the pre-market lows at the exact same time we bounced on the futures, so that's why I have the out there. We took it, we got 71.5 into 68.5, so basically a $3 move. FRC's bouncing though, so two things. I am on the bit of Meta, hoping for this little bit of a bounce, but FRC wick bottom at 11.20 and making another push to the upside right now. If it does get back to say 11.60 to 70, that's where you'd look for I would look for the re-entry in and around VWAP. That has been a good short the entire way through. As I said, on that little bounce in the futures, I was just trying to grab Meta. That's why a little bit distracted. Higher low on Meta when the NASDAQ was holding the low or bouncing off its actual bottom. So I want to try to play this. 29.5, a pretty good level there. And one last one for you. I said I would not ignore Pinduo Duo, and I have ignored Pinduo Duo. I'm not going to cancel this offer. I think on off chance, if it goes anywhere near 68 today, I'm just taking the fill no matter what. It's not going to happen, but PDD also weak along with the other Chinese ADRs. It is not breaking the low. I will look to join trend. If it gets back above VWAP, I'll try to short into that pre-market high. But I just got Meta long. We'll give it to 29.5 or just slightly below where the low of the day stands. I'm only adding to this. If I see it bounce off the bottom, hold the low, then I'll look to add in and around the same price. Otherwise, we'll play this into VWAP.
All right, we're going to try to hold on to Google now. I mean, I want to give it to that 105 and change area down there, just to see if we can break that level. And if we do, then fine. If we don't, then let's just hold on to this, man. I'm tired of getting in and out all the time on these names just to see them flush down, rip up, tank, and then you're you don't have the trade on and you only do when it tanks and stuff like that. So let's just try to stay calm here a little bit. It just ripped up into the 90s, so if we can get another fill, if we can get a fill up to there from a long 66, then we'll do that for Google. But it's just been falling down here, and we're trying to support the bid off earnings. But here comes a nice little move back to the upside. I think the strongest name, though, seems to be Apple. It didn't flush back down to its lows at all. It just went to 165.50 there, 165.60 about, and then made that turn. So what other names is going on right here? What's up, Kevin Mendoza? What's up to everybody as well? It's a pretty whipsaw day for sure. Nice move up to 13,000, back down to the bottom, fill the bottom, and then come right back up. And that bottom was made yesterday. So we see that level right there. This is why it's tough. This is why I'm saying getting in, getting out, back and forth. If we're just going to start to bounce around, we have to try to respect some of these bottoms and then be wrong when we're wrong and right when we're right. I mean, that sounds ridiculous to say that, but that's really what this market is giving you opportunities to reload your positions and stick with ones that you really do believe in. So let's wait to see if Google can bounce off this 105. I do like that area, and let's go over to Sharif.
Yeah, market's selling off right now, Sean, but a good piece of news coming out here for the market. Of the 60 stocks that reported earnings this morning, 77% of them beat EPS and 73% beat revenue expectations. Dampened down, of course, but good to see nonetheless.
Yes, sir. Just, okay, the position board is a little bit incorrect. I am long Meta right now, so I did get into that one. I am. Long Meta in here. The 209.76 is my price. I don't know why it's not showing up. I guess the next time I take a fill, maybe it just had to be reset. But we'll get that one to you guys. Want to make sure, we're not misleading anybody. I said I'd take it. You saw the fill. I got that one to the long side. But guess what? I keep muttering to myself, Coinbase Neil, Coinbase Neil. It broke 54. Now you've got that bottom channel kind of taken out. Let's see. This is yesterday's range. It broke the low of yesterday. It did not get through the top convincingly through at 56. So I do think it's a little bit of a short trade. I've thought that for a long time. If it gets back into VWAP, I'll look for the fade. FRC is trying to make another charge at that 11 even. It hasn't gotten there yet. I think it has a chance. I just got NEO, but I do not want to miss out on Coinbase. If it starts curling around 55, I'll try to grab that short. So just picked up NIO to the south side, back into that $8 level, which is already flushed. That's a pretty big move up, but I want to carry this into 8, give it a couple of cents above, and if it refails that level, if that's even a way, I don't know if that's proper English, then we can add to it on the south side. So short NEO, not yet short coin, but I got to get it at some point.
I wonder if we're going to be dying on too many swords here today with Google. We're back in this, man. We're long at 65 right now, and I don't, it's a trade that I like, man. So I feel like we got to stay in this name. I really, really like it down here at 104.50, which is really the problem because I don't really now I'm kind of stuck. Like I guess we'll just get out if it breaks 104, 105 or so on this play, but. I don't know, man. It's that 104.50. If we zoom back out a little bit, this is that max bottom that I keep talking about there that he had that one day. It goes back further than this, but there it is right there. Ripped up to 109 that one time off this 104.50. I'm never going to forget that. 104.60 or so right down there. So let's just wait to see what happens with Google. It is getting faded back down right now, so it's not a great trade for sure. But here it comes. Hopefully, it can battle back as we're just waiting for the NASDAQ. If it slips up there, then yeah, it is going to be a downside push. We identified AMD was really weak really early, and it's just taking out 86 now as well. So, yeah.
FRC is moving again.
Yeah, I'm long FRC right now. We've got some good. It's 20 cents in the money. I am watching that.
Yeah, it just got back up. It got back above that 50 level. This is, to me, like the only spot that it can have any kind of a rollover that isn't the absolute like 1230 high. So I'm kind of looking for this. If it holds above VWAP, I did cover almost all of it. I held on to like 20%, just because I thought we could get down to $11, nothing else. And if I add to it, it has to be in this range. But Meta just came out, unfortunately. So it's like shorts have been good, longs have not. It just took that low of the day, so we'll slap the fail on that dip buy. I don't want to ignore PTPI because I know a lot of people have been, a lot of people in the chat have been looking at this. It just broke that $6 level. And when I say that $6 level, it's been here before. There's a big 7 rejection the other day. And this is what I mean, like big rejection at $7. That's the big zone of interest once it gets up to that 7 even. So I don't know about chasing along into 6. The risk to reward doesn't really set up for me. I'm not going to be in that. I'm out of Meta. I got stopped out. I'm not in that position still. You saw my stop hit. So I think maybe it's like a delay or something on the position board. That's my best guess. Neo, I'm just back at the low of the day here. I picked up the 95 short on the way back up. As this one tries to flush the downside. Oh, it is just delayed.
Mine's right.
No, it showed me in Meta when I'd gotten out like a half a minute before. But yeah, there you go. It's just a little bit delayed. Took the first win on Neo there. We didn't get the 8 break the first time. I wanted to wait for confirmation. I don't really have a target at this point, 775, 750. Those are obvious levels to get into. And I just want to remind everybody, I usually do about this time when things have gotten close to that 10 o'clock. Do not forget about our campus program. I'm always talking about this because I think it's going to be pretty cool. If you want to trade like Sean and myself or just on the PPRO8 platform with the ability to become a funded trader, it's in the GTA. You don't have to live in the GTA, but you have to be able to get to the GTA, commute if you want to. It's a free program. It is about education. It is about learning a platform. It is about the ability to understand the markets and experience it the way that we do. And again, you're just giving your time and effort. Free program, guys. I think it's a valuable one. You can sign up by checking that QR code below. Sign-ups, I believe, end. At least the program, I believe, starts in the middle of May. So watch out for that coming up in soon. Good opportunity to take advantage of. If you want to get some good learning experience, I think PPRO8 is a great platform, and Day Trade the World is a great way to do it for day trading. And last I checked, no. It's above AMC is above $5. Somebody said this was going to move yesterday. Shout yourself out if you were the one that said AMC was going to move. It's broken $5. So it's above the 5 even, but come on, zoom out. There we go. This is what I want to show you guys. Forget about $6 just yet, but this area right here, 535, was kind of a big zone of resistance on the way back into the downside. It's there right now. I could see it putting in a little bit of a failure at that price, and then you get a pullback into 5. If 5 holds, I'd reload that long. That's the big level. FRC is what I'm concerned about because it's now bouncing back into the upside. I said if I curl it, it's got to be off the previous low. That's right here at 1180. It looks like it's slowing down a little bit, but I don't want to give this one too much room. It definitely can squeeze on you. So I'm looking for the entry here in the 70s, and then if it breaks like 85 or so, I'll just get out of Dodge and wait for it to get to a higher level.
Okay, we have a number coming out at 10 o'clock. What's the number at 10, Sharif? Yo, Sharif.
It's, shoot, I don't know.
Yo, Sharif. What's the number at 10 o'clock?
consumer sentiment.
Consumer sentiment. Okay, so we've got that. He's going to come up with that very, very soon. Michigan consumer sentiment coming out at 10 o'clock. I heard someone say home sales, but that's not what it is.
There is home sales.
And home sales. Okay. Okay, so U.S. new home sales. Okay, so there's two numbers coming out right there. That's what I was just trying to confirm. So get ready, man. That's only a minute and a half to go. Not going to try to put on any new positions with this coming through right now. So let's just be very, very careful with what we're doing. I was going to put on some more Apple down here at 160. We missed that bid. We're there right now. That could have been put on for sure. Apple trying to go back up to the upside. Google not, though, as we get ready for a couple numbers to come out. Home sales should be interesting. We'll see about where that's going right now. We know the inflation story about sheltered home and stuff like that. Inflation, rents, things like that. That's not what we're talking about right now, but I do want to see what new home sales has to come out with. And then, of course, the consumer is king, and we're going to see that number very, very soon. So let's hold on tight. We'll just watch out for Google. We do have that 105 area of concern for me, so we're going to watch out to see if that comes through.
And into that number, too, Coinbase is making a pump to the upside. I like that 55. I might nibble into it. But yeah, the timing sometimes when you get an economic number coming out, getting in full position as it happens, not the best way to go. It did get close enough to 55 that I do want to nibble in. So I'm going to get something on the offer here as we got about 30 seconds to go till the number, giving a kind of a wide berth on Google, and I feel like it's been too much. As we're going to go to happening now, but Google's close enough to 105 that I might wet the beak pretty soon if it starts to challenge that low. But let's go to the desk for the number and happening now.
Guys, we'll look at the happening now tickers in a second, but we are 10 seconds away. Let's go to the screen over here for new U.S. home sales. 632,000 expected for the U.S. CB consumer confidence. There it is. We're out. We miss on the consumer confidence, but we beat on U.S. home sales. And there you go. You have a mixed market reaction. Algo spiking up, spiking down. We'll see what the direction of the market decides to be, but there you go. A miss on one and a beat on the other. Let's see what's happening now. BABA, another day, another sell-off for Chinese ADRs are under pressure. Again, this is the chart on BABA, down and to the right, now down 3 1/3% on the day. Tech, big tech week as a group ahead of the big earnings today after the bell. Google and Microsoft reporting after 4 o'clock today, so be on watch. Apple, the standout strong one on the day. AMC, for some reason, up 6%. Can't find a news item, guys. Oh, by the way, before we do it, brought to you by Masterworks is happening now. Masterworks returned over $25 million to their investors last year by allowing you to invest in a real asset that rose 29% in 2022. That's fine art. Masterworks paintings are all SEC qualified, and each of their 12 exits to date has returned at least 9% net to investors. Check them out using the QR code on the bottom of the screen there. Check that out, guys.
Yes. Nibble into two things. Google, Alphabet, and Coin. Oh, there it is. There's more back on. There it is. Just got the long on this little bit of a curl. It's my 15-minute on Alphabet. We're a bit out in front of that 105, but the pre-market lows have at least held there. And then Coinbase got to 55. So we got that first little nibble, and then the second one on the number that just came out. It did spike things a little bit there. So, you know, it kind of gave you a little bit of a bounce. So I had to chase Google by about 15 pennies, but I was able to get a decent price, 54.80s to a start on Coinbase into the south side of it. Tesla. So Tesla it's just holding 160 right now. I'm in NEO to the short side, but Tesla holding that 160. It's still a bit of an inside day there. It would be nicer for NEO or for my short in NEO if that would flush, but this is catching a bit on its own. I was going to wait as it broke 75 for closer to 750. But that feels like it's a bit of a mistake. So I'm going to get something out here at 75, allow this one to do some work. I don't know if we get a retest at 8 even, but the Chinese ADRs are getting huadunked. So you want to make sure that you don't anticipate the gates of hell. It is a downward trend, but it's going to catch a bid somewhere. We know this always happens on the Chinese ADRs. When they catch a bid, they go sideways. And if that happens, you want to make sure you've taken some profit. If there is a pop into VWAP, I'll try to re-engage that short position.
All right, I was looking right now. We're still in Google. It's the same position we've always had. So, well, not always, but the same name that we're looking at. I'm going to try to get into Microsoft if we take 281. We've just bounced off there a couple times. let's see. Wow, there goes the market. Stopped at 13,000 again. Part of the theory was that if we took 13,000 again, we could stay up there, and that's what I was sort of resting on there. But it doesn't look like that's going to happen right now. But it's still good. So let's see if that does happen. We'll take a 281 long, and then we'll hope that it can get going. But we do have a nice little winner right now on FRC. We sort of got some revenge on that name from getting out early, too early on that first move right there, and that sucks. But then there's the dip buys right into 11. I mean, we said we want to get 1150. There's our 1150. Then it did dip by, and then we talked about it sort of barcoding down there a little lower. So that's that take right there on FRC. And we just took a piece out at the 50 period at 67. I just noticed we went up to 85 right there on First Republic. So that's probably a good out if we can get back into that area. Remember, we saw that 80 was sort of holding fort there earlier. So we can always wait to see if there is something there on FRC at that 80 level. And if there is, then fine. You know, we'll watch out for that and get a piece out at 80. So we're right there right now. You can take it out here if you did want. Google's not doing anything, and Microsoft's actually heading the other way right now. So other than that, man, Amazon's coming. People want to know about. Okay, so let's see that. Is that at 105?
It didn't hold.
It didn't hold, so it broke 105 to the downside. So yeah, Amazon now underneath some of that support of 105, so watch out for that one. If you're short, I would be getting out if it takes 105, but right now the market's heading short side as well. So this looks like a pretty good one there off of that 105.
Yeah, it is. It is setting up a short, and that's the thing. If Amazon had actually held that bottom, put in another green candle on the number, I would have liked the above 105. Now it just feels like an under trade. Like, that's, to me, a little bit of confirmation underneath. It is worth a shot. Is INAB going? Scotty H, I see you there. INAB going again, but I got coin making a press up. I'm shorting into that one, and now I kind of like Amazon in here as well. I definitely like Intel. Yeah, I'm not going to get Intel. I don't have to worry about that one. And I got Google to the long side, so I'm not trying to step into too many things at once. If I put something on, I think that 105 was the level I liked on Amazon, and we're shooting the under. If the market breaks low, what do you like? This has got room to the downside. I think at least to 103, so I want to give it that chance off the 105 on Amazon. We'll see what happens. I did not want to ignore that PTPI. I mentioned that it had. Okay, it was running into a bit of a resistance. If it got to 7, it didn't even get there. Actually hold 6 even and already starting to pull back. So AMC, PTPI, don't want to ignore you. AMC already starting to pull back. I do like the $5 dip. I'll probably put a bid down there just in case we can pick it up. But 5 has been one of those good levels where if you play off it, generally speaking, you've had some success.
Okay, so all right, so Microsoft is really coming in now to 280 and change. So we're long right here at 20. Let's just see where she goes right now. But I'm going to take a piece out right now because there it is. It's a nice 25-cent win for us. We've been sort of taking positions, and the only time I remember seeming to win is when we scalp these things out. Because if you're going to go long and hold on to something, that's been a pretty dangerous talk for sure lately, especially if you're long, like I just said, into this market that keeps on going lower here as we've broken through the 13,000 again, and we just bounced basically off that same level. So that's why we went long. We're out of 60% of it already as it starts to come back up to the upside. I'm going to try to. That 200 period is 70s or 60s. Let's stick an order right here and right now, see if we can get it just slightly above 60. But it's a good take for us on the first round of Microsoft right here. The first trade we've made is off that 280. So we're right now, like, this is what I mean. We're long at 24. We're about 1-to-1. I mean, if it breaks through 280, we're going to get out. So the fact that it's up here to 250, that's why we're out of 40%. So let's see now what it does. This is the choppiness of the market, man. Back and forth, back and forth. We said get some out when you're in the money. And that's exactly what we did with Microsoft. If I have to go 1-to-1, are we happy doing that? Not really. But that's sometimes what you have to do. As here goes Google a little bit. We'll take a piece out at 60, but it's only going a little bit. I'm already long everything. So Apple, Google, FRC as well bounced off that 80 level. We never got that, Phil. So I'm going to sit at 75 now.
Yeah, and Spotify continues to fall here. It's not there yet. It's getting pretty close. The 135 level is about $2 away from a zone that we like to buy. I want to be patient. It's already pulled back $9 as the market's bouncing off the low. So I'm going to give it some room to come even further. I didn't take anything out on Alphabet. It just feels like this one is going to be a little bit weaker than I anticipated. It's not at that buy zone, so I'm out in front of where I would have liked it, 105 to 104.5. But this market is now rolling back beneath. I never got Amazon. Okay, look, I'm just gonna wet the beak a little bit here. If I can catch Amazon into this 105, it just feels like I have to pay down. I was sitting in the 80s. So I'm going to take 60 right here. And if I get some off the 80 level, I do want to short this back into that 105 zone. I'm still in that Coinbase. I want to be adding if it gets closer to that 56. But the market not holding this low on the NASDAQ would be, I mean, we've been holding bottoms pretty well in most of the mornings and then catching a turn. If this is the day that you don't do it, that's the day that I want to take a real shot being short the break. So one of these points, we're actually going to get like a 50 to 100 point move off one of the breaks, find some weak names, and I'm going to take my shots here.
Yep, exactly. We're bouncing off that same level from yesterday. So we did get out of our Microsoft. It took down 280, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet. But that's the Microsoft trade. We're not out of all of it, but we did get out of 75%, and it's still fine, man. I mean, I don't hate this trade by any stretch of the imagination. We took some profit on it, so we're actually fine on the trade, but still, would have liked that to continue to go up. But we did go back over to some strength here that I think is strength anyways, and we bought some Apple. I'm still waiting for this 60 area to come through on Apple, but the NASDAQ right now is just teetering again at yesterday's bottom, right? We just took it out. We swooshed down, which is what got us out of that Microsoft trade, and right now we're just hovering again at that bottom from yesterday before we had a monster rally back up. So we did take some out on Google as well down here. This is going to turn out to be a flat trade for us. Hopefully you can get a little bit more in on Google, a little bit lower than that. But there's Apple right now. We're long at 165.76. So we're just long right here as it's looking like it wants to go lower as well. Now Apple has everything failing off yesterday's levels again now. So there it is. We're trying to, you can't see it on here, but we're trying to break lower right now. So if we don't hold, we don't hold. We'll get out, and then we'll look for a base, and then we'll look to start to build some shorts.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know. Right now, I don't have anything.
There's so many like earnings names that we're kind of missing out on, and I know it kind of sucks that we're doing that. But yeah, you had 3M make some earnings there. Bed Bath & Beyond. Someone just mentioned that it's 150% short. Just those short estimates and the numbers out there, just understand like synthetic shorts and all that nonsense. You do get some funky numbers. I generally see like 80%, but I've seen those numbers too, and it can happen. It's not moving, however, so nothing happening in Bed Bath & Beyond. Sharif, what's going on, bud?
Logic Mark, Neil, up 50%. This was a mover from yesterday on the announcement that they were going to get into Amazon's online store. I think they make like a personal device for seniors who fall. Anyway, $4 rejection, $3.97. Add this one to the small cap crapper list, guys.
Yeah, it seems like you can add a lot.
Those like ridiculous multiple halt names, I'm kind of staying away from those. It's an active enough morning, and you're kind of setting up that if you do not hold here, I think you can have a 2% day. I want one other tech name that's strong to the long side. I know I have Alphabet here. I thought Meta's not strong at all. It's not really holding that bottom. If it's going to be anything, this chart on Apple. Apple trying to hold up as well. Maybe my 3 will be a little bit better. There you go. 3 is a little bit better. Apple's at least holding the top end of this range. If Apple holds 165.5, then this market has a decent chance to maybe even recover those lows. So that'll be one. Obviously, I'm in Google. That's the other one that we do like to the south side, to the long side. Amazon, I did get a little bit to the south, short here. I tried to get more in front of VWAP, not happening. It's toward the low of the day. Once we get down to the quarters, I want to take at least a little something out here and then try and work back into this. We are seemingly trending to the downside now. If that's going to be the case, fair enough. I got jiggled out of FRC because in the back of my mind, I keep thinking FRC is going to squeeze. So every single time it gets to a stop zone, I'm like, okay, I'll take it out. And then I made the top wick there on FRC. So 1 for 2 on FRC short. Maybe this is just an all-day short. I don't know. I came in thinking there would be a pop at some point. Maybe we did just see it a couple of times, and that was it.
I still think there could be a pop there. And FRC, as we're holding a little bit there, we talked about that 80 level. It doesn't seem to want to play nice down there, but or up there. So we'll see where FRC goes. You just talked about it right now. Looks like we're going to get stopped out on Apple as well, man. And there it is. Apple right now. We should just be playing these shorts, man. The longs are not. As soon as we took out yesterday's level there, really silly to still obviously be short or be long. Sorry, these names. We should be short some of them as we took down yesterday's levels, right? And so there it is right now. Apple looks like it wants to break lower here, and it's going there right now. So watch out here for the Apple break.
Google's cracking.
Back down. Yeah, Google's going as well. Everything's making these moves back down, so be very, very careful here as you hold on to some of these longs, guys.
Yeah, Google's starting to crack in. I got the one long. It doesn't look like it wants to hold that pre-market low. You had yesterday's bombs at 105. That is a bit of a level. I have my stop underneath there, and if it gets into the 104 half zone, maybe that'll be a little bit better. Just coming back over, it's not just Chinese EVs that are plunging. Li Auto is down 5%, and also flushing here. Just watch out. Here's the It's not just NIO in the Chinese EVs, but Li Auto, bit better support than you have over in NIO. If this gets to like 21 bucks or so, this could be a little bit of a bounce zone for Li Auto. Just want to track that one. I am short NIO as it's plunging, but that is literally through its lows and making a flat bottom break. Li, a little bit more strength there. I just got another bid out on NIO. So we're able to take some at 75, and now I'm about to place one. I got to get some at the 60 level. 750, as much as this is flushing, I got to figure there's a bid at that 750 level. $8 break. 850 was kind of the last level to the upside, so every 50 pennies looks pretty good to me on NIO. This has kind of been the one. Google hasn't come out yet, but it feels like it's almost just a matter of time at this particular point. And NVIDIA, I know. Oh, this chart on NVIDIA, that wick. NVIDIA is still flushing. I got out 68. It's really not that much further to the downside. There was one chance to get back in. I thought we'd get 70s. I'll have to work off 69 if it gets back there.
Okay, we're getting pretty close here to have to make a decision because we just bought some more Apple. I just took a little bit out. We just bought some more there at 35s to give us an average price of 63. So it's not a great price, obviously, here for Apple. But, we try to pick a name that's been strong. Apple's still positive on the day as the NASDAQ is down 0.8. Apple earnings are till next week. So we kind of can clear away from that. Yeah. Unlike Google, which is still fine. Google's still fine. But unlike Google, who reports today is what I'm getting at, there is more of maybe a reason for people to sell off Google as they've had a nice run up, and then getting involved here on the daily at 106, 107, 108. I mean, Google has to really beat, I feel like, to get to 110 and then break that 112. But a slight little miss on Google, and this name definitely, I would think breaches that $100, and then we go back into the downside there. So, a little bit. I'm not nervous. Google's my largest share, my largest holding, but still, not really participating in this move down yet. It could get a lot worse for Google. Watch out for that 105. Looks like Apple's getting worse. This is right back to where we were. We just got out at 44. It's right back into the 30s again It's too bad because I just got to flip over my mentality. It's like we've been chasing longs because the last couple days we've reversed off of some of these levels around now.
Tesla's going
1020, 1030. Tesla's going which way? Up. Upside. Okay, so hopefully Tesla can come and save the market a little bit. Did it bounce off 158 or not? Yes, it did. Wow. Maybe news on Tesla or something right now. As there it goes. Tesla really ripping up now. Not ripping that much, 160 to 160, 150. I hope the rest of these tech names can join these guys right here as well.
Yeah, right now it just looks like it's a Tesla thing. I don't see, there's nothing there yet, but it's obviously making a strong move to the upside. That Google is just not necessarily the one. What else is happening? Still weak on NVIDIA. Oh, C3 AI, that's the one I wanted to talk about. C3 AI is just trending to the downside. I mean, ever since it broke 20, this is on a collision course for 15 bucks, and I want to get into this move if we can. It's just a matter of where we're going to be able to. Yeah, Tesla might be worth it for that long. What's happened on Tesla is that setup that we usually like, gap down. It's finally actually held a bottom at the open, so made one yesterday. It's holding a higher low. I like that when you have a big gap down event. I want it holding a higher low. It did that on day 2 and then ran to the high of the day. It's kind of doing that again, so I would not be surprised if we're able to see a 164 on this name. It's just a matter of catching anything in front of 160. It might be too far gone, but we can certainly be on the bid to try. Still looking for that Spotify long. I don't know if that's going to come in. It's at 138, 135 could just be a pipe dream there. Google's still nothing, man. That stock doesn't want to bounce.
Yeah, I'm sure. Like, it's like, the market, again, really choppy down here, but it's just choppy on lower ends. It's not, the move has been down. It hasn't really been that choppy of a market, to be honest with you. It's just some of these names just keep going and then they're making new lows, right? So it's like Apple right here. Apple pretty choppy here, then now it's pushing to the downside. So it's like if you've been short, you've been really liking this. It's been hard to get the longs going, and that should be like a note, man, that this is not so good. No, Picky Eater, I'm all good on that one. Anyone thinking about coin? Yeah, we could do that. Yeah, Master P says, for
Pack
sure.
W, I forgot all
as you're
about
getting
that
going
one.
on that one. Tesla falling back down a little bit. I still like that Apple trade. Now, I'm just waiting for something to make like more of a dramatic move one way or the other. I'm just looking at DraftKings. Like, look at DraftKings. You want to know a name that might be solid, and I'm sitting here trading these big tech names. DraftKings isn't even budging on this move to the downside right now. DraftKings up, holding this 21.30 and not moving. It doesn't look like it's very excited here at all. But again, another strong name on the board is DraftKings. Another super strong name today, Starbucks. Right now, I don't know if there's some Chinese news or what, but Starbucks up a solid 1% now out of nowhere. This name as well. Starbucks strength in this
McDonald's
name.
sympathy?
Could be McDonald's. That would make sense as McDonald's. Again, I'm still not out of that one. We saw that good report. That's a jam, but it looks like it's down as well right now, McDonald's. Down 1%. Yeah, so it was up to 297 and McDonald's falling down. So this could be a good opportunity to get out as it's down 1% here on the day for MACD right here. So Google's holding out and Apple's not. So Google making the move now, Apple making the move lower.
I don't think you can say MACD because that's like a trading indicator.
That's why I said it.
But that is it. Look, it's a big 300 reverse on McDonald's. Where is it a pick? If 290 doesn't hold, 285. 285 on McDonald's looks like that's going to be the supply zone.
Apple
but a couple of things. I mean, Apple used the reversal on Apple.
I don't know what that's
the reversal on everything, man. So I don't have Intel. I do have Coin. I shorted it right up into that high. Now that it's back into that 55, which my price was about 55. It'll say 55.5 because I had some above, but it was like 55.3. So once it gets back in beneath there, I'm looking to take some out, but I want to hold a third for the 54 break. So to me, it's not a win. It's not success unless we're breaking 54 and getting down into that 50, 52 area. Because you're shorting near the bottom. It's a late in the move if you look at the last couple of weeks. For now, it's working. I just took my first couple of legs out there. Google's still holding. That can be okay. It's diddling in the middle a bit, but it's still holding that bottom end. I had that one entry when it got back to 105.5, and it hasn't really broken me down just yet. But it feels like it's just a matter of time before that happens. So it's a one long I got. Tesla does set up and could be something. FRC's making a move, and I totally forgot about Pack W. We said if FRC made any kind of a bottom at the 52-week low and held it, that the long was in Pack W, but I've missed it now at this point. Like, it already made a pretty convincing move up. It's setting up for a bit of a breakout here, maybe an 11.05 break on Pack W. I like the long on this one, but I don't want to have caught it way too late. I'd be chasing this by 50. That's too much. I'd be chasing by 50 pennies. Let's go to the desk here for the small cap recap.
Not too much going on. CNTG, the big winner on the day, up 114%. This one has a $1.74 high. It was a multiple halter to the upside and 2 to the downside. Now, 3 to the upside now, hanging out at about that $1.50, looking to make highs and test that 1 3/4. This one you talked about earlier, Neil, PTPI, makes that 619 high, and it's been a huadunk ever since, essentially now rejecting off VWAP at that 540 level, guys. Not too much in small cap.
No, but there's enough out there that's moving. That's certainly, if you only focused on a couple of those, there's really nothing wrong with it. I think you got to find what's moving, and I can't argue with the fact that you've had, you guys have been calling it what, like the return of the small caps or small cap season. That's what you guys have kept saying. And truth be told, I cannot really argue with that thesis. That it's been that time. It's been a thing like the last couple of months where if you weren't trading the ranges and the opportunities in big tech, you're kind of missing a lot. And I feel like that might be shifting, where if you just picked a couple. Like if I had been laser focused on just the dynamic between Pack W and FRC, I think there was some bucks to be made, change to be made there on the long of Pack W. So, I'm in Amazon. It's starting to roll over. I'm still thinking we get 103-ish. Would be that bottom. So it just broke 104. I'm going to pop a bid down here just in case the absolute flush. I never got more than wetting the beak. I didn't get those 104 80s. All I got was the 104.60 entry. It didn't give any fills that were better going into that 105. I'm still not stopped out on Google. It's just a matter of blind luck that it hasn't broken that low. I feel like it's going to happen at some point. Neil's making a bit of a bounce. just going back over to one other name. Yeah, Amazon's going down, but everything is going to the downside. Like, look at NVIDIA. Like, again, I'm out of NVIDIA, which always happens, and my 15 minutes are a mess. It just is what it is. This is exactly what happened to me on Tesla. Is I took that retracement trade into support and then got out, but then never got back into it. So, yeah, once again, I'm not in the short for the secondary move. That's happening in NVIDIA. It is flush city, and I don't have enough short. It's the same story every day.
Oh, man. Yeah, I was just going to pull this chart out here on the NASDAQ right now. This is a 30-minute chart right here. And yeah, you're starting to definitely bleed down a little bit. Let me just zoom this back out a little. Well, I guess it's okay. So you're coming right in, man. This was back from the 11th, or what day is this? The 12th that just came in. That's 12. 9:30, so we're trying to bounce off that right now, but it is a nice little downside move here in the market. So trying to find some footing in the market right here. But Apple, we just got a 12 long down there. We should have been a little more patient. Obviously, we're long right here. Let's just start to offer some out, as I'm just trying to let this bleeding sort of come to a stop a little bit here in the market. We do have Google and Apple all in the long. You know, this is the thing. You know, this is why I'm not upset, but this is why I'm upset, is because we talked about Amazon. I mean, both Neil and I, we went over to it and we said, okay, Amazon just is broken through 105 now, so that's good. And then we just sort of like brushed that off. But like when it breaks a key level, so hopefully Apple can get going now as we're back up here in the 30s. So I'm going to take a piece out at 37 that we just got it. So that's my average price right now, 37. So we'll take a piece out there and watch it. But just back over to Amazon. Oops, that's Apple. This is Amazon. Did I just put the wrong order? No, I put it out on Apple. Okay. So right here, Amazon, again, there's 105. We've talked about this level. 105, 105, 105 right there, 105 right there yesterday as the bottom. And then here's 105 breaking. You should just be short instead of trying to catch bottoms on names like Apple, Google, yada, yada, yada. I mean, look, this Apple trade is going to actually work out for me, which is fine. But, you know, catching all these bombs, I just got out more Apple. But that 105 is a pretty easy short. And we should have looked at that right there, especially you had consumer confidence come out. And, you know, if you don't want to take it ahead of the number, you could take it after the number. And right there, that 106, 105 area, for Amazon should have been respected. And now you're coming back in. Do you make that same move at 103? I don't think so. That's a big move down on Amazon. The market's really going to have to flush in order for you to do anything about that. But anyways, I just want to, sometimes, like Neil said, and we always talk about this, you get distracted by doing other things when sometimes the easiest trade is sort of right in front of your face. So
speaking of which, before we go we've been talking about these like boring names and just hunt for like the one obvious dip buy. Pepsi came so darn close. Like it was right there. Like it went right in the zone. It broke 87. It got to 86. I'm just sitting in between 86 and 85 with an 85 stop. And it's right back at the high of the day. This has been set up for a lot of these Dow type names, or the more boring names. When they beat on earnings, there's a flush at the open, you go into the buy zone, and then you make it back to the high of the day. So Pepsi doing it here. As we go to the desk for, I'm going to guess, crypto update. Energy.
We're going to throw in an energy update here because it is worth looking at, guys. We had decent gains on the CL light crude continuous contract yesterday. We're up over 2%. We've now given back those entire gains. And having a look at some of the equities in energy, they're not faring much better than the market is right now. You've got Devon down 3 1/3. You've got Oxy down 3%. Where are we here with some of the bigger names? Zom, my friend Zom, obviously ExxonMobil down 2%. So you've got some big names down. Also want to look at these yields, guys. Have a look at what we're looking at, the yields here. Usually an inverse relationship between equities and yields. Not at the moment. The 2-year multiple down days now below 4%. And the 10-year now down to 3.4, guys. So interesting market dynamics going on.
Yeah, I would say so. Interesting market dynamics. That's to be sure. And, obviously this is one of those days. I see chill vibes out there saying today just seems like a day to trade with small size. I don't disagree with you. There's been spots. I think certainly I wish I had less Google than I do. To the long side, I kind of wish I had missed out on a couple of opportunities in there. Like that NEO, that $8, it's a very big difference between taking NEO off 8 where I got it, where it was one little spike up, barely any liquidity up there, or if you took the first short off of 8. Like, that's where you get a much better position into 8, where it really gives you multiple chances to get entry and build a position into this. There was no position building. I got the first fill, and that's the only fill I got, and now it's flushing into the lows. So yeah, there's been opportunities to really get in there. Just I don't know that if you didn't get that first spot, you kind of missed out on it for a lot of these names. And just going back into some window dressing here, not window dressing, position management. Yep. You're underneath that 104 and falling. I will be bidding 104. Didn't really think you'd get there this fast, but the market is breaking that low. It feels like you could see a 2% day, but remember, we have earnings after market that can change this market in a heartbeat, and that's going to be obviously with the big tech names. We got the big two, we got Google, we got Microsoft. I haven't traded Microsoft, but Alphabet's about to come out and maybe take down that 105 area. There's a chance 104.5 can hold. If it does, that'll be a separate trade. As far as I'm concerned, that's just 2 trades there. I'll go long in front of 105. Once it goes into the 104.5 to 5 zone, I'll take a second shot at the bottom of that. But if 105 doesn't hold, I can't fight it. FRC is trying to make a move.
We're literally looking at the same shit. I just tried to get long.
You go for it.
No, I just tried. No, it's the same thing as you, man. I tried to get long. The same price as you on Google there. Did you want to talk about FRC? I didn't mean to interrupt. I got out of FRC the same levels I think you're going to talk about.
Oh, I thought you were mentioning, because FRC is right back in, exactly where I got stopped out of my second short, was right here, and it's making a bit of a wick top. Okay, fool me once, shame on me. You guys know the rest of that goes. I don't have to say it. But it's putting a wick top in at pretty much the same level. So that's kind of telling me short it, give it a little bit more room. If it breaks out, there's still that pack W breaking out here, which I still think can happen. Looking a little bit better now. If FRC gets above 1180, this one feels pretty solid. They report tonight, not nearly as weak, much stronger name here. Sympathy down. Western Alliance had a good quarter. They ran big time. PAC-W has yet to report. It's FRC that's a bigger concern. I do like the breakout long here on PAC-W. It might mean that the FRC short that I just put on, or I just put the offers in, I actually didn't get the fill yet, that'll be blown out. But this break has a good chance to at least get to the the quarter to 50 range.
Bachelors. Okay. I was just looking at this level here for Apple because we didn't, so before we talked about Google there, it just came into 105. I was bidding 105.10. Like, it's just stupid. It's only 13 cents away. It's not like you can't take it right now, but I'm going to wait for that to come back in here just to test, because the way this market's falling down, I'm really into Apple. I'm really into it right now. This Microsoft trade, we got out at 280. I'm just trying to hold, but that did make that bottom as well down there. So, maybe that 278.80 area does want to hold after all. I'm going to put another bid down here. The problem with Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, all this is, like, if you're not positioned properly, when this market takes these levels and you're long everything, it's just going to be like wipe, and you're going to get smoked on every single one of your longs. So I think it's about picking your poison right now. I do like Microsoft, but look, it's down 0.83 today. Apple up 0.3, so Apple's like trying to hold forward a little bit right now. So I'm going to take another offer if I can get it around 30. And again, if it doesn't rip, like, I'm holding this for the rip. I'm not necessarily getting out of a lot of shares here. Like, this out will be 5%. Like, I'm just trying to say I want to get a little bit more long, but at the same time nervous because we're under the 50 period right now, but we are at bouncing spots. The NASDAQ's trying to figure out what it wants to do right now. We brought this NASDAQ out for you. It's right back to where we were on the 12th. Again, there it is right there. So we're right back into this level again. Looking to dip down through 12,420 or 12,940 right there. So if that does drop out, then yeah, this is going to be definitely a problem spot. We just got our Google long back in again. So yeah, man, it's a jam, and hopefully it's an upside move by the time we get back from Sharif.
The major headline in crypto today, basically the court case filed by Coinbase to force the SEC to answer yes or no to its question with respect to regulations. We'll see how that pans out. We saw Coinbase sell off decidedly on that news yesterday, but here is BTC today. We are not seeing much talk about range bound. We're hanging in tight between that 27,250 and that 27,50. Coin, though, there's a move I'm talking about, down from about $60 yesterday, stopping out at here at 54.50. Range bound today with about a $3 range, guys.
But I heard you say 420. We all heard you say 420, Sean.
Coinbase, I think he was talking about crypto there.
No, I know. I heard you say 420.
Oh, me, yeah, 9. Yeah, what did I say? 13, 9, 420. Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Why is your mind on 420 so
Because
much?
it's one of these things you see, like, anytime, it's not that it comes up more often, it's just that you know every time you see it, I'm going to notice it. I'm always going to notice that number.
You know what I'm noticing?
No matter
Randy
what.
must be busy today because he only harassed us once and he did not bring us a reload of coffee.
These guys don't know this. You guys don't know this, but our coffee machine, like our fancy one in the back, is broken.
Thanks,
so shout out
Brendan.
to Sharif, who, yeah, thanks, Brendan. How's the Brendan's fault? What do you do?
He always has espressos.
Okay.
I figured he broke it.
No, but seriously, Sharif went to Timmy's and got us some. Then Randy also made a pot and got
Did
us
you say
some.
Timmy's there?
Timmy's,
Okay, good.
Tim Hortons, which, by the way, is kind of overrated as far as coffee goes. I'm not making it up.
There's a
It
reason
is
why
true.
Starbucks is ripping a percent.
There's a reason McDonald's. By the way, McDonald's.
I love McDonald's
McDonald's
coffee.
tanking
I'm not-
though. We were just talking about that.
Oh yeah, so see the coffee theory is not working today. Okay, we'll figure that out.
So this could be the last ditch effort for Google because it made one move down into 105, did not break it. I'm like, okay, if we're actually holding this low, let's take another shot. It didn't really have anything else to the
taking
long
some
side.
out, man.
So if it gets back up anywhere near 105.50, I'm going to start taking it into VWAP. I think that will be a gift if it goes. If you saw my reaction just there, my eyes just went up because AMC did come back into $5. All right, so it bounced once on the first dip into 5. It got to 503. I'll probably give it to like 97 or something, but I am now long AMC. So congratulations and apes unite if you got the first break of 5 or if you got the second move on 5. I have elected that the wise thing to do was to take it the third time through, which usually is a bad omen. So take that with a grain of salt. I got 2 longs. The rest are all shorts. FRC I just got into. I want it underneath VWAP before I'm taking any out, and I want to add to this position. If PAC-W breaks 1105, I'm going long, but that has not broken 1105. I keep checking. It's still a 1090. That's the one I want to the long side at this point. So AMC is a new position to the long side. Google is finally back to green. Believe it or not, but that's not really saying
nice
much. Been
move.
holding it all morning. It's a decent sized move. Amazon is probably time to trail this one out if the market does try to bounce from here. It's a very non-convincing move through 4 right now. It got through 4. It's bottomed out. It's kind of curling here. If it gets back above like 15 to 20, that's where my trail will be.
Go something right now. Yeah, what I was saying about that was a nice move for Google because we actually got that bottom right there. So we actually got, remember I told you we were waiting at 12s, we readjusted it, we got 14s. So that was a nice move back up. So that gave me the opportunity to get this out right there. Some 38s, some 39s, and I just saw it go to 47 right there, and I didn't have an offer, so now I do. Neil was mentioning back into the 50s would be a good trade, so I think I'll take that as well. That 58 is there, that VWAP's there at 68, and then hopefully a move higher. But really, realistically, man, what turned out to be a great trade early on Apple is turning out to be kind of just a nothing burger late right now. It's a nice move up early. We talked about how Apple likes to rally early and then it just follows the market the rest of the day, and it looks like it wants to take down 165. So if it does that, this is one of those levels again that, you know, we wrote down that we really liked it. I'm scared to show you the 20-minute chart because I know I have that wick there because it's not going to show you that much. But this is really 164. So 165 is just something that's been good recently, and so it's not like it's a definite area that can hold. I mean, that broke last time. It went down to 165.90. That could happen again, but you know, I'm not really convinced that this is a definite hold through level, so I'm not going to do it. And then if we get down into 164 where we have a lot of consolidation, this is like what I'd rather see, and then the pop-up, not what we're seeing right now from Apple. It's starting to go back up a little bit now, but you know, this is not consolidating enough. It's not breaking, it's just making lows every time it gets down here, but I am seeing that it's popping up a little bit now. We're long at 23s, so again, take the opportunity to get some out, man. So we'll take some 23s out right there as it pops back up. So, you know, again, we've been wrong on the long, but if it bumps up, like, take the profits here. Like, so that way you're not holding it. Sure, you're not going to have a full load when it comes all the way back up to the upside, but how convinced are you that this market's in rally mode right now? you know? So I feel like any kind of a bump worth taking a little bit. And this is why I don't have a whole lot on every single time, you know, this market rallies up. It's because I get nervous. I've seen this all before, just like Google. Long there, out, 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 out. Like, this is how you preserve capital. I haven't been doing a great job of preserving capital lately because we're buying these dips and they're not ripping, but hopefully now we can hold a little bit. And there it goes, man. I don't know, Neil. I have no idea why Google's so much stronger than the rest because I feel like a lot of names are at key levels. It's just Google held that 105 real nice. What did you pick it up? Okay, you're long at 33, so that's a good level as well. Let's see here. Both long Google. It seems like it's the strongest tech name, at least chart basis.
Well, I got AMC too.
Is that a tech
it doesn't
name?
count.
Yeah, FRC has been a great long.
When we're talking about like big tech names or things that
actually.
follow the market, that's what we're getting at there. I do have AMC to the long side there. I keep forgetting that
Apple keeps trying to
FRC is
flush as
SSR,
well,
and then every time I'm trying to add to it, like I'll get some on the way up. I'll go back to the 3 minutes. Easier to see on 3 minutes if I zoom in here. I'll get some on the way up, and then I'll try and take it on this little, it pops a high, does the wick. I love that entry. Try to get some short on the way back down. You can't get short on the way back down because it's short sell restricted. So I actually am not getting fills above VWAP because I'm not sitting in front of it. So I'm going to leave my offer here in the high 70s and see if I can get picked up on this. As I mentioned, Google's bouncing. We already just showed you that. A little bit of a bounce off 5 on AMC. If it holds here, I'll probably try to add any kind of consolidation. But I want outs in front of VWAP if it's going to try to do that. So kind of a different play there on AMC. Amazon, it did. I said I was going to trail it out. It just trailed out there, so it holds 104. If we get back to 105, we're happy to get back into this. But while I'm bringing the register, I never got all in front of 105 there. I actually had to chase the move a little bit, so it wasn't the perfect trade. Winner's a winner, but it wasn't a perfect trade. Finally, Google's actually making a better move here. Like, you're back above that 50. You're getting into VWAP. I want to take some out on the front side of VWAP here because I'm not that convinced. That this move is going to continue and trend to the highs, like bottom top, like we've been doing in this market. It's felt different today. That's just my gut. It feels a little different today. I'm not sure we get back to the high.
What's up, righty tighty?
Lefty loosey.
Yeah, lefty loosey, righty tighty. Yeah, I tell that to my kids actually as they're working on different stuff around the house.
It's a great name.
Righty tighty just said lowest gas price in North Bay is 148.7.
Someone from shout out to North Bay.
That's what I'm saying. That's where my wife is from. So shout out to North Bay if you're from North Bay. Sorry about that, but still
that's awesome.
Not bad. Little area there. It's about 56,000 population. Very, very small town up north. Depends how fast you drive, but about 3.5 hours north of here on a good day. So what's up right there? So yeah, okay, this is the other thing. What's up to Tyler? I just want to say one thing right here. As we continue to go up, let's go, man. Let's see if it... sound's not working right now. Hopefully they're working for you guys, but hopefully, oh my God, hopefully we can go back up to the upside. Where's Tyler? There he is right here. I just want to say, market doesn't care about your feelings. You put LOL there, but that is 100% right. The market don't give two shots about what your, shout out to North Bay, said nobody ever. I've shouted out North Bay before, but nobody other than me probably. And Neil just shouted it out as well. But, the market doesn't care. And I'm, I just kind of say that like tongue in cheek, but it's not really. You have to trade responsibly with a good mind, a straight mind, and make the trades that you want to make. Like there's reasons why Neil and I consider ourselves risk managers. At least I do. I don't want to speak for Neil, but I think that's true.
It's true.
And it's like we don't make trades unless certain levels are there. That's why I was so peed off yesterday. Let's effing go right now with Apple, first of all, and Microsoft and Google as we start to moon. But the point what I'm getting at here is that you have to be careful with your trades. You have to make sure that you're there. You understand responsibility and risk because your account at any day is, suspect to
anything can happen.
Major drawdowns. And if you don't, and what I was getting at is yesterday, that's why I was so upset yesterday because that Microsoft, I didn't have that order to get out at 280. So it seems like it's small, but to lose that dollar, sure, net-wise, not the end of the world. We're going to survive it for sure. It's just, that was an irresponsible trade for me, and that's what upsets me the most. So whether or not a dollar is irresponsible for you or whatever your trades are, that's why we talk about back testing. That's why we talk about, paper trades and making those kind of trades throughout. Before I go over to Sharif, I sent a message to one of the all-time favorite guest hosts on this show. I'll talk, well, Brad, you weren't a guest host, but guest host on this show, we will give that name to you when we get back. And I'll tell you what he said. He said, with Sharif.
Guys, we'll have a look at the sectors in a minute, but this CNTG continues to pump to the high side, halted again at 223. Count them, that's 6 upward halts versus 2. Keep an eye at levels, obviously the $2 level in play, but that one, you want to say 94, that's a halt level prior to that. No news, but this one coming off continuation from yesterday regarding its listing into the Amazon store. Let's see how the sectors are doing. So financials decidedly down as FRC really dragging down that category 27% to the downside, pulling down with it KeyBank as well. We have semiconductors down as well. AMD really taking it on the chin, almost down 3% today. Energy also down decidedly. We talked about that. And crude was down 2.25% on the day. Yeah, nothing really faring well, guys. We have UPS as well, really pulling down transportations, Expedia, and AAL pulling down the market. But let's get into some earnings. This is what's on deck for this afternoon, guys. The big hitters, Microsoft, Alphabet, the $1 trillion club. Visa's going to join them. Juniper Networks in there as well. Chipotle, PacWest Bancorp. We'll talk about that. That's going to be interesting to see what they say with respect to deposits as well as exposure to a commercial real estate. Tomorrow, though, Boeing, American Tower, and shout out, yeah, you see it, Canada, Rogers, baby. They take my money every month, so they'll be reporting. See how they do.
Oh, they take more of my money, trust me, because forget about cable. They own the Blue Jays, right? So they get my money every single year. But anyways, look, PAC-W, I know maybe FRC hasn't moved the way we liked it to, because we would have liked it to the upside, but PAC-W, it should be a big one. WAL, Western Alliance was a good one, so we'll definitely be all over that. Speaking of FRC, it just rolled through VWAP, so I got one out there. I was not able to add to the position. It is short sell restricted. It makes it hard to get that. You have to be sitting in front of it, and sometimes you get run over, but we shorted the same level. I want to get back to the bottom. 11 has held. 11 looks good. You're already, yeah, you can, I mean, Google obviously made a bit of a bounce there and has got back into VWAP. So I did take some out, like I said, in front of VWAP. Don't need the one over just now. If it wants to continue the move, 106 makes a logical point for the next exit. AMC is not really doing much off that 5 level. It does mean that it is not breaking 5, so I want to add to it in front of that and then look for the bounce back into VWAP on AMC. NIO is kind of just chilling. Just be very careful about, it was that CNTG stock. Just be really careful with this. And if you're trading this at Day Trade the World, I would say don't. There's a bit of it's halting, but I'm still seeing it as showing up as open. So if you're trading at Day Trade the World, I would not trade it. There could be a bit of an issue happening with the halts, but there's not a lot of liquidity. It's done 13 million shares, but the liquidity is not reflective of that. So this one could be a little bit dangerous if you are kind of zooming it out there on the daily chart. Watch out, alert to the $3 level. That stands out like an absolute sore thumb. If it gets there, just open back up. I think 3 is the obvious resistance zone for CNTG.
That's good advice. Last time something like that happened to me, I lost $10 million. On a non-halt halt.
Yeah,
and
it was
the reason why that happens, it's just a glitch. So what Neil's talking about is that sometimes our level 2, when it halts, it's supposed to freeze and not allow any trading, but it's looking like it left it open, and that's a problem because people put in random orders and things like that, and you can get taken out pretty badly just for nothing that you did. It's just the fact that it could look like it's printing up $100, then our risk system will flatten you because it's like, Sean, what the hell are you doing holding something $100 against you, and then it just gets you out. So that was corrected. We did not lose $10 million on that trade. I think we actually wound up making money after all is said and done, but if you guys remember that one. But who's that magical guest? If you said Tony the Tiger, then you are right. So this is how nice of a guy, that's how nice of a guy Tony is. I messaged him, so obviously I have his contact information, his cell phone, everything like that. I messaged him, and you know what he said? He said he still watches the show. He hopes everyone's doing well. And you know what he first asked me? He goes, how's Baxter doing? So that
He's a
means a
good
lot
guy.
to me. Thank you for that, Tony. That's my kid, Baxter. Him and Baxter got along swimmingly together. They went out a couple times. They had a great time. So shout out to you, Tony. Thanks for that. I'll pass that along to my kid. And just for everybody else, Tony's doing great. He just moved on. So we love Tony. He's one of my all-time favorites, of course, as well. And some of you guessed Ms. V. I talked to her too. She's doing well, and we're just waiting to get her back and get her on a Zoom. So that's going to be happening soon as well with Ms. V. I want to say thank you so much to Justice there in the chat because, yeah, man, I hope you're doing what I'm doing right now because Apple's been a pretty good trade for me today as we hit it early. This was the initial problem right there, buying some of these low dips, but we did hold it, and we wanted to wait for 65. So it's been a little bit of a nightmare trying to get back going for sure. But like Neil said, if this market holds, there are some names like a Google that's really worked off the bottom. And one name that I sort of undercover brothered here was Microsoft because it just came right back in and we sort of don't talk about it too much because it came right back into 279 and guess what? That was a good idea. Microsoft just came in there to 279 O's, and that's the long that we took. As it's busting through 280 right now, worth taking a piece out. We're at 75 cents in the money on Microsoft. This Google, Neil, also, where did my chart go? Google's also making a move back. I think I have lost my minute chart right now for Google, so I'm going to go find that. But there it is. It's a nice move back up. I just took a piece out there at 77 on Google.
So I'm now out of Neo. That one's done. It just double bottomed here at that 760 and just caught a bit of a wick bottom. So I'm going to be out of that one. I got it at AMC. I'm still in AMC. Amazon, I think in the nick of time. It's bouncing back up. I would give it a shot at that 105, but that's the zone we're going to wait for. Wait for the 105. Google, not quite at 106. I think it's going to get there. FRC is making a charge. Well, I'm making another charge. So it bounced off 1160 when I reshorted it at 80s. It's making another charge at that high. I will short that 80 level once again, but I am still looking for the breakout on PACW. So PACW, it flushed with everything at the open, it flushed with FRC at the open, and now it's consolidating up here. I have an 1105 stop breakout. It's broken 11, gone a couple of pennies twice, but I want that 1105 break. So once it gets past there, I think it could really go. We already know their deposits are not as bad as the FRC situation. And yes, they report aftermarket. So that is one to watch. Coin is starting to climb back into the upside. I've been shorting this range 55 into 56, but this time with the market bouncing off lows, we never got to that 54 bottom on Coinbase. So I have to wait for the absolute top. If 56 does not hold, you could fill the gap in on Coinbase. I got to wait for the better prices up at the top end of this range. Just like yesterday, we got a tree coming in about 10 minutes. Sharif's going to be on the midday. I will be joining him. Then, of course, followed by Fahad and Sharif. Fahad learning to trade from the professor, and then Sean and Sharif are going to top it off, and then we're back at 2. It's perfect.
The professor is teaching.
You've got the professor teaching Fahad to trade. Like, what better segment can you have?
And Fahad can also learn extended English with those crazy words.
Yes, that's even perfect.
Like,
it's
even us, I sit here and like perfunctory. This and that, so we're learning every day. We're learning new words. Baby. We're learning how to trade, and that should be a heck of a lot of fun. One more time, our main man Fahad coming back, and that should be a really fun segment. I think
love it.
It's a lot of people looking forward to more of that, so that'll be there. I think we could probably go 11 to 12, maybe 12-ish to 1-ish. Then I'll be back 1 to 2, and
split it up by hour.
We'll split that up as we are, looking to change things up a little bit here for everybody.
I'm sure eventually they're just going to want Fahad the whole time with Sharif, is my guess. But we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
We're just trying new things for you guys.
The man still has to work as well. But shout out to Mahad, who's been doing a great job switching and everything, giving us that opportunity to do that with Fahad. Okay, so Microsoft, another one right there. Let's go. We'll hit that alarm one more time, man, to get this going here for Microsoft. As there it is, just went to 90s again. So we're going to take 90 cents. 80 cents. We're long at 10s right there. And again, this is the discipline, man. It really, go long, take some profit, go long again, dump it out. then wait for it to develop a level, go long. Sometimes it's that simple. But the problem is, once you mess up the first time, you're just making money back right now. So it's not like this has been a crazy, crazy day. I mean, it could get going and it could be pretty profitable if Apple wants to go. But I just keep getting out right here, 30s. Like it's not moving. I keep reloading it in the teens. My average price on Apple is 13 right now, but it's not going above 30. So the most I can get apparently is 17 cents, which is actually 1-to-1. I mean, I can't really complain too much. If we break that down below 65, we're going to get out. So this is an R-to-R here, 1-to-1. But again, like for the amount of risk and time that I'm spending on this name, I feel like it should be going a hell of a lot more up than that. UPST is up 50 cents. Yeah, so maybe there are some names that are running a lot more than what we're looking at. So Tesla. Shout out to Jay Lee right there talking about Upstart is only $14 right now. I didn't even realize how bad this name was, to be honest with you. 17, 18, wow, it made a bottom down there. Hold on a second, let's do this again here to show you guys. It made that bottom down there at 13. I keep adjusting this. I'm just going to figure this out and put my charts so that I don't have to do that anymore to show you guys. So I'm going to leave it there and resize this so that I don't have to keep doing that every time. But Upstart right now, nice little move there on the daily. Nice little move again in there. Yeah, good job, Jay Lee. This is exactly... I don't know what your first name is. It says JLI on there. So there it is right there. That's the kind of break that I'm talking about. That's a great break. Build the bottom somewhere, break the top. But you have to be looking at it. And quite frankly, you already know the names that I'm on right now. It's all these big cap names. So Upstart with a nice little move there as definitely respected off that bottom of 15 there. Or, well, I guess it's not 15. That's what we're trying to get to. But 14.50, good little level there. Thanks, Jay Lee, for that one. Good call.
Yeah, good call. I mean, as much as that's kind of strong, have you seen where UPS is right now?
I know that they reported yesterday, wasn't it?
Down 9% and
was
still
it today or yesterday
hanging off the lows. I think it was it aftermarket? No, it was this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I want to say it was
too bad
this.
about that
It's
name.
easy to tell by the chart. It was this morning. But not a good, because this is not a great sign. Like, if you ever want to have an idea where the economy is headed, just ask the truckers. Like, ask the people that deliver the goods. And at the end of the day, like, that's not a direct example with UPS, but it's not a fantastic sign. I mean, look, we're talking about Pepsi being one way and some of those names, but this is not great for UPS. Maybe it has an SSR bounce. I tend to think SSR bounces are a thing for the bigger tech names. I don't know. I've never actually. Look, we've seen that happen on things like Tesla and then some of the tech names or like the more momentum names that retail's into. I don't know that I've ever seen it be true. Why is that mirroring the other day? Ignore that. That's not real. But I've never seen that be true for the lesser traded names. It's not really a day trading stock, UPS. I wouldn't bet on any kind of an SSR bounce. What I would bet on is that Tesla is strong today. So it's continuing its trend up. It's still inside the range, but it's been trending. It held a higher low at 160. I thought we'd be able to pick this one up at 160 after it established it. Now 161 looks good. Afternoon resistance was at 63, so I don't know that I love the long here. But if the market wants to bounce from here, it's not going to matter. I'm hoping we get a retest of 161 so I can join this trend to the upside. Google, unfortunately, is starting to pull back in. We're back at that 105.50 level. If we reload at the bottom, I only want the bottom instead of where I started before. So I have my 20s now. I only want to get it in the 20s if it retests the lows here on Alphabet. FRC just gave me another reload. So I had to get back over to this one. So got that fill above 1180 or pretty much at 1180. If it does not hold, I'm going to get out just above 12 and hopefully get launched into a Pack W long. Right now, that's still hovering. It's still hovering below. I don't know why my 15-minute is missing a bunch of data on FRC from the day before, but you guys have an idea what happened. Pack W, if I get stopped out on FRC, I'm anticipating I get that 1105 breakout to the long side. In 4 minutes, I will be joining Sharif for about an hour for you guys. So you're still going to see my ugly mug for a bit. So get used to it. And CXAI, I see you. I'm sure Sharif is excited about this as Randy tries to creep up behind us.
Man.
Another move up. CXAI is on one
Minute
today. Minute Maid? Which one is that?
I don't know what that is.
Still
It is
Peach
Minute Maid.
Mango.
It is Minute Maid. Upgrade.
You got to have some variety with the juice boxes. Otherwise, it gets a little repetitive there. No? Go Leafs, go.
Speaking of the Leafs, yeah.
Leafs
We're liking the Leafs for sure. It's going to be an amazing Thursday. You got the Leafs, you got the draft, lots of stuff happening. I'm going to be at a charity event at the Hockey Hall of Fame on Thursday, so that should be a lot of fun with some. I don't know if there's supposed to be former Leafs there. Wendell Clark, I think, Matt Sundin, things like that. So we'll be able to celebrate hopefully Leaf victory with some of the best and greatest Maple Leafs of all time.
Greatest trade ever.
As yes, yeah, maybe.
Only because we got him back.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, Doug Gilmour is a great Maple Leaf as well.
Dougie Gilmour.
Dougie, as we go. All right, rinse and repeat. 10:56 right now. Nice little bottom play again for Apple. I mean, if those of you that don't know what I'm doing on that one, then we're barbecuing up Apple a little bit off of that 165. Look, I wish we could turn those hot dogs into like filet mignon, but it looks like right now Apple's just saying, you know what, you get what you get, and you don't get upset. But I'm getting upset because I want more on this trade. Like Apple's just sitting out here chilling. The problem is, man, like this move's happened on the NASDAQ right there. And although Apple's trying to go now, we just get some 25s, 26s. And this is definitely a good level. I was waiting at 34. There it is. We just got some 26s. Yeah. So that was a good one. We're waiting at 34. But here goes Apple to the upside. And what I was getting at was the NASDAQ right now floating up, but Apple didn't make that much of a move. We took out the 50 period there. Well, Apple is bouncing basically off that 50 period. So that's not good. There's the 50 period there on Apple. We'd like to see it get a little bit higher, but look at all these reloads and look at these outs. So hey man, money is money. And when we trade like this, my fees are a little bit more expensive today, but not crazy. So you just able to sit there, take it out, you know, pay little execution fee, whether or not you're on a Wealth Simple or a Robinhood or something that maybe doesn't pay fees as well. This is kind of a strategy you could do, buying 165 and getting out. But unfortunately for us, we're on a prop floor, so it's too expensive to tie up your capital on Apple. You know, to go back and forth on a couple hundred shares here to make 20 or 30 cents. You know, I do understand that that's probably not a great use of capital there if, you know, if you're light on it or, you know, don't want to be scalping like this. So we'll take a 29 out. We are waiting for 34, which is where this 50 period is, and then we'll go from there. Microsoft also holding out pretty good down at 279. So we're 75 cents in the money there. This was that Google out. I mean, let's go. Copy Sharif on that move right there. This is when I lost my chart, but Google went all the way up. We told you we got out 77, and that's exactly what we got. It might have actually been 78. As we broke above the 50 period there, nice little retracement back upside there for Google. Let's see, man. The NASDAQ is trying to take out this 50 period and hold it. So we're going to wait to see if that does happen as we're a minute away from the professor.
Yeah, exactly. And before we do anything, I mean, come on. Let's...
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
People are not
Hola
liking.
to 1.2K. I mean, we got everything. We got Randy lurking in the back. We got the market trying to make a bit of a bounce here. FRC didn't completely go under. I get it. We all wanted it to be a squeeze day in FRC. That would have been way more exciting if that stock had squills above $17. We knew it. We anticipated it. But we got some runners that are here. I'm going to be going over in just under a minute here. But that CXAI, it's approaching this $11 level. And if it does, like it's either here or it's 1275-ish. Those are the two turning points. I haven't paid for locates, but if I was shorting this, that's what I'd be looking for, like one of those two levels, like right in around that 11 for a fail. It's been a jam to the upside, but it's almost a double up, and it's getting into an obvious resistance zone. I got to reload on, before I get out of here, and just go over to, I got to reload on Coinbase. I waited for it to get closer to the high, and I'm on the bid in front of 55 again. If this just ends up recreating the afternoon range, then I'll play the afternoon range. But I loaded into this thinking we'd break the low and head to 51. Maybe that's not the trade we're going to do. Tesla is on fire. Sharif just said Tesla's on fire. It's 100% true. Got to find my way into some Tesla the next time it does dip. But I'm going to make my way on over. I'll let you wrap it on up, and I'm going to head over to join Sharif.
All right, it's 11 o'clock. Thank you so much for watching, man. A little light on those likes, but hey, that's up to you. We're trying to grow the community. We have 393,000 subscribers. So I want to thank everybody for subscribing and everybody for hitting the like button again today. As we're at, what, 1.5 or so on that 1.3K. Hopefully we can get that going a little bit. But hey, man, good day. And I'm learning something every single day, and I hope you guys are as well. And that is be patient in that first hour. It used to be, I used to say like be patient in the first 5 minutes, but it seems like unless unless you really got a great take on where this market's going. Tesla right now, I mean, just come to my screen right here on Tesla. Definitely a missed opportunity. And again, I just look at this sticky note again, and I actually, if I just rewind the tape, I said buy the 158s and you could get $3 or $4 up to the upside. So there it is right now. And look at this Tesla bottom. This is that first 5-minute bottom there, 158.76. Came right into where we were before, right there, man. So that was a great opportunity to take that long. Now Tesla's right back up to the upside and looking to break longer. This is why we put that on the sticky note, to be quite frank. We knew that at some point this was going to happen. You could follow me, 40,000 followers. Thank you so much to everybody for that one. And here it is, been hit and kept down. I still think it rallies one of these days. Let's not miss it. Well, we did. Bottom 158 for now. I mean, you take that 159, you give yourselves $1. There it is right now, $4.50 upside move off that. Apple definitely respecting the bottoms as well, as there goes Apple. Finally into the 30s. Let's take a net. We just got a piece out at 34. Maybe that's the high, but there's Apple. This looks like you want to talk about barcode. Look how this looks, but hey, when you're buying there and getting out up here, it ain't bad. So that's a nice little take there for us on Apple. All right, Sharif, he's ready. He's locked and loaded right now. It's going to be Sharif Neal, Sharif Fahad. Then unfortunately, I'll be back at 1 p.m. with everybody. So thank you one more time for watching. Thanks to everybody out there. Without you, we'd have nothing. Thanks to Bears vs. Bulls for everything that you're doing as well. But it's most important, thank our viewers for everything that you guys continue to do for us by supporting the show, following us, making sure that this show is a success. So I give a big shout out to everybody out there. As long as you keep watching, we'll keep putting it on. So share the stream, hit the like, hit the subscribe, and let's go over to Sharif.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. This week is brought to you by Mometic, makers of Momo Pro Stock Scanner. Momo Pro has got all the tools to uncover breakouts and momentum plays. Momo Pro is the only stock scanner designed to work on a trader's desktop with its new multi-screen layout management. If interested in trying them out, head over to mometic.com with code TTV25 to get 25% off. That's nice, 25 points. I'll take that. Shout out to mometic.com. All right, guys. The rave today has been these mid-regional, mid-cap, I want to call them, regional banks. You had FRC with that huge move down. We've seen big moves to the downside in these tech names, but right now it is all about our friend Stressla as it finds a nice little curl up through yesterday's close. It is actually positive on the day, now up 1/3%. This has been good while everything else is either retracing downward or is moving sideways. And by everything else, I mean the other 5 big tech names that I cover, and you guys already know those by now. Anyway, all making lows or consolidating, but Stressla moving to the high side, finding a bit of a top though at 163.50. And we are now, where are we here on the NQ? How much are we down? So we're down on the NQ 0.83%, on the ES 0.73. So essentially the same, very similar charts as well. Haven't traded anything today though, guys. We'll be looking at Stressla. Obviously, we'll be looking at some of these small caps. You heard Neil kind of ready that up. CXAI before he got, before we started over here. 1106 high on CXAI. Let's load that one up. Oh, baby. This one, obviously, a multi-day runner. We've seen this one with the group of other AI names like BBAI, and there were several others. Anyway, this one looks good. It's up 73% on the day. We have kind of a retracement into the 200 here. That was right after the bell. We come back into that $8 area. We hold 8. That's a fantastic 8 hold. And there it goes again, blowing the roof off that $11. And what was a little top there on our friend CXAI? Let's find out. 1122 now, high of day. All right, let's go to the daily chart here, because now we need to find out where we're going to find these levels at, because now we're really moving. All right, so let's wait up for this daily, but offhand I can see, wow, there's a big distortion here on April 14th. Look at that topping tail candle. My goodness. Dude, that goes, okay, is this right on my chart? Okay.
Be careful. If you, so there's a,
I have a distortion here on my BKR.
Stay on his charts, I'm still setting up here.
Okay.
But watch out for, on P Pro 8, watch out for the 17th and 18th. There's some distortion there. But watch out for those wicks. I always find if a wick doesn't make sense, then try to confirm it on another page.
Here
or
is what I'm
another
saying.
source. Like, so maybe go to like if you have eSignal, or if you can go to like a trading.
Yeah, I'm
view.
going to go to trade
If you're
ideas.
unsure, because you don't want to trade off of a bad chart.
All right, let's find out here what we're working with, Neil. We're going to duplicate free floating window, maximize that bad boy, and we're going to change this time frame into the daily. If it'll load, let's go computer, let's go trade ideas. There we go, baby. We just had to will it into existence. Let's flip to the daily. Okay, so yes, we do have a bit of a distortion here on some of the other charts, namely my IBKR chart. There was a wick up into 70. That didn't seem right. Anyway, 21 is the wick. And now on the day, we're trading at 1086. So we dip through 11. So we have about, okay, so where are we working with respect to dailies here? All right, clearly we've got a top around that 1280. A lot of consolidation in and around this area here before, you know, you've got a bit of a vacuum from that 13 right into 20 essentially. So we'll see if we can break through this top. Haven't done it since going back to the, what is that, 17th there. So yeah, it's been a while. CXAI, we'll keep an eye on that one. Let's flip back to the minute here. All right. Yeah, so doing a bit of a bull flag. Now, you know my style here. I'm not going to be punching in at these highs. I'm going to be looking for a dip trade. So my dip trade on here, right offhand, that $10 level looks juicy. You have that initial break attempt through 10 that rejects eventually. You make it up to about 10, 10, 25, 10 and a quarter there. You reject, you come back down into 869, you end up breaking 10 next time around. So that's what I'll be looking for. Maybe I'm greedy and looking for 10. Maybe I should be getting around these wicks. That's been happening to me more lately, where the retracements have been coming to the higher end of the wicks rather than coming to the closes and the opens at the body of the candle. So 10 may not be the level. Or maybe I can structure it where I put a quarter here and a quarter there. In fact, that's exactly what I'll do. So I'm going to go quarter position at the $0.25. Let's go ahead here, put 10, 25, and then the other quarter position will be at the whole dollar. So we'll go ahead and we'll sit at 05s, just to get filled, and that's what I'll do. I'll have 2 orders there, and I think Neil is ready because he's looking over.
I'm locked and loaded. So, it takes a couple of minutes just to try to get everything set up there. I did get a new position on, but it was right at the end of the show that I got the pack W to the long side, but I just took some out of FRC, so I'm going to go for, I got some keys I don't normally have here. I don't actually
There
ever
you go.
So
you don't have the bang?
Oh, I don't have the bang on mine.
Okay.
When I come over, I've got bang, I've got oh my god.
Oh
those
my
are keys
God.
I don't have on the other side, so I'm excited to use those. But I reloaded FRC at 1180, and I said if this didn't work, then probably I was going to get into the pack W long. Well, that is working, and I am still in pack W. I took the breakout trade on pack. So they're going to be Pacific Western is going to be reporting, I believe, after market tonight.
Yep, they are.
And we know they're a little bit better of a situation. So I did take the break. It kind of went 5-6 cents on that breakout. Not a heck of a lot, but I like the move that it made to the downside. We get a wipeout bottom on volume, higher lows, consolidate up there, and just I think there's some room to run. If you fill in the gap, you're looking at like 1150. I don't think it's terribly obvious. Well, it is terribly obvious that I'd stop out kind of underneath that 85, give it a few shekels beneath that, and it's a simple out. So it's a quick breakout trade, not really doing anything unless it retests the low. If it bounces off here, I might add to it, something along those lines. But not a lot of movement so far. I'm still in that alphabet trade from earlier. So you guys know I actually was just on the bid and missed out. As I was doing the swap, I threw a bid to try and reload it off the 20s, and I missed it. So that kind of opportunity cost there, as I probably could have caught that bounce. But if we do not get back up to 106 and kind of fail this level where we did before, I do need to take some out at that 105.70. It's been a good bottom here on Alphabet, but I don't want to look any gift horses in the mouth. Last time I checked, if you don't put an offer out, you don't get out. So if this starts to turn, I'm going to get some more out on Google right here, right now. The other thing is this keyboard's different. And I feel like
Did you get your key back?
I did. I fixed
good.
that
Okay,
the
cool.
plus and the equals key. Not that I'm doing any math on this, or both. Like it came off, I put it back in. But I want to get my own keyboard. Like next time, maybe I'll get one of the ones just like what I'm used to using. Because quite frankly, like the style of keyboard,
Yeah, makes a
I've
big
used the
difference.
exact same style, probably even the same brand since I started trading in 2003.
I love
You
how
can't
Greg
even-
has that
you can't get them
90s
anymore.
keyboard. You see
That's-
that big?
I'm telling you,
Yeah,
man. Once
yours
you
is
get
essentially
comfortable,
like that, but the black one. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Those are the 90s ones.
Old school,
Shout out
baby.
to the 486s and the Pentium 75s. If you know what that is, then you're an OG. Guys, we are...
Or just old.
Yeah, no, but like, okay. Man, did you ever put your
see
own
my gray.
computer together? I put a computer together, man, in grade 10. Oh,
That
okay.
was one of those projects. So my pops did it with my oldest brother. I was kind of like lingering. I didn't really get the experience, but
Yeah,
like,
it
my
was
dad was all
super-
into that. My brother was way more into it than I was.
Yeah, no, it was really a lot less complicated than it sounds back then anyway. You just had to get every component and a motherboard that accepted each component, and that was really it. You put it together, and your first load up was DOS, and you already had the CMOS. Do you guys remember this? The CMOS? You'd go into this, it was like data on the motherboard. Okay, we're diverging here. Let's get back to these market
Let them know we're
things.
old. Thank you, Sheree.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Yeah, the chat really laughing it up there. All right, guys, we're bouncing on these markets, though.
81,000.
And to me, the ES looks a little stronger than the NQ here. The balance a bit more rigorous to the high side. We're looking to make that 41.35 retracement. Why is that important? Because that's where
I don't have
VWAP
word
is
of
at.
the day?
So we're still down 0.2%, but we're getting close to VWAP here. 41.35. We are still, we're more distant on the NQ to that VWAP retracement. Looking for that breakout, you want to say through morning highs here at 41.45, but so many levels to work with. 41.50. Like, and then we have, oh my goodness, yeah, the levels go on and on because we still have yesterday's close at 41.59. We have the day's high, or technically the after close high yesterday at 41.58. The levels are come fast and furious. What does that all mean? It means we are range bound. Essentially, that's what that comes down to. We move down, we move up, but that's what the market is. I'm seeing a nice little bounce on some of these big cappers here, guys. I'm seeing a
Some better than
209
others.
bottom in Meta, Neil. Maybe a 104 bottom here in Amazon if it holds out. You're seeing Apple curl. You're seeing Microsoft curl. We already talked about Tesla and Google now bouncing off that 105, and you want to say a quarter. So I don't know. Are the longs in? I'm not sure. What are you looking at?
I mean, if they're not in here, then they're not going to be in. That's the way I'm looking at it. Like that's what the market's been telling us. Like that bottom that you make, that wipeout bottom that we make every single morning, it's either that holds. It's been pretty binary. That level holds, and you get the recovery you get. Sometimes we get back to the top. I mean, it feels a little different today. I mean, yesterday felt a little bit different, and that ended up being true. So we'll see what happens. I mean, at the end of the day, you do have a nice little bounce zone that we're kind of getting through right now. But the question becomes, if we get this to 13,000 again on the NASDAQ, can you actually punch through? Just one name that I haven't talked in a while that I have to because it's at $10. I don't have to, but I'm going to. Affirm's at $10.
Oh, baby.
So sometimes you look at these round numbers, and yesterday, like it's not rocket science. It failed $11 at the open yesterday. It closed at 10.50, right? 11 failure, closed at 10.50.
Yeah.
Fails 10.50, like right underneath it, and bounces off 10 even. I mean, if that is not a ridiculously simple play, if you're biased,
it's right there.
If you're
Yeah.
biased short, if you're
And
not
I'm
biased
sure there
short,
was size probably.
you're screwed. But I'm sure there's liquidity on that as well.
Yeah.
So as it bounces off $10, and I'm missing some data on my daily chart, or at least as it attempts to bounce off $10, I'm going to keep this one in mind for tomorrow. However, right now the trade would be long off 10 with like a 5-cent risk. So you're looking for 2s and 3s, maybe even 4s and 5s on the bounce play, and then try to hold it just a couple of pennies underneath. But that's just one I happen to notice. I have not traded it once, which I'm kind of regretting because sometimes the shorts are a little bit easier than you anticipate. I did get some out on Google. Whoops, did I mention this? I did get some out in Alphabet when it slowed down there at 105.72, but this one continues to go. I don't have any of these, by the way.
Have you
I
ever
think I have
spun the money?
I have all no, because I don't. That's one of Sean's.
amazing.
I don't
I
have
know,
these.
yeah.
So it's a lot of fun to be able to use them. So we'll ring it there. I have the data at Brendan, but it is still not at 106. So we're still bouncing off that 105 zone. We have not been able to get through 106. AMC, which you'll see I'm long in AMC. I don't know. Like there's trades that you're actively managing, and then there's trades where I'm long in front of 5. I have one ad here. I'm trying to get at 3s. 3s. And if it breaks underneath 97, I'm out. I'm offering into like 517. VWAP is kind of broken when I sit here because I'm in a different version, so I'm not really using it. But yeah, VWAP was just underneath that 518 level. So look, I'm looking at that long, consolidation long on AMC. Not much to do. It's not heavily managed or anything. It's just a pretty simple binary trade there, guys.
All right, guys, just organizing my screen. Where is my P&L thingy-majig? There we go. So now we're all organized. We're in Google long. You heard Neil. He took an out there on his long. We just got in, and by we I mean me. I'm looking for a 106 through here. We have close yesterday of essentially 106, 105.97. So that's going to be a level. We did break that this morning on the opening print liquidity. We got up to about 106.69, so 106.70. So that will likely be a level. We'll see what this one brings. I like the stair stepping up here on Google. Maybe the only bad idea here is that I took an NQ name. Hold on, am I looking at the right thing here? The ES, yeah, I took an NQ name maybe rather than something more ES focused. I feel like there's a bit more relative strength in the ES, but I could be wrong about that. Maybe this could be good after all. We'll see. Waiting there at 91s for a fill. Let's see how that one pans out. The other trade that we have working here is one that we almost got filled at. Again, it's my greed that comes into play. Like, look, I sit at the exact level of the wick at 25s, and look, it goes to 27s. And I mean, why don't I just sit at 30s? Neil, this goes up to 11.10 on that wick.
You know what I think you got to do sometimes
I really just need to do better because that's a predictable play that I should have, right? Yeah.
So
I did, but I just put it, I'm too greedy.
Instead of an actual price, no, but stay on your chart for a second. Let's stay on you, because you basically put the bid at the previous high.
Yeah.
It's got to be in front.
It's got to be in front.
Because you're buying that zone. Like that zone, it's like a 10 to 10 quarter zone. So you almost have to have a bid in front of the zone.
Yeah.
Like you gotta buy 30 something or like 33 to 35 or something like that, and then you put a bid underneath it in between. Like that other bid at like 10-10 or whatever you have in there. That makes total sense. But you almost never get that perfect fill.
Yeah,
It just never plays out that way.
No, it doesn't. And clearly, you know, I just need to be a bit more aggressive, and rather than trying to be so precise and trying to squeeze out every little penny on the share per share there, rather than just getting the fill. And Neil's right about that because it's a solid winner. Anyway, I don't know how I feel about this trade going forward now that we've dipped down there and then made our way back up. That would have been a 50 penny winner. Do I like it second time around? That's the question here. I mean, does the level hold up? Or does it even become more valid the more touches it gets down there? So we'll see. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rearrange my bid. I'm going to set a little bit above it. Here we go. We'll go same shareage, and we'll go buy, and then we'll go at, we'll sit at 33s. There we go. What is up with Google? Okay, so we're printing on Google, baby. This long, working out. There's the first fill. We're going to drop the cash register for that. We'll take another little outfill as we knock on the door of 106 there. Where do we get? We got long at 81, so nice little 20 penny winner. Quick like that in the money. Where are we long? We're long at 82s. Okay, correction. 82s, not 81s. So let this one run. We're going to encounter resistance likely at 106. Reason being, it's the whole dollar level as well as yesterday's close, 105.97 yesterday's close. I'm expecting resistance here, but if the market and the NASDAQ and the ES really get going here, it looks like they are. We're at VWAP on the ES. If it really gets going, it may propel Google to that high of day that we spoke about, which is at 106.69.
Ooh, I like that number. It's kind of a random number.
Accentuated that number too.
So I don't know if you saw Tesla just now, but on the 15-minute Tesla here, and this is another one of these where I'm missing like half the day's data. Like it's weird. Like I log out over there, I come in over here, and all of a sudden like half my day is missing from yesterday. But it doesn't matter. If you guys were trading in the afternoon, you know 103 was that rejected high, and it just did another wick top there. So once we could be seeing a bit of a pullback, and you're seeing Apple go up, you're seeing Google go up. But all of a sudden, Tesla, the strong one, started coming to the downside. Now, I like this. If we break 106, I don't think you're making a decision until 106.30 to 40, like somewhere in that range on Alphabet. And I'm definitely liking the move. I do have to watch out. I just got some out of Coinbase, but it's more FRC that I'm kind of getting a little bit, concerned's not the word, but it doesn't seem to want to flush. Like every single time I'm like, this is about to dump into the lows, it catches a bit of a bid. And it just did that at 1150. If it does it again, I don't know how many times to go back to this well at 1180 before it's just not going to work. So I'm probably not reloading this one. It's been a pretty solid morning here. Even the PAC-W long has a chance to be able to go. And Ponzi Fonzie, what are you talking about the McRib isn't real? Where is that even coming from?
We're all in a simulation, Neil.
We are in a simulation. I just want don't. Usually, like it's almost
hearing that a
lunchtime.
lot more.
Don't talk about food, man.
Oh yeah, true.
Don't talk about McRibs right now. I'm hungry. I could always eat. You're gonna talk about McRibs? No, don't do it. Don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. I already want my lunch, and my lunch is gonna be a salad on top of that, so just even worse. So we're saying Apple strong, Google strong, but Tesla making a bit of a reversal. So this could be a chance to pick up Tesla on a dip if the market holds highs. When I say Apple strong, look at the 165 holding pretty well. It's in the midst of a breakout. So when you see Tesla make this move, I don't want to rush into it. I don't know if it's already made that bounce. I like the 161. So once it gets beneath 62s, I'd be looking to pick something up in front of that 161. But I got my longs in. I still want this pack W to get to the 1150 level. It's starting to make a secondary move. There wasn't much of a dip buy underneath 11. It didn't really happen. I'll start offering out once it gets into the 20s.
Yeah, and Tesla at a critical level, Neil. It's right at yesterday's close at 162.55. That's yesterday's close. So we've been hanging around that level, key area of either support or resistance. There's the inevitable Huadunk. Well, by Huadunk, I mean like 5 points, whatever qualifies for Huadunk in this very range-bound market. On the SNDNQ here, a bit of a retracement after a nice move up, and there goes our position on Google, and as now we are now 10 pennies out of the money, retracement into that 105 3/4. We'll see if we get continuation on this. Ultimate out though, you gotta say is that 105.12 break. That is the end of the trade there. That will be a new LOD, low of day, 105.12 on Google. So will not be in the trade if it breaks through that. What's up?
That was a big turn there.
On the market?
Yeah. Yeah, that's ugly.
Yeah, I know, especially for an intraday
Maybe
trade.
it is a
but
2% day.
Hey?
No, just the simple fact we didn't
So
even
Canadian,
we didn't get
eh?
that close to 13,000 on that move. If that's it, and then we're putting in a lower high here, that's not a good look. I'm looking at some of the really weak names, and that's going to be the chips. So whether you're talking AMD, whether you're talking Nvidia, is usually I'm talking with Intel. I traded not AMD, I traded Nvidia in the short this morning, but the one that I missed was Intel, and this only bounced 15 cents off the low. Sometimes you just gotta buckle up and short the bottom. I feel like that's gonna be the case. This is why I'm not in it right now because it's bouncing the 50-period moving average. But if this breaks 29, I do know I want to be in this. If it breaks 29, I just don't want to be short at the low, which means short into the low. Next available pop, I'm going to be on the offer into this one. I don't like the way the market just turned there, so I want something to the south side. Pack W's back against me. Coin is still working on that short. And I just feel like you got to pick your spots, but the chips have been weak pretty much the entire time. Like when I look at my quote board, I'm just going to come over here. You know, Apple's flat on the day. AMC up $2. Keep going. Amazon's not very good either. But when I look at those chips, they're kind of leading things in terms of the bigger tech to the downside. You'll see a little bit of junk in there. But when I look at some of those chip names, like TSM's down that 2% in there. So I know that's weak. Micron down 2%. That's sliding. Intel down 2%. So the chips across the board have not been looking terribly good. I know we get earnings on Intel on Thursday, but it's been stair-stepping. It was easier to short yesterday despite the same setup. That doesn't always make sense, but it's because it gave you this chance to get in. Like it dumped and then it popped, giving you an entry point in that 30 area. Today, it just dumped. There was no pop to be had, and that gets a little bit tricky when it does come into getting into those shorts. So we're bucking the money on coin, but I want something else. It's going to be one of the chips I want short.
Yeah, I'm just trying to load up my PTPI chart here because I'm having a look at my small cap crapper charts on the right, and this one's setting up quite nice. Just made a VWAP retracement and a $0.5 break, and now it's looking to test recent highs. Recent highs came at 10.25 and went up to 5.80. Now we're at 5.60. Spready stock though. Don't look at the 1 penny spread right now. It's been wide. There we go. 5 penny spread right there in a $5 stock. You don't want to see that. The bid drops off at times, so be careful. Even though it is up 46 points on the day, kind of a range bound stock. You like how it held 5 though. Holds 5 like a glove. If you were dipping at that $5 level after that big 6 rejection, it got bought up on every occasion. Literally.
Figuratively,
yeah.
No.
Yeah, figuratively, literally. No, but it did get bought up at that level. And now we're looking to test that 5 3/4 again to see if we break through there. We'll have another 6 test. Maybe this one is probably better to sit near these lower ranges rather than trying to take it long high here. I don't know what the short what the cost of the shorts, I'll have to look into that, what they're going to cost on this bad boy, because if you're looking to play the ranges, but then that would not be my trade. I would not be looking to short these highs, despite the fact that I am theorizing it'll be range bound. It's not my trade. I don't like taking shorts above VWAP, especially on a stock counter trend that's up 45%. So what I would do, and what I will do, is I'll sit around that $5.10 area. Let's sit around there, play that range that's already established, and then if we get a fill around there, maybe we're talking like 50, 60 cents here, possible upside with a very narrow stop below 5. I mean, you don't need a tight stop because it hasn't broken 5 on any occasion subsequent to 10 o'clock. So
Subsequent.
yeah, there we go, to 10 o'clock. So keep that stop tight. I mean, if you can, if your risk management allows you to. So I'm going to be sitting here. Let's go ahead and put that order in. Let's go ahead and sit at 5. We'll sit at 11. So 11 pennies ahead of our area. I better get filled this time. Then we'll go for some sharage here. There's the dip, and we'll see how that goes. Google still break even on my my entry at 79. Still doing the dance as the NQ decides what it wants to do. How about our CXAI trade? Nothing filled on that yet as it continues to consolidate below that $11 area.
News on Gap here.
What's that?
Just
GPS?
quickly, look, it's a small move on Gap, up like maybe a couple of points here. They're making some job cuts, cutting hundreds of corporate workers in new rounds of layoffs here for GPS. Now, it was already down 3%, but that's the volume spike. You did see it get close up to that $10 level. It's been getting beaten up. You can kind of see trending to the downside. The over 10s have been gorgeous. If you've been shorting this name, it's an obvious range. So if we do get a press through 10 even, I'd look for a reversal at about 10.50 on Gap. If this move does continue, a lot of times you can run out of steam, and that's where I'd be looking for it on GPS. Can we go over coin? Can I go over the coin position? Do you want me to? Sure, why not? Where are we? Coinbase. Everything just, if you weren't watching yesterday, everything is exactly reversed for me. And I told Brendan when I came in this morning, it's like driving on the other side of the road. So I'm looking in the wrong spot every time. When I go to look for my futures chart, it's like in the wrong place. So everything's a little bit different. I thought this would be tricky with coin, and it absolutely has been, because you have yesterday's zone on Coinbase, which is that 55.5. I mean, 56 to me would be the level there, and you had the 54 bottom. And if it breaks out, I think I wanted to wait till 60 even. So as it bounced off the low, I'm like, I'm shorting into 56 with the idea that I want to price in the middle, 55.5 if it breaks out, and I'd only want to be getting out when it breaks 55 and beneath. So that's the trade that I've been putting on, but there's been no break at 54. There's no monster continuation, which that's what I'm looking for. Like, yeah, you can make money inside of the range, but I wanted to load up for it to break down into 50 even, and that hasn't happened. So it's turned into more of a scalp trade where you're shorting tops and getting out bottoms than anything else. But if this at any point takes out the high, there's no stubbornness. That is a $3 to $4 gap that can get put in on Coinbase. So in the morning, when I think it's got a better chance to really retrace that flush, you load into it. But now it's only short the top, only add the top, and make sure you're scalping because it's an inside day on Coinbase. At some point, this is going to happen. It does have inside days. After yesterday, that's a bit of a disappointment. But hey, like the stock fell 10% yesterday. You're not going to necessarily get 10% days in a row. Doesn't mean it might not get to 50 at some point. It just feels a little bit less likely here today. So yes, it's in the money. But this has not been the setup that I was kind of really hoping for. Like this will be like, to me, it's like a single double if it doesn't break 54 even if it ends up working. Because at one point I was like, yeah, I'm not taking anything out. I'm shorting all the way into 56, and I'm covering nothing till it breaks 55, and then I'm getting one out there, and then one out in front of 54, and it's going to 50. That's not the case right now. Right now it's an inside day on Coinbase.
Alrighty, we get the fill on CXAI as it dips into 33s. Where is it hanging out? It's hanging out at 26s, so we're out of the money. Out here will be the break of 10. I've given it a couple of shekels below 10, just in case, because you know it's not really a hard level that was respected. It's a general area. So giving it some room below there. It's hanging out in the 20s. We'll see if we move up. This is a quarter position. Looking to add, if we get back up and I'm in the money, I'm going to be looking to add maybe a little bit around the $0.50, I want to say, to big up the position. Again, looks like we just bounced into the $0.50 there. Again, very spready name. Look at that, 10 penny spread on this bad boy right now. I mean, for something that's done, what the hell has this done? 26 million shares. Why is it so spready? Okay, well, fact of the matter is, it is, so we're going to have to deal with that. We'll keep an eye on it. Google, this one retraced down, bought back up. We're a couple of pennies, look, we're back break even again as this comes back into the $0.75 area. The NASDAQ and the ES, though, you know, they're retracing south. Google isn't retracing as aggressively, neither is Meta, but you feel like if we start making these new lows, it's just a matter of time until these ones start going. PTPI, again, nothing really happened with this one. It's been dancing around that $5.75 area. I've got my dip trade set up just like last time at that 5.11 area, looking to take advantage of the dip trade into 5 within that range, or the higher end of that range. So we'll see if that materializes, but, you know, currently committed to Google and CXAI as neither is doing anything. I'm neither out of the money nor in the money on it.
So apparently, I just saw in the chat someone saying Roaring Kitty bought Bed Bath & Beyond at 20 cents.
Ooh, Roaring Kitty is back.
It's not really moving a heck of a lot.
Okay.
You just got to figure, like, sometimes people, you take that risk to reward bet because, like, quite frankly, okay, well, what's the worst that can happen? Like, when you buy something at 20 cents, you're like, I'll make one last push before it absolutely goes under.
Squeezes.
You're just looking for one last squeeze.
Yeah.
Okay, like it's like an options play. Like you're willing your risk is what you put in,
lotto.
right? So however many dollar signs, like if it goes to zero, you just sort of take that hit. I can't necessarily say that's completely reckless because you've waited till it's made a bottom off of going bankrupt. So if you're going to put that kind of a play on, you've waited till that last moment to do it so that you're not stuck at 40 cents or 50 cents and cut in half. But your risk is what you put into it. I just got to reload on AMC. That's my segue to AMC. It just bounced off that 5. This is my 15-minute chart, so you can see there. I can pop to the 3-minute. Maybe it looks a little bit better on the 3. It's been consolidating. But I add when it looks like it wants to flush through. So it held the first time I got in. I didn't even cover anything for 5-cent win because that's not what I'm going for here. I wanted above that 10 and breaking out. Then we're going to start taking it out. But if it holds, I'm giving it just underneath 5. I don't like even dollar stops, but it's close enough that you could probably guess the price and not be off by more than a couple of cents. PAC W is the other one in concern here. That's still a NASDAQ stock. I was going to New York for some reason for Pacific West. But it is, and I have to enter twice there, it's starting to come back in. If it does bounce off 1085, that's where I'm looking to add to this position. So, you know, kind of a consolidation long. If you look at the last few days, you've had this 1080 level, and you've had a little bit above that 11 off the top. So there's room to go. It could get to 1175 and still be pretty valid on the daily. That's all I'm looking for. Like, I want this holding 85s and then breaking into this zone. Get some out in front of quarters, get some out in front of 50s, get some out in front of 75, and then just play that range. They report aftermarket. A bigger move would probably happen tomorrow on PAC W, but I can still eke something out in here today. It's not a hedge, but it kind of is working like one right now, where I'm in the short on FRC off of 1180 and kind of getting this rinse and repeat 30-cent move on FRC. I am holding out for the bottom. I just realized I should have bids down at the low because every now and then a stock like this, it'll flush. You could get a wick bottom. You're not sitting there, and then it comes right back up like 25, 30 cents. So I'm going to get a bid down there in front of the quarters. It's been a good short, but I have been stopped out twice shorting this stock today.
All right, so we are still in the same boat. CXAI holding our level for the moment. So that general level, former area of resistance, current area of support holding out, the theory holding out as we retest that $0.50 again, curling above 50, but definitely finding resistance there again. That's been a few times now where you've seen either some profit taking or seller step up at that level. Our Google trade, we're at 73 still. Nothing really to report about that. Still holding near that level, but what I'm keeping my eye on is the fact that we are now closing in on low of day on the NQ, 41.23.5. The NQ really curling back into that level. Sorry, that's the ES. Wake up, Sharif. 41.23.5 on the ES. The NQ real close to that low as well, 12.930. We're at 12.938. If there's relative strength on anything right now, while we are at these lows, I mean, buy it up because
News on Alibaba here.
what?
Alibaba, Republican senators urge U.S. agencies to add Alibaba Cloud to export control list. So that's a bit of a dump there. Sorry, I was just watching my charts on NEO because someone just mentioned in the chat that it was at $8. And I went right back into the short on NIO, so that was where my attention was. I want to shout out Ponzi Fonzie in the chat because it was asked of me, but that's the news on BABA. It just flushed and made a fresh low at 83. I was short NEO yesterday. I was short NEO today, but I did not reverse BABA 85. That's going to be to my chagrin. But BABA's it's pretty much close enough to that 80 support that I think it's just going to head and float down to that 80. The new position I put on was getting a second crack at 80 even on NIO. Yeah. So, there was 3 chances at this. I got, hopefully this is a good one, but the first time, missed it. Second time, it wicked up. This time, spiked up on volume, rejected at 8. So I'm going to work into this short. I did same price as before, oddly enough. I was able to get 95s here, but that's just kind of coincidence. I'll add more if it gets close to 8 even, but that big flush on BABA, that's what you just saw there. I happened to grab NEO because that's where I was looking. Thank you guys in the chat for mentioning that NEO was back at $8 because quite frankly, I moved over here and didn't even notice it.
Yeah, NEO, ADRs. Wow, what a time it has been for ADRs. All right, CXAI curling off that 33. Now we're looking to test high and mid 60s here. So good move on this $10 name. Obviously, the idea is to sit nearer that 11 area. So and again, I don't want to get too greedy here, but here's the idea. Let's sit at 80s, okay? So we'll sit at 82s because, well, what's life without whimsy? So we'll go ahead there and take some out. There we go, at 82s. Okay. All right, so we'll wait on that. Google still hanging out. I'm still a couple of pennies in and out of the money on Google as we are at NQ lows. I don't know if it's a bad bet to try to take these lows for a bounce, but we'll have to see how we trade around here. As Arun would say, he would say, I think he would say this. I don't want to put words in his mouth, obviously, but I think he'd say, key level. Let's see how it trades, and then we'll decide whether we'll go long or short. So keeping an eye at these levels, whether we get consistent bounces off these lows that we've already established earlier on. Looks like the last little bounce up on both the NQ and the ES were to view up, like we were kind of talking about. So predictable leveling so far. There we go. We make a new low of day now on the ES.
Yuck.
Yuck, yuck. Lots of yuck. But it's all good because these small cap crappers, Neil, they march to the beat of their own drum, baby. They don't really give you know what about these indexes. They seem to find buyers.
They don't give a darn. A damn.
Wow, Baba, holy Baba.
It's not good for Alibaba.
Central.
It's not good for Alibaba.
Oh my goodness. These ADRs.
The Chinese ADR is getting punked. And I missed out on Pinduoduo too, but this one, if it's headed down to $80, it's just a matter of where to get into it at this point. It felt like it was about to bounce on that news and get back into this like 83.5 zone. That makes sense because 84 is resistance. I don't want to chase this too far. Like right now, like the active position was I got into NEO just now, and then AMC is kind of one of those. I'm long at 04s. My stop is like 7 cents underneath. It's pretty binary. Same thing with PAC-W. So I don't really have anything terribly active on unless Google gets back down toward those lows. So I am in a position where I want something, but I'm not chasing these lows on Alibaba. I want to short a pop. I already have NEO. If there's any kind of a real flush, that can be okay. But NEO's starting to make a move back to the upside. So I gathered some at 8, and now it looks like it wants to make a run at that high of the day. So if it, not the high of the day, the high of the move. The high of the day on NEO is back at 820. If we see that, then I'm already out of this trade. I only want to really give it to that wick high that it just made on NIO. So I'm kind of proxy into a Chinese ADR, but it's not one that's actually related to that news directly. It's more of like, if it fell, if things got really ugly on BABA, this would kind of like maybe be a sympathy play. I'm just shorting the level that worked before. Yeah,
the ADRs were all moving together as a group this morning. Now, Babula Secular, I guess, on that news. Shout out to Baba 8268, bottom there on Baba. Yeah, I know. Google, back in the money as we're looking for a curl. I feel this is relatively strong if we do get a bounce off these bottoms here, but we're still waiting to see if we do get a bounce. This CXAI trade much better at the moment as we continue to knock on the door maybe of that 1080 1080-ish where I'm waiting, and eventual maybe break through 11. We have broken through 11. We got into the 20s, but they've all been quick retracements to the south side. So nothing in terms of continuation through that $11 area. We'll see if we get that. Zion Lala Sharif on CXAI. Whoop. There it is. Do the dance at 11. Absolutely. It hits 11. I will do a quick chair dance or something for you. I won't stand up. But yeah, I can give you a little jiggle or something like that. Why not? But here we go. Come on, CXAI. Waiting at.
Okay.
What? Give me a little jiggle. Are you going to let that slide, Neil? Or are you going to. Neil's going to make a think about it. All right.
I didn't say anything.
No, your face said it all, my friend. There we go. We're back at lows, guys. But Google stair-stepping up, showing its relative strength while the market's at lows. It continues to print a new 5-minute candle to the high side. So come on, Google. This PTPI trade, come to that, Mahad, for a sec. This one, I really liked it. Now I'm liking it less. Reason is spreads opening up a lot because the liquidity is really drying up. And I know you guys can't see the volume bars because of the position board, but let me tell you, volume is on the decline. I don't like this trade that much, but I'm in a, look, let's change the position. So we had a larger position here. We're going to take a smaller one, and that way we're going to mitigate a little bit of risk with this trade. We're going to sit at the same levels at 11s, so we'll sit there and we'll see what's up. But yeah, waiting on CXAI, waiting on Google, Neil, and I don't know what you've got over there.
Well,
FRC.
So two things. Well, FRC's starting to come down. That's good. But I like to start with the bad first, because I just put NEO on, and now it's challenging that high. So you can see NEO coming back in. I have the short here pretty much at the $8 level, and it's really starting to take out that high of the day. I don't like put the stop at where the wick is, but if it goes another couple cents, I'm just going to get out. I should be in BABA instead, but I was already, when the news came out on BABA, I had just put on NEO, and I like the level, but clearly, if there's one that makes more sense to lean into the short side, I'm going to stop out on NEO, which I just did, and I'm going to focus my attention on trading Alibaba if I'm going to choose a Chinese ADR. You are starting to get back into the upside. If we do get another test, sorry, not testing the upside, but you are getting another bounce on the futures. And what I'm noting here, I'm just going to move my black chart so you guys can see, is as the NASDAQ is holding the low on my 15-minute, you have Google sort of retesting a shot at that 106. So if we do not hold the low here, probably rejecting 106 is kind of like that same thing. If we break the bottoms, get to 1%, then 106 might be the best you get on Alphabet, and we're waiting for an opportunity to retrace. So I am kind of cognizant of the key level that we're at, both on Alphabet here, which I'm monitoring, and being on these lows. If we bounce off the lows, there's no point getting out of Google here. If we bounce off the lows, Google is going to the high of the day. If we do not, then this is the decision point to get out, right? Like if we bounce off here, and if we flush through the lows, then I'm going to be getting out somewhere in this 105.75 range. On Google, that's the worst case scenario. Obviously, we're starting to make a move. If we bounce to the highs, there's no point taking out 106. We should be headed toward the high, and I'm going to get my offers out on Google. As I say that, the good part happened, which is the market bouncing to the upside.
Yes, we do. We get that hold, Neil. For now, let's put a caveat on that. For now, baby. We take a little bit there through that 106 area. We celebrate a little bit by taking some outs at 106.
Weren't you saying you're going to do some kind of a dance or a jiggy?
Yeah. Oh, there we go. That's all. That's it. It was a little chair jiggle. I kept to it.
That's what you got to.
I mean, we're talking about a 20 penny winner. Where are we at? No, 30 penny winner, Neil. I mean, it's not great, right? So we're good. 106 good. We'll count our blessings, but we're looking for that eventual move up.
Dance, man.
Yeah, the happy dance.
There was a guy. There was a trader. It would have been before your time on the floor here, but Sean and I knew him for years.
Yeah.
Where he legit had a happy dance, and you wouldn't see it after every winning trade, but every now and then, if everything lined up, because his style of trading, like you see, like if I'm in 5 positions right now, like half of them are like positions from the morning where you're holding the last 10%. Like he would legitimately, in a market move, if he was playing a bounce off a low, he'd have 5 or 6 stocks. Like these are the ones I like that are set up, and he'd be managing all 5 or 6 at the same time. It was just his style. But he'd use basket orders for his positioning. So like he'd enter like this is my group at the same time. And you have it all pre-planned.
And sometimes you can take counter ones.
Yeah.
Right. Like,
and when it really worked,
Yeah.
he'd give you the happy dance every now and then. And he was a horrible dancer. That was the best part of it.
That usually, look, it's not a good story if he's a good dancer.
No, he was it was like the male version of Elaine.
Well,
if that makes sense to anybody.
God.
You guys know.
Seinfeld
You guys know
references
Seinfeld.
are welcome anytime on the Midday Show, baby, because I love that show. And I mean, like, anybody who watches Seinfeld with me swears they will not watch it again because I had that memorized word for word. A lot of scenes, guys.
Word for word.
Like certain scenes, yes. Certain scenes, yes.
Okay.
And that's a lot of scenes,
Okay.
guys. Man, let me tell you, bro, like there are certain things that help you go to sleep. Seinfeld's one of them. And then you go to sleep watching Seinfeld, and you wake up like an hour later, shut off the TV, and then get like the best sleep of your life. And this 106 level is hanging out at, we're looking to move up a little bit here at that 106.05. So we'll take a little bit out there actually at 06s. We're looking to test 10s. We're holding the bottoms on these futures. So if a nice double bottom would just form here and we could retrace in a VWAP, I think that would absolutely rocket Google to the high side, and that would benefit us greatly. So get on that, stock gods.
Yeah, as we're heading to the downside, we're going to do this one. I don't know. I'll drop this because I haven't seen that in a long time. I need that one back. That's actually not bad. But FRC, this level at 1180, like if you're not, like if you're looking for the short, that's basically been it. Like it showed you in the pre-market, it had one jam to the upside, but it showed you support off that level before we opened, and then since then it's been the jam short. I was stopped out the first time, but I shorted a couple times since, and we're right back at the low of the day. So that's at the low while the market's bouncing the highs. I don't know that this cares what the market is doing. Actually, no, I know that this does not care what the market is doing. 100% that's going to be true. AMC's still not moving. They could be done. I'm not going to here to tell you, that anonymous, whether they're done or not. That's for smarter people to say. But the deposit situation does not look very good for them. It was much worse than anticipated, and 30% of it was, 30% of that 100 million, the 100 billion they got left was essentially that bailout, which is not a good look for them. So to disappoint when you got a handout, no, that's not. As I like to say, when a guy throws a 90-mile-an-hour fastball in the big leagues, that's not going to play.
Yeah, no, it's just not good enough. Unless you have like crazy movement or something on that fastball. I don't know.
If you're Greg Maddux,
go ahead, remember?
He could throw like 88. And he's by the way, this is what's coming, and you still swing and miss. Tesla is holding 163. This is the one. I thought we were getting a dip that I would be able to buy the dip on. It's not even sniffing that dip. It's a tight consolidation at the high of the day while the market's bouncing off the lows. That sets it up for a bit of a breakout. I prefer the dip buy. My goodness, something smells good in the back. Someone must be eating food literally right behind me. But there is room from this 63 to get up to like 66s, like kind of like I'll say it like the resistance from Friday, because it was another tight range in there. Is that?
Brought food.
No, but he has a salad. I don't know. Oh, okay. Somebody's got something behind me which smells like on fire. It's so good. But Tesla holding this tight consolidation at the high. It still looks like a bit of a breakout potential, but I'm holding out hope that I can get the dip buy, because if it's this tighter range, you can take the break in the afternoon if that's going to happen. But I'm not even sure we're going to get that just now. So for now, we got Google in the money right now. I got Coin working to the south side. You already saw FRC working. It does mean that breakout on PAC W, I took the break. I have my stop underneath support. It might run the stop underneath. It wasn't a direct hedge. I did like this one independent of that move. Thought we had some room to get into the upside. I only had the first offer out there. I wanted us getting into the top end of the range. Might not happen on PAC W. Should be fireworks after the close on this name, but it had a good recovery. The question is, can it actually bounce off support now? I'm 11 long. I'm only adding if I see it consolidate off 10.8. No decisions to be made here. I can be patient with this. It's not really moving that rapidly.
I'm seeing Microsoft here absolutely hwadunking. So there's something going on here, and I'm looking and I'm seeing stuff come up here with respect to Nokia and an EU patent decision. And it's showing up on the Microsoft blotter, not on the Nokia blotter. So it's making me think that there might be something to do with Microsoft and this patent situation with Nokia. I'll have to read this because it's a lot to read here. But yeah, Microsoft down and to the right, and it is a much clearer move down and to the right than any of these other big tech names, okay? So a clear secular move here on Microsoft, looking for a reason. I'm going to have to read this to get back to you, but yeah, definitely definitely something is afoot there. We were celebrating our Google long, and we still are, but we were sitting at 16s. Now we're down into the single digits at 05s, seeing if we can retrace and find a second wind on this ascent upward for Google. But it looks like it's going to have to do it on its own, because the market now retracing south as Microsoft is absolutely huadunking here, bro. It is printing day's lows. 278.26. Here it comes again. No, I have to read this. I know something's going on here, but Microsoft down, 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 down. Yeah, Chill Vibe saying it's bringing down the market. Yeah, there was a bounce brewing, I want to say, at this 12.930 on the NQ, and this 41.
Not anymore, there ain't.
40 what?
It's down, down, baby.
Down,
Like your
street
street
in
in a Range Rover. Street sweeper, baby.
Can't say the other words.
What? I can't say cocked, ready to let it go. You can't say that.
Well, I just, because, you know, it's
I just-
firearms.
But you can still say that.
You
I don't
can.
think you say that.
I was like, you know me. I err on the
If
side
they
of
play it on the
caution.
radio, you can say it
Yeah,
on YouTube.
good point. Yeah, they're good standards.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, back into 106 though. Here we go, guys, on Google as we start quadunking
do I wanna
on
reload
these.
this?
Microsoft is doing something here. Neil, take over. Let me read this.
No, you read it. I said this is what I was going to do, and it looked like we were going the other way, like the other thing was going to happen on Alphabet. I'm out of Alphabet. I got to ring the register on that one, because I said if we break the lows on the NASDAQ and we fail 106, that's the out for Alphabet. If we held the lows, you're getting the high of the day. So it broke. That's the trail that got put on. So I'm out of Alphabet. Maybe I probably still reload this in front of 105 if we end up getting that dip buy. But you got to get out of Dodge when it's giving you that opportunity too. I look over at like Tesla, that's starting to fail the 163. So the names that were strong, they're not strong anymore. Microsoft dragging things in the downside. I appreciate you reading that headline, because I tried to find something on it there. And of course, you guys saw me get stopped on NEO. I made the high on NEO. So it was the best trade in the morning, and then of course I take the hit short in the same level. It might just be valid again. And I was watching, I said I was going to go over to Alibaba, but if it checks up and consolidates on NEO, you're looking at exactly the same reentry point as before. Alibaba is at a bit of a rollover zone as well. It's not above 83.5. I like the overfills here, because you have a wipeout bottom and you're making a higher low. So if I'm shorting, I want it above 83.5 into 84, not shorting too far away from where my out would be, which would be just above that 84. But yeah, it's not looking that good for Microsoft, which is weighing down these markets.
Yeah, and it's going to be bad. Well, according to this report, it stands to affect Apple, Microsoft, and Samsung. Samsung obviously trades on the Kospi. It doesn't trade here, or does it trade on the pinks?
Sorry, which?
Samsung. Do we have it in? Do we have it on the OTC markets in North America? I have no idea. I know that it trades on the Kospi for sure. But yeah, apparently though this new regulation coming out, we're respecting the EU patent rules, is being described here. I don't know. Well, we'll see. I'm not going to get into the opinion, but it stands to hurt both Apple and Microsoft. But Microsoft's the one that's reacting right now, so the market clearly understands something that I don't, because Microsoft is down, down, baby, and it's taken a lot of these big cappers with it. It's pulling Meta. Yeah, it's even pulling Google down, too. We're going to have to really look at that trade as it comes near our entry, while the market was moving up, and now it is not. So let's get on Microsoft here, man. I mean, because it's all the hype right now.
It's all Microsoft.
Printing to the low side. My goodness.
Apple's at 165 and breaking, though.
It is. It's supposed to be breaking more. I mean, I don't know. I don't understand enough of what that report was talking about to make an assessment as to who should be affected more, Apple or Microsoft. But the market clearly making that decision for me, as the Microsoft is now down 1.5%. Well, we're only seeing a quarter of a percentage point to the south side on Apple, and really kind of holding that 165 bottom. It's fair to be fair, you know, because it's really not huadunking here. Can't say the same for Microsoft. It's so distorted, this chart. I can't even look at it properly. But yeah, wow, 277.62 low, Neil, on the Microsoft. And we're trying to hold up here at these levels on the ES and the NQ, but I don't know if we hold up with Microsoft huadunking like this.
So Redno1, interesting name there, asking about Bob. I did just mention I prefer the fills above 83.5 into 84. If the market doesn't, like if we're just going to flush from here, the only way to maybe take it is I could just take like 10, 20% early, but it's the fills above that I want. So, it's not a great entry price here. I'm considering it because it might break down where we stand. NEO makes a bit of a choice as well. And Momo, I want to acknowledge it because I haven't been able to put Moderna near the top of my list because it's just been too much to look at recently. But if you have a quick look at mRNA, last couple of days, there was a 140 break, the retrace. It made the push down and then tried to get back in at the open to that 138, a couple of tests under, and it's going right back into that 136 low. So the trend has been great, and I love the fact that Momo, one of the best things that, Momo's in the chat every single day and trades every single day, and the reason why I want to shout it out is because he's been razor focused on mRNA. And if you look at that trend, it's been gorgeous. Like, what's the one name I'm not short today and haven't shorted? The one I've shorted every single day and every chance I have for the last couple of weeks, and that was when Intel started turning, and to my chagrin, it's down 2% and I haven't gotten anything in it. So sometimes, you have better setups that you think are better that come into play, but always check back. Like, what were the best stocks that you traded the last couple of days? And ask yourself a couple of times, okay, is this setup that I like on NEO, is it really better than taking the Intel short? Is Coin really better than jumping over to mRNA? Just ask yourself the question. Maybe it's going to be yes or no, who knows? But you have to ask yourself that question if you trade the name really, really well. Speaking of Coin, it's $1.04 in the money. I'm worried about AMC here because if a meme name has a good entry point and breaks out, like there's been it bounces off 5 and it's not going anywhere. It's the second time now that it's bounced off $5, and it wouldn't give me more than 5 cents before, and it's not giving more than a couple cents after. So I might just start trimming this position because of a lack of any interest in anyone buying the stock today.
Yeah, the new lows are coming in fast and furious here. 41.21 and 3/4 on the ES. 21. Wake up, bro. 12.916 on the NQ. Doesn't look good. I haven't had a look here. Let's look more macro. We've been looking less macro lately because we've been so range bound. We really haven't needed to look farther out, but now let's have a look. All right, this is the half an hour chart on our friend, the NQ, and there we go. So now we are at interesting levels. This goes back to April 12th, the last time we were down at 12.926. So that takes us back, 13 days or so, 14, almost 2 weeks, 2 calendar weeks, so 2 calendar weeks, 14 days. Do we find a level here? Let's zoom out a bit more. How does a 4-hour chart look like on this? Okay, so here we go. Same level we're talking about. You have a bit of intersection here as peaks, so that's what you kind of want to see. A former area of resistance act as current area of support. Do we hold up here? We're also at, we're not even at now. We're well below the 200 here on the 4-hour. It's not a really one that I use. But yeah, interesting look here on the NQ if we can hold these levels. You think now, yesterday we were kind of holding 13,000 as our support, despite the fact that we broke below it. We ended up retracing well above it. We called that one yesterday. I feel like 13,000 is going to be now resistance. Yeah. So we may now retrace to 13,000, Neil, and reject off it and then retrace southward. So it's going to be interesting to see how these futures play out. We were talking about this range that we're in, where we're at the lower end of the range, to be fair, going back to the prints we had April 12th. We haven't been there since then.
Yeah, no, I believe it feels right. Like, it actually feels right what you're talking about there. And if that's turned into resistance on that 13,000, and we are sort of trending in the other direction, then you got to start thinking about other inflection levels. And I was just sort of saying in the chat that Apple really does feel like that 160. Now that you're beneath the 165, any level that holds this well, just kind of my chart for a second, guys. Like, any level that holds like this, that 165, time and time again, into the face of a tanking market, gives a bounce, but cannot truly break out. It failed to break out of the range. It was 165 to 165.5. It did 1 wick above, and then it rejected that breakout, and now you're kind of beneath the range. It feels like it's a 165 short, at least into the quarters, if not the 50s. And if we trend down, if we have a 2% day, you know what? I'm talking myself into it. So I'm gonna get on the offer here on this. It may mean I don't take Alibaba, but I'm gonna get into this one. Oh, it's 12 o'clock already. That does mean. I'm gonna.
Fei-Fei's on now, man.
Feitana.
Faitana?
Faitana.
Oh, that's the Graham name. Yeah.
No. So Fei is kind of like one of the nicknames for Fahad, but the actual nickname is Faitana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he was apparently he was like really into French Montana, and so he had a nickname Fei, and then he also was really into French Montana, so somebody gave him the name Faitana. But if you look up his Insta,
I like that.
If you look at his Insta when he was on Twitch and all that kind of stuff, like Faitana would have been the name.
I like that.
We joke around like Fei is just for fun, but Faitana and the Professor are going to be on. So I'm gonna.
baby.
Oh, I didn't get into Apple. I want to get into this and then get my stop out there, and then I'm going to get ready
what a
for
print.
my
Neil.
exit so I can have lunch, and then you guys can get the Professor. And
CXAI, baby. There's
go.
the continuation. What's our shareage on this one? Yeah, we'll take another one out. There we go. Good continuation on CXAI. We'll leave the other little piece there for the 11 test, but there's the dip trade. Ends up working. Levels work, guys. Even on these small cap crappers, the range trade was there. It's 50 pennies. So let's let this one run. All right, we'll let you go because you've got you got to get some food in you.
I'm gonna get some food in me,
my
but
God,
I just worked into Apple. I'm gonna try and get some more shares, but this market is coming down. Thank you guys so much. It's always a lot of fun with you. So good luck for the rest of the afternoon. Leonard Armstrong mentioning Bed Bath & Beyond. It's crazy short, but it's not really moving. If it squeezes, watch out for the 24 level. I like that for a short. But I'm going to get out of here. I want to make sure that we get some time for Fahad to get everything ready and get himself logged in.
Baby.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, let's have a look at what CXAI is doing right after making that new local high. Huadunk right back down, but that Huadunk gets bought right off that 50 period on the 1 minute chart, and we're still well in the money on this one. Spread opening up, though, despite the increase in volume. Surprise, surprise, we've been talking about this one being quite spready. So let's see if we get continuation through 11. Let's sit. Let's have a resting order nearer 11 now. So we'll sit at low 90s. Right, we'll sit up 92s. So there's the order there. How's our Google trade? Yeah, we're still about 20 pennies in the money on Google as we're hovering near lows on the ES and the NQ. Definitely not near day lows on Google, and hence why we're in this trade. It is relatively strong as compared to the market, as compared to the other tech names. So that is the move here on our friend Google. Decent day so far. Couple of winners. Pumped about this. 2 winners so far. Google, CXAI, both winners, letting them run. There goes CXAI to the top side, baby. There it goes. There's the 50-plus penny winner. Let 11 come in. I'm still actually holding a piece. I'm going to let this one go through 11, but CXAI now up only 73% on the day. Continuation. Yeah, you know, guys, this one's been run. There it goes through 11. All right, let's just get out there. So there's the out. We finished that trade. Good trade. I like this one. It was structured. It was not impulsive. It was off definite levels. Was structured with respect to a risk as well. It was the break of 10 would have been out. So it was 40 penny risk there. So nice little trade on our friend CXAI. Let's go back into our Google trade there as it starts doing that little dance below yesterday's close. Yesterday's close again, 105.97, essentially 106, and that's where we really have encountered resistance. We have that initial rejection off 106, and then you make the higher high. That's why you like this trade. But again, you retrace below 106. But again, there's the lower low. Sorry, the higher low. Excuse me. And you've been seeing that consecutively: higher low, higher low, higher low, with all higher highs. So you have that upward channel. These are the entries right at the lows. So trying to structure the trade appropriately. But again, ultimately, I think the success of this trade will be dependent upon whether these futures find some lows. And to be honest with you, these NQs are just printing southward still. Google holding up, but the NQ, it doesn't look that good. We got the man himself next to me here, man. There we go. He's got the mic on. Oh, Google Huadunking here. Jeez. Yeah, the whole market Huadunking. Big,
What's
big
up,
move.
man?
How's it going?
Yo, play the thing. Play that one thing. I want the one thing played.
What one thing?
The one thing he's gonna hit right now.
Okay. You're talking to me.
The song is my favorite.
We
part.
should have that ready, queued up as soon as you come
100%.
in, bro.
No, it was ready. It was ready. Don't worry. It was ready. How's
Yeah.
everything, man?
Good,
Chat,
man.
what up?
Good, man.
How's
Decent.
everyone doing? I hope everyone's doing fine this lovely day. It is Tuesday afternoon. We're out here 12:05 now. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you guys are making money today. You know, I'm making money. I don't know about you. I've been making.
You're
money.
already making money?
I'm making money. Oh, you want to see my position?
Oh, you're already working. You're,
Oh,
you're already in a position.
Oh, brother, you want to see this already?
Oh, I would love to.
Yeah,
I
let's
didn't
see
even
it.
know. I thought you were going to start when you get on here.
This is
You're
like easy.
already
Look,
ahead of the game.
I'm short right here.
You're short the ES. I love it. So
I
explain
have
to
2
us all the
contracts
entries.
left. I'm just chilling.
I like it, man. I mean, so you're looking for lower lows, and you might get them.
I'm looking for lower lows. Why
We're
not?
continuing to print lower
You
lows.
see what I mean? I looked at the overalls and stuff and whatnot. Also, we have a new setup. Watch this. You see how you're looking at my monitor? Press it, Mod. Press the one that we built. The one that we built. Look at that.
Oh, that is nice.
We have my chart, and now you're looking at my
And
chart
I'm
as
looking
well.
at
You're
your
looking
chart.
You're looking at the chart.
Fahad, bro.
We're out here, man.
I know.
We're building, you know?
Earning every penny around here, my guy.
We're making a thing. Yeah, I'm sure the MES, I took a big L in the beginning. It wasn't a mistake. I felt like it broke. I mean, it did break, but then it wanted to do another rejection off these levels right here, which sucked. So it dropped, but as soon as it dropped and it broke again, that level, I said, yo, there's too many rejections that were happening, especially in the NASDAQ. I was watching the NASDAQ here, which is the overall market. I can't remember where it actually was, but there was a bunch, right here. There was a bunch of rejections right here, too many rejections. When it came back down, I said, okay, yo, honestly, the short looks safer than the long. So I'm gonna just, I'm gonna go short. So I went 5 contracts, which is within my buying power, believe it or not, because I'm still doing a $50 shutout.
Yeah.
And I believe it's 100K buying power. So that's what I kept my contracts in. It's a one go though. If I fail the trade, I'm out. You know what I mean?
I like your trade, man.
5 contracts went short here, as you guys can see.
5 contracts,
And I sold
bold
3.
position.
Yeah, all right, but I guess.
That's
whatever.
MES. Okay, so you took
MES,
them. Yeah.
So I have 2 contracts left, and I'm holding on to it, and we're in the money heavy. So we're gonna wait this out and see where it goes. So I'm ready to trade equities, 10,000 shares of each thing. So we'll see what we're looking at.
Nah, man. Well, we are having a look at Google retrace near my entry here as the futures continue to print newer lows. Oh, baby. Here comes 12.9 on the NQ. Is this the bottom? Do we hold out at the, the psychological level of 12.9? We'll have to see. It's been a big boy down day. We've had several market moving news items here. We had a big boy move on Microsoft to the downside. Again, we're not 100% sure exactly what it was, but I'm thinking it has something to do with this Nokia EU patent rule regulation and how it affects Microsoft. You're seeing Apple now print to the south side. That was also supposed to be affected. It was at 165 when that news item came out. Maybe it was a little higher, 165 and a quarter. It's now 164 and 3/4. So maybe reacting now to the news. Microsoft is also at day's lows, but it's dragged a lot of these big cappers like Meta and Amazon down with it. Looks like Tesla's handling it the best at the moment. I was going to say Google handled it all right, but we got a bit of a sell-off there. So we shall see what develops. But oh boy, CXAI making me feel foolish, Fahad.
Uh-oh.
Look at this, bro. We get in here. This was the dip. And why did I get in here, Fahad? Because of this, right? So former area of support, now area of resistance. I had my dip trade around here. I was trying to be cheap and try to take every penny. I didn't get filled.
Okay.
I moved it up. I got the fill.
Beautiful.
And there we go. It was only a quarter size, though, so I can't celebrate too heavily on that one.
Okay.
I should have had more big boy size.
okay.
But these small cappers, there's a lot of bamboozlement. You know that,
Right.
So there we go. We get the break. I should
hey,
have left a piece for the dream. It was a
profits are
mistake.
profits,
Yeah, definitely. Always got
Profits
to
are
be
profits,
always got to be grateful. But there we go. CXAI continuing to the high side, guys. 1161 now the high there. Where is CXAI gonna find resistance? Well, we talked about this. We said the range was between that, essentially $18. That's a top end of the range. You have a really distorted April 14th. It goes up to 21. 20 is the range there, guys. I mean, that's where we're going to see. Other than that, maybe you're looking at 15. A few days there between April 18th and 20th. We have the top near the 14, 15 area. So let's see how this one does. We'll have to get to 12 first. But yeah, finding some bottoms here maybe on the NQ. Let's go. 12.9. holding out for the moment. We get down to 12,903.5, back into 913. Google holding up near my entry. I know the position board's messed up at the moment. Once one of us takes a fill, I believe it will update, guys. So just that will be momentarily. I'm still holding Google long, and I'm out of CXAI. And my man over here, he's got a couple of contracts. So what do we got in store for today, Fahad?
Okay.
Let's get into some topics here.
Yeah, no, whatever these guys want to talk about. I mean, the basics really. So,
So someone sent me something on Instagram yesterday with respect to what they wanted us to talk about. Let me just, and apparently this person's dad is from Iskandariya,
there you
from
go.
Alexandria, which is where I'm born.
Very nice.
Yeah, and I was talking about it yesterday because one of the earnings companies,
Okay.
the name of the company was Alexandria, and then they had the logo, the Lighthouse of Alexandria.
Oh, really?
So there was no way that was a coincidence, right? Like,
okay.
and then I looked at
That's
like,
the one. Sorry, I'm still a production guy.
yeah, I know. He's still a production dude. Okay, so let's get to the message here, Fahad.
Yeah.
Studio something. Okay. Trade topics to cover. He sent me this. How to validate a stock made the bottom or top. So how to confirm, I'm assuming, how a stock has made a top or bottom. We can talk about that. I'm sure there's really no way to confirm it.
Yeah.
The other topic is, can you teach a key level to read the tape to know if it breaks or rejects the level? So I'm talking about tape reading.
So that's the level 2?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the level 2.
Okay.
Third, how to recover from a trade if we didn't get out already.
Oh.
So I guess when you're out of the money
Average
and you're
in.
bag holding, maybe talking about averaging in. You're not supposed to do that, but and then lastly here, I like to range trade and get in and out quick. So how to know if the range will break. So I guess we'll cover one of those today.
Yeah. Let's do. I like the tape reading one.
You like the tape reading?
I do like tape reading because I wanna. The way I trade at least, because I don't have too much time in the day. Obviously, I'm doing a lot of other stuff.
Yeah.
I feel like knowing if something's rejecting or breakthroughing would help me a lot in my trading.
Okay.
Because that's what I'm really just.
So right off,
basing it
and
off,
you're trading futures. So futures, tape reading, much less important. Okay.
Wait, less important in the
Yes.
futures.
Yeah.
So okay, so let's
it's
go to a
more
stock.
about levels and like how the price action is
Okay.
around there.
So let's go to Apple because I like Apple.
Yeah. So
Okay.
okay. So I mean, it's going to be hard, kind of, to give this example. Luca was a lot better at this than
tape
me.
reading? Okay.
Yeah. That was
That's
kind of
fine.
his thing. To be honest with you, like,
The thing about me is I have this word that I like to use.
what?
It's called competent. I am very, very competent. Okay? All you have to tell me is 1 + 1 = 2. That's all you got to tell me.
Yeah.
And
So
I
I'll
will
give
be
you
able
examples.
to do 2 + 1 = 3.
Okay.
3 + 5 =
So let's
8.
go with that.
I'll be able to do all that. So
Let's
that's
go
why I
with
just
that.
need,
So first and foremost, the most obvious one is how to identify an iceberg order. An iceberg order, essentially, for those that are just learning, is a hidden order where only part of the entire order shows on the level 2, which is what we call the book. Okay? That's another name for it. And the way to identify that is when you constantly see buying at that level, but don't see the necessary size on the level 2. So for example, come to my chart. Let me explain what I'm talking about. Mahat, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Here you have the gateway, and I'll explain what gateways are later. But this is the level. See how 1125 it says there's 21 lots.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is times 100.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, okay.
Right? So you could be sitting at this level and it shows 50 and you see the tape coming here printing 26, 26, 26, 26. How come it's not going down? That tells you that the actual size that's there is a lot more than what's actually reflected in reality. And what that is it's a hidden order, an iceberg. And
So wait, what makes a hidden order? Like how
so
can
the
you choose
person,
to hide the order?
Yeah, so the person actually can send their order that way to through their brokerage, to the market.
They can make it a hidden order?
Yeah, but there are certain repercussions that come with that. So the part of the order that's hidden goes last or one of the last in priority for filling.
For
So
that
you-
certain price.
For that price,
Okay,
right? So
okay.
when you're getting the fills and when everybody's getting fills at that price, you're going to be at the bottom of the totem pole, right? So there are.
So it's harder to get filled.
Harder to get filled when for that part of your order that's iceberg.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So it's interesting how, yeah, so essentially that's basically like tape reading 101, how to identify key levels, and obviously you're looking for size at that level, and you're looking for size that moves up with you. So a lot of the time you'll see like size moving up with the price action. So you'll see like a huge share size at say $11.05 here on CXAI, and then the price moves up to say $11.40, and that same size, because you can usually tell it's like near the same quantity. It'll be like 500 lots, 550 lots, and that price will move up with you. And then you kind of use that as kind of your back, as your support, knowing that that size, if it dips below to that price, that huge dip trade rate is gonna buy up all that selling. So you kind of use that a little bit as kind of like a safety net. If you
that's
want
a game changer. That's actually pretty.
Yeah, there's a lot of
useful.
stuff, dude, we can get into with respect to
useful.
tape reading, and I'm not even that good at it. I'll just be flat out.
No,
that's
good.
not my strength.
That's pretty useful.
More like charting and stuff like that. So yeah, lots to learn there, guys. What is this? Share and new protein shake recipes. Can you crush a can with your biceps? It's a day trading show. I'm not crushing a can with my biceps. That's funny.
Unless they donate how much money?
Oh man, I don't know. I think my longevity is more important than money. I don't want to nurse an injury, my guy.
How about I break a can with my biceps?
You can do that.
I'll break an egg with my biceps.
An egg.
For $300 right now.
Wow.
I'm joking. Don't actually donate it. I'll give you my PayPal
That's a lot. We'll have to donate all of that, though, right? We'll have to donate all of that.
Yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Something like that. This guy. Hilarious. Love FOD. Yeah, so that's tape reading. Do you have any questions for anything? Like, I mean, I'm going to try to help you as much as I can. I suck at this.
No. So, okay, let's talk about my situation right now, right?
Yeah.
So, if we zoom out on the MES, obviously I'm shorting this. So, it basically touched the out that I was thinking about coming back. So, I'm still in the money.
Basing it off that level,
Yeah,
that
this
earlier
level,
low?
and it just hit it through a wick.
Okay.
But do you usually get out here, or do you go up a few points or whatever and then see it?
Well, it depends on what you're using as your level. So, I mean, what are you basing your levels off, first and foremost?
Just the edges of the wick.
So we're on the 1 minute chart right now, right?
This is a 1 minute chart.
Okay, so we need to get a bigger picture. So first, so let's zoom out a little bit. Let's go to maybe the 15.
Okay, so we'll go here and go 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So this is the 15.
Yeah, you're gonna zoom in a bit though, so we can actually see
the day,
wicks.
right?
Yeah. No, like zoom in, like hold control. I was gonna show you how to do this.
My control doesn't work, believe it or not. All right, right here, we're zoomed in. Even more? Shall we go even more?
Yeah. So hold control and scroll button. There you go.
Okay.
Now move it. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. So you're taking it off day's lows. Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. We haven't been down here again since April 12th, so you should be taking profits at these levels.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is the support area going back to April 12th, like we were just looking at on the ES. But I mean, that doesn't mean it can't fill the gap between there and wherever the next support level is. We could easily go down.
So
But looks like we're finding a bit of a bottom right now.
Yeah,
12,
if
12,
I
9.
wanted to hold it though to see if it's gonna reject off the other, you go
Use
even
the
lower.
50 period. You have that. Is that the 50 period? The red line.
The red is, yeah.
Yeah,
the
so
50 period.
the last retracement was to the 50 period. It rejected off the 50 period. You could use that. A lot of people, what they do is they make a rule. It's like a 3% move beyond whatever threshold, or they sometimes they have a different rule, like the candle has to close beyond the threshold, right? Not just a wick.
Right,
So there's all these different rules. You have to actually just follow the same rules, otherwise you get different results, right?
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Okay, so then I'm gonna set my stop limit here, and so I can make some profits. Again, I'm still in the money, guys. So this is a good trade. This is my short right here, and no, sorry, this was my short. I sold 3 contracts, and now I'm holding 2, and I'm waiting on it. Gonna make a lot of money.
Pump it.
A little bit of money.
I like it.
What are you in right now, by the way?
I'm in Google. I'm in the money.
You're in Google.
I mean, it doesn't reflect on the board. Sorry again, guys. I'm in the money. I'm long. I'll tell you exactly my price on a friend Google. I'm long 73s. We're at 87s. We were up a lot higher. We talked about that 105. I'm on the CX. That 105.97, 106 area being yesterday's close, and a likely area of resistance as we ascend upward. But Google relatively strong as we go into this evening's, or this afternoon's, I should say, earnings. Yes, Google and our friend Microsoft will be reporting after the bell, and we will be very much following that and seeing how that develops. Google pumping to the high side. I should have just spoke its name earlier. There we go. Moving back in now. We're 20 pennies in the money. For me personally, I'm going to be really looking to see what Google says with respect to digital ad sales. We've heard that that is an area that could, might get beat up, if for lack of a better term here, as consumer spending goes down and ad sales go down as well. So keeping an eye on that. All the while keeping in mind that we know that the earnings expectations kind of have been lowered to reflect the kind of economic climate that we're in. So if a beat here, could it be met with, dampened exuberance? That's kind of the question we're talking about. All right, as we think and contemplate about those questions, the NQ finding a bit of a bottom at 12,900. In fact, the low there, 12,903.5. And likewise with the ES 4120.5, now curling to the high side. But, nothing really to write home about, though. But we're in the money on Google and thankful for that. So we'll see if we continue to ride that. I just want to talk about CXAI. Not in this trade. Sad about this. I didn't have enough shares initially to go into this one. But there we go. At day's highs, 1161. Small cap crapper du jour up 82.5 points, baby. Small cap season is in order. Shout out to Max.
Me, I like big caps. I'm not
Big
gonna
caps
lie.
are good.
Yeah, I resonate with them way too much.
You resonate?
Is
You
that the word?
resonate.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
Resonate. Listen, wait, hold on. Nice. Made up word of the day.
We could do that.
No.
We could do a made-up word of
I
the
can
day.
make up some crazy words.
We got to keep the integrity of the show. Come on, we can't have made-up word of the day. But yeah, I feel you. Yeah, you like the. Big
I'm long
cappers.
Google.
Okay.
And
So
I'll
you're
tell
in it
you
with
why.
me.
Yeah, but I didn't do it just because you were in it.
Okay.
That
I
was-
hope not.
Why you were in it is why I started looking at it.
Okay.
So I went to look at it. But what I learned, especially from Sean,
Okay.
higher highs.
Yes,
Every time.
baby.
See this?
Yes.
Higher, well,
Yeah,
well
man.
timed, Sean. Higher highs.
Yeah.
Lower lows. Oh, no, sorry. Higher lows.
Higher lows,
Yeah,
baby.
yeah. Higher lows. You know what I mean? So we're just going to wait for this long to get higher than this last high
Yes.
because that's the pattern it's following. The market, my MES started doing a reverse. If
Yeah.
you guys will look at it,
Uh-huh.
I got out on both my contracts.
got out.
I got out. I didn't
Okay.
like the levels going
No,
back
that's
to.
a really good trade, Fad. I'm going to tell you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's a
I'm
really
very proud
good
of this.
trade.
I'm very proud of this.
You had targets, but like remember, always the trading. You need you're in, you're out, and your worst case scenario, and
Exactly.
right. So
Exactly.
there
So
we
that's what happened. I'm out of my contract. So my MES trade is really good. I'm now long
bet.
Google. In the money, obviously, you guys will see my level.
Likewise,
there
baby.
is at 105.88. Sharif is at 73, so he has a 15-cent difference. I'm going to rob him after that for those 15 cents. But we'll be okay.
Take his money.
We'll be
Run
okay.
your pockets,
So we'll-
as we say in Toronto.
We'll go up here high again, and we'll see how hold. I only have 100 shares. Not only. That's a lot, apparently, right? 100 is a lot. Usually I
100
trade
of
in
Google.
thousands, yeah.
I mean,
So,
well, it's a respectable amount.
okay, that's good. That's
Yeah.
good. Yeah. I have the buying power, so why not?
Yeah,
100 shares. I'm going to try to manage it properly. My strategy so far has always been
bet.
50% at my level that I like to sell, hold 50, and then I just go buy 10s after that. 10%, 10%, 10%, 10%, all the way to the thing. So that's what we're doing, and I'm holding Google. So I'm down to look at other stocks. A lot of people are saying Tesla. What's going on with Tesla?
Dude,
What is
hold
this?
on. How
do
can
trade-
you
how do
say
trade this?
that you like big caps when you're like the Veru master?
Buddy,
Veru is like small cap crapper, like Crown Prince
let
of
me
the
check
small cap
where Veru
crappers.
is at, because I actually totally forgot about Veru.
Yeah.
It's not fair.
He's invested in it.
I'm investing in Veru in real life. We're talking about real money here with Veru, okay? So Veru is at $1.33, $1.33.
Okay,
I
and
have
you're
it
in?
at $1.07 in real life.
Fantastic, man.
It did touch 45 the other day. I think it was yesterday. So, but I'm chilling, I'm holding this, and the reason because,
Yep.
now this might be a conspiracy theory,
Okay.
but it checks out.
Okay.
This checks out, Sharif.
Uh-oh.
And you guys can go research this and tell me if I'm lying, all right?
Okay.
Every time a biotech or pharmaceutical company has good news, which is like positive vaccine testings,
Sure,
or yada,
whatever.
yada, yada,
Clinical
COVID,
trial.
yeah, cancer trial. No
Yeah.
matter what it is, as long as it's positive, that stock's up 100%.
Yeah,
that
there's
day.
a lot of speculation that goes into that. Sure.
It's
Pump and
ridiculous.
dumps and
it's
yeah.
ridiculous. So
Yeah, yeah.
Veru, The last time they did this, I'd say like 6 months ago, they went from $4 to $21 within like 2 weeks.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna buy at the dollar mark, and I'm gonna go find where Veru headquarters are. I'm gonna help them do these research for COVID vaccines, cancer.
I was wondering where this was
any
gonna
type
go.
of curing treatments. And when it touches $10, $11 again, because it was around that area for a long time.
Okay.
And if it touches $21,
Yeah.
do you know how much money I'm gonna make?
Yeah.
Do you guys
I
want to
mean,
know
that
how much
is a
money
lot.
I have invested in this?
I don't.
I can't say but let's just say I own like 10% of the company.
Well, that's okay. So
I can't. Am I going to declare that? I can't declare.
yeah, you'd be a
Oh,
yeah.
okay, never mind. Forget
So
it.
the market cap, guys.
I only own 6% of the company. That's it. Not 10, just 6.
Correction there. You only own 6%.
Edit
But
that out from the live.
It's 6% of a measly 107.6 million. So you are a wealthy man, Fahad. Yeah, wealthy man.
I'm not saying the numbers. You guys are saying the numbers, not me. So
Well, we're talking about the percentages that you're speaking. We're just basing it off the math.
let's just change the subject. Let's
Change the subject. All right. We're
We'll
in
change the
Google. We're 10 pennies in the money on Google, but Google's been rejecting again. We've been talking about this at 106 level. That's a definite area of resistance, especially with these markets really more inclined to print newer lows than to retrace off the lows at the moment. We'll see what the more liquid time of the day brings. I'm talking about, 1:30 subsequent. We shall see. In the money on Google, but you're really, just being very cautious with this one. I like Google. I like Tesla. For longs, if we find a market bottom, I find Microsoft and Apple to be the weakest of the bunch at the moment. Likewise with Amazon. Meta is kind of an in-betweener. A little bit. It's down in 1%, almost 1.5%. It's got to be one of the weaker ones as well, much closer to the lows than to the highs. So we'll see what you guys say? Oh, Fah's gonna be getting, yeah, I know. You're gonna get a margin called.
Yeah,
Do you know what a margin call is?
Something legal, probably?
No, it's not legal. It's like, okay, so right now you can open up a brokerage account.
Okay.
And you deposit, say, $3,000.
Okay.
They'll give you, most brokerages account, some will run credit checks on you, some won't. They'll give you 3 to 1. So you throw in 3, they'll give you buying power of 9.
Oh.
Now, they won't give you buying power of 9 for all stocks. It's going to depend on the beta. I know. He doesn't need margin. The guy's a multimillionaire.
Can they match $5 million?
Just for information's sake, though. Right? Like, he's an educated man. He wants to know just for information's sake. Not that you'll ever need it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so they throw some money your way. 3 to 1 ratio typically, okay?
Gotcha, okay.
And then usually you get only that buying power, that 3 to 1 buying power for, again, the more blue chip, the more stable names. You're not going to get it for the small cap crappers, right? So then you get into a position, right, and you've got a $9,000 position in Meta, and you've only put $3,000 of your own money. That position goes against you by a certain amount, and your broker is going to call you. Now, they don't actually call you now. It's like all done automated, right?
They take that 6,000 that they took?
They liquidate your position, right? They'll sell your you-know-what, right? And you'll be out.
It's okay. There's no margin call on my money, buddy. Don't worry.
I like
it's
it,
all
right?
pure Fahad money. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, who needs margin when you own half of Veru sells Pillsbury?
Buddy, I own half
absolutely.
of these broker companies. The whole company I own, trust me.
Jeez.
They can't do anything about it, man. Trust me.
All right, guys, let's talk about some small cap crappers because we're just talking about them now. CNTG, it has been a good look all day. Let's load up this bad boy over here. It's still up 150%, definitely off the highs. Let's get to the 1-minute chart here. Oh, geez, what is it doing? Yeah, this one, the multiple halter. Remember Neil talking about this one, saying it was not tradable, and he could not be more accurate. Now we were kind of dancing a little bit above and a little bit below that $2 area, but definitely still in play above VWAP. VWAP on my chart is at 182 level. It's been a good support level going back all morning. You broke below VWAP a little bit around, between 9:45 and around 10:15 there. We spent a little bit of time below VWAP, but that was on the downward halt. We've been since retracing to the high side and now consolidating sideways for the better part of the morning, but definitely not out of play for maybe a VWAP hold high of daybreak into that maybe 2 o'clock time period. We used to see those a lot more less now, but we'll see if this one materializes. The other one we were talking about, CXAI, that's the paper-handed trade that I had earlier on this small cap crapper, continuing to go Fahad to the high side, 11.73, almost 11.75. This one stair-stepping up and to the right.
So my MES right now, obviously I got out of it all my contracts, but it's hitting these levels again, the lows, so I wonder if it's going to go even lower. I don't know how the NASDAQ, I mean, 12, I'm not familiar, obviously, because I don't trade every day.
The 12.9 is an important level, not just because it's a whole round hole level, psychological mostly.
Right. But when's the last time we were here? Like, is the market like just down overall?
Well, that's what I was telling you. Remember, last time we were at these levels was April 12th.
That's when it was.
Guys, I got to get to CXAI. Go to my chart, Mahad. Here comes 12 on CXAI. Wow, this stock just keeps going. It is the gift that keeps on giving. The small cap crap that that keeps on giving. There we go. There we're going to get it touched to 12. 12 showing up, and there goes 12. But Huadunk right back down. The spread opening up. I feel like an auctioneer every time the small cap crappers start doing this little dance here. But yeah, we're definitely doing above and below 12 kind of dance. We'll see what it resumes at. All the while, the market continuing to print lower lows. But don't tell this small cap crapper it doesn't care. It's going up, baby. Bye-bye Apple, somebody says. Yeah, Apple coming into 164.5, Fahad.
That's tough. I don't know if
what do you got here on your radar?
I'm still on
So let's
MES
talk a
right
little
now.
bit about how you, okay, so I see here you don't have any scanners. Like, you need to be able to determine what's moving in these markets. You need a watch list, you need a scanner.
My eyes are the scanner.
Bro, come on, let's talk for real, though.
Okay. Well, but I don't have a trade ideas account.
Okay, so first of all, you work here, so I'm sure that probably could be arranged.
Sean,
right?
give me your login information, please.
That's for
Trade ideas?
Sean just giving you that look.
Login information?
It's hilarious.
And then your SIM card, credit card,
And the SIM card and the credit card.
health card, all that stuff.
All right. No, but you need to create a watch list too.
Okay.
You need like names that you kind of go back to every day. You kind of watch how they move. Now I know you're doing that anyway.
Right.
But you need to be able to keep tabs on names. Like, here's how I do it. I'm not going to bring my program down, but I just want to show you here. I'll kind of articulate.
Go to PTZ camera on B if you can, Mahad. So maybe that.
Oh my goodness, CXAI. Neil, are you watching this?
Crazy?
Oh my goodness! Go to my
94%.
screen,
Are you still in
Mahad.
this?
Wow, man. No, I'm not, man. Look at it just pumping to the high side. CXAI is a rocket. What was that high there? 1257. Huadunk's back down into the 1220. Spread opening up, getting bought up back into the 30s. We're knocking on the door of the 30s. I saw 29s there show up on the book. But what a move up on CXAI. Super squeeze. Let me check the float on this bad boy. Where's my trade ideas? There it is. Okay. So let's go CXAI. The short float on this. Yeah, it's not bad. It's 7%, but the float is probably what's causing this, Fahad. The float is a micro 1.87 million. That is micro float, baby. And that just means that there's only 1.87 million shares in the float rotation right now. And when there are so fewer shares, you can cause way more like aggressive movement in the stocks because there are less to trade.
What's the spread on right now for this thing?
The spread, we were just talking about that one. You know, it's like 4 pennies at times, 5 pennies at times, which is a lot for, you know.
That's a small cap, big time. Dang.
It is Huadunk Central.
Yeah, the market has dropped, so I got out of my
Huadunk
Google.
Central.
I don't want to lose too much money on Google.
I'm still in Google.
Yeah, you're brave.
Yeah. I'm only 10 pennies out of the money.
So Google just smacked me right now. So I'm actually at minus 48.47. Very close to the $50 shutout. Oof. That's why I had to get out of Google. I had to be careful, you know what I mean? So now I have $1.13 to play with to make back $1,000, which is quite, I mean, it's simple.
As long as you're alive, like what they would tell us on the floor, Greg, the floor manager, he'd be like, guys, there's a big whatever type of trade today at the close. Make sure you save a piece of your shutdown for the close so you're still...
If you shut down, you can't partake.
No, you can't participate in the move,
That
right?
would
And he
suck,
needs you to participate. That's how the floor makes money, right? And so, yeah, he'd always, like, he'd be pounding the desk, be like, don't get shut down.
Beautiful.
Right?
Someone in the comments said, if Fahad does stand-up comedy in Toronto, I'll come to watch it. Now, I don't do stand-up comedy, but I will if they pay me privately.
Oh, what do you mean private?
Like if I give them my PayPal, they can pay me. I'll Skype call them and just make a bunch of jokes for them.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
see.
some knock jokes, your mama jokes, whatever they want. I have everything a lot packed up, but I only charge $85 for the minute, and then we'll be good. Let me know, Mellow J.
Man, we are retracing here on
Yeah,
Google,
this is a bad
man.
drop.
This is a bad
This is a
drop
really bad
on these
drop.
markets as that 12.9 has come and gone, baby. And we are headed south. No question about that. We're going to have to look at this Google trade long and hard. See,
Long what?
Long. You guys are
Is my time
so
over?
dirty.
Is my time, Sean, is it your turn?
Let me contemplate my position here without
I thought we were
having to
talking
like
stocks here, buddy. What's
worry.
Long and hard? Come on. What are we doing?
Sean says he says that all the time, so I'm not alone on that one. the chat loves it.
Whoops.
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat some of the stuff they're saying, but yeah. Oh my God, yeah. I'm not gonna repeat that, Sean.
Oh, this guy said below Sharif. That's crazy. Oh my dude.
All right, 12.9 is gone, Fahad. 12.887
is-
and a quarter is where we're
I
at
don't even
now.
know where to go
We're
from here.
broken from 41.20 as well. We're broke 41.17 and a quarter, printing to the low side, and there goes our position on Google. But we're only 20 pennies out of the money here. I mean, we're really not a big deal. We're long 73s. We're printing 50s. The ultimate out on this one is the new low of day, and that's 12s. 105.12 will be out of that. My watch keeps thinking I'm talking to it, and I don't know why. It's a conspiracy to hear what I'm saying. What's going on over there?
I don't know. I'm looking at the MES.
Oh, my goodness.
And we're at the very lows. So this is probably when I'm inexperienced, right? It's the lowest that you'll see the market for me, like personally.
Yep.
Again, I don't trade on a daily basis, so
No,
I don't know the constant levels, the popular levels. I don't know none of that stuff. So right now, I don't know what to do. I'm not sure how to read this. I mean, it's the lowest of the day.
I'm reading
so where
the
do you go?
comments in the chat. That's what's keeping
Oh,
me.
yeah, the chat,
That's
yeah, I
what's
love
making
the
me
chat.
laugh up a storm right now. You guys are jokes. I'm not even gonna. You know what? Your comments are hilarious, but there's just too many to talk about right now. But wow, CXAI. Wow, we need a rocket ship animation. We need something over here. There, we'll just use the apes because he's on the rocket ship there. So there he goes to the high side. CXAI up 111 points now, and something tells me it's not done. 1340 high. We're hanging out at the 1330s. It looks like it wants to print a new high. This one all the way. Feel very silly for having gotten out of this small cap crapper, but you know these small cap crappers have been huadunking off these high of day breaks lately. So, you know, it's a profitable trade. I'm not going to complain about it. But yeah, definitely left a lot of money on the table. Fahad, definitely don't do this.
No.
Definitely don't. This is not how you trade small cap crappers.
It's not a bad trade, but
It's a bad trade.
we can actually.
I want to say something quickly
ahead,
here.
go ahead.
Meta 209 level has been absolute money every time around. It looks like this morning, having a look at my chart over here, 209 has been bought up on every single occasion, and here we are again. So here we are. We're going to get into this meta trade at 209. The ultimate low, 208.85. I think it just made that new low. But let's see what we do at these levels. We're long Google, out of the money on that. We're going to try this meta at 209.5.
I had actually an idea because I think my time is done soon.
It is,
So
yeah.
Sean will be coming on. Are you in a trade right now? Is that why? I was thinking let Sharif get his break. You can come on with me. We'll talk for 5 minutes as he goes drinks water.
Do an hour, 20?
Exactly. So hop on, Sean. Let's talk. I do have a question.
Sean's
for you,
going
Sean.
to take my spot.
He's
not hopping on, no.
In a little bit.
He's gonna-
My question is.
All right.
If we're reading Google right now, what is the best way to read this? Do you wait until it literally touches that low that you see when you're zoomed
Google
out?
trade is really going against me
which
here,
is
Fudd.
this
I'm
right
going to
here.
have my ultimate out on this. Okay, so my ultimate out.
Are you
that
not
new
out
low
yet?
of day. No.
Oh, you're a brave man.
105.12. I mean, I just got to follow the rules, right?
brave
My
man.
out 105.12. If it prints a new low of day, I'll be out of that. That will be a loser, despite the fact having printed nicely on it on these high prints. Obviously, not enough as we're still holding the majority of the position. We'll see what that brings. We're trying that 209 long. But Google, my out Fahad, to be honest, is going to be that low of day print. Prints that low of day. That's the end of the
Right
trade
here?
for me. The low of day on my chart is 105.12.
Oh my, yeah, that's the one. You're
Yeah.
gonna wait till that?
Well, you just don't choose random levels. I mean,
Oh, because your shutout is much bigger than mine.
well, that's the
why.
thing. I mean, like, it depends on what you're doing, right?
Right,
I mean,
right,
if your shutdown cannot handle a 105.12 out, you have no business having
in
that
there.
much
That's right.
shares
That's right.
with that as being your stop. I mean, all of them have to kind of, there has to be some confluence there, baby.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I'm way too inexperienced to be trading what the hell the market's doing right now. I'm not.
What
FRC?
happened, Neil?
FRC.
FRC
Perfect
is
time to
moving
make money. Okay,
here.
hold on.
They
Oh,
lost
no,
their
they lost their
advisory
advisory
team
team.
on
Short.
FRC. I'm trying to see it move here. Where we go? No, nothing coming up, but I can definitely see the stock move to the downside. 11.20. It is at low of day right now. It waked up to 11.50. Then it huadunk right back down. Still within the range though, but wow, big move. I'm not seeing anything coming in on it really quick here. Let me have a look. FRC. Lose another advisory team that coming in at 36. This one managed 13 billion. That's not a good look. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on FRC as it continues to dance at around that 11.20 level. We're nicely in the money on this Meta bounce. We got long on our friend Meta at say
What
12.
the hell just happened? Hello? What the heck is going
FRC
on?
just absolutely rocketed to the high side. It printed almost 70s there. Where'd it get up to? 68s. Okay, we got to flip to FRC. I'm in all these ones. Okay, so we'll go to FRC here. There we go. That is just bamboozlement central. If you don't think this is bamboozlement, then I don't know what to tell you. But that's what you call movement. It gets off that level, that 11.20, 11.19 level gets bought up, but like with such vigor, it goes all the way up into the 60-something, 67, 68. Here it comes again. We get bought up into the 60s. We're knocking on the door, Fahad. This one doing that dance. Not participating in this one, to be honest with you. I'm staying out of this one. This one, a little too much bamboozly for me as that wick down and then that wick up. Wow. Currently at VWAP, trying to maintain a VWAP retracement here as VWAP on my chart is 1163. So we shall see. CXAI also retracing southward. Meta, we're in the money on Meta, looking for that 209 hold. And Google still 40 pennies, sadly, out of the money on our friend Google as it is at 105.32. Yeah, we are about to be back to 12.9. So let's see if we hold this 12.9 level and move up. You okay? Oh, Fei. Oh, Fei. No, Fei. Show his chart.
Don't show my chart. Yo, why are you showing my chart? Who told you to show my chart? You're just gonna listen to it?
I don't mean to laugh, but it's
Your name is Mahad, my name is Fahad. You're gonna show him the chart?
Fei.
Are you serious?
That is exactly what you don't want to see. I mean, it's tough, bro. Hey, look, keep your head up, man. Keep your head up.
With
Trading.
what? I'm shut out, technically.
Yeah, you're good,
I'm
man.
out.
You're
That's
good.
it. That's it. My day
You're
is
good.
done. I have to go do some production stupidity now. I go edit or something. Oh my gosh. Guys, listen. I'm blaming that whole thing on Neil. They sold their advisory shares. What the hell? I don't even know what he said. He just made it sound so bad. Neil, why do you make it? Wow, don't use a negative tone when you're giving out news. Don't use positive or negative tones. Just keep it monotone.
It's on Neil, guys.
So that no one decides what to do based off your voice trembling. Okay, brother? I don't know why he said it like that.
It's on you, Neil.
But I heard short in my head. When I was listening to Neil, I heard short. I went short. As soon as I pressed enter, it went up to the top and I got out and now I'm out of the game. So I'm just gonna get off the computer before I really get mad and punch this monitor. But that's it. I don't know what. Someone just called me falafel, I think, but that's crazy. Okay. Yeah. All right, guys. Look, that's my segment for today. I learned a lot and I learned never to listen to Neil. Yeah,
Okay,
for sure.
cool.
I hope you guys did not do what I just did with real money.
your mic?
Again, I'm in fake money, so I lost money, but not a lot of money. I mean, not any money, actually. It's all fake. So I hope you guys are, enjoying. Oh, you're coming on.
You have your earpiece on?
Yeah. No, I don't have my earpiece on, but. Okay, we're going to get Sean switching for me, but we're going to give Sharif a couple minutes.
My phone's in my hand. That's
right. Who did what? Your phone? Here you go, buddy. Guys, look.
Bluetooth is not connected.
Man, that was crazy. Guys, go to my chart, Mahad. What the hell is this, man? Go to my chart. What is this? How do I punch short and then it goes straight up? That's just not realistic. And you're trying to tell me people are not looking at what I'm doing?
The thing is, I actually do think that was Neil's fault. Actually,
Neil, we're gonna have a conversation.
Neil was not, quite frankly. I mean, I was getting a coffee, so salute to everybody. I didn't hear any of that, but I'm sure that I do take Fahad's word that Neil's expression and maybe perhaps the way that he brought that news made you punch the absolute bottom and then get out at the absolute top.
100%.
The thing is, you can't. So, in all honesty, here, go on. I'm gonna take a sip of this.
It's what you know. What I heard? I heard something's
can't.
happening with FRC advisory shares left. Oh my God, this is looking like a huge short. That's what I heard.
Right. Okay.
It's what he said.
So, these are the mics. You like the mics? The mics are pretty good. I'm gonna get it out of. I don't want anybody. I'm never on this side.
No worries, man.
Okay. So this is Teach Fahad, Train with Fahad, whatever you want to do. All right. So my first bit of information to everybody out there that's a beginning trader. You never, ever trade news like that.
Really?
Okay, and the reason why, because you got to digest. See what I'm saying?
Oh, like off rip, as soon as it comes out.
Go back to Fahad's chart here. You can do the double. Okay, you already got it on. Okay, so you see that bottom right there?
Yeah.
How many times does it come down there and hit that?
We'll zoom out and check.
No. Just right now.
Oh, like
4
here.
times.
Oh, 4 times. Yeah. Okay.
So look, if you sat there, what would you do if you were not shut out?
Yeah.
What would you do right now?
If I was still short, you're saying?
No. If you were just flat.
Oh, just flat.
And you were not stopped out.
I'm going long because
Right, exactly.
it's bouncing way too many times.
Exactly. So now you've digested the news.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And now you're seeing tops and bottoms, so you can play off of that. Just like where you got out, you would possibly be going short there at 11.55 or 11.60.
Right.
Right, and so that's the one thing that I learned specifically as well. And that's why I remember when you're sitting there and we're saying like, okay, Brennan or Sharif, like what's the news at 10 o'clock? Like, is there a number coming out? You know, if the number comes out and it's bad and you just punch short immediately, that's fine. That's a good reaction. It's cool. But the problem is, what if that doesn't continue to go down? You may have punched the bottom. Right, but so it's good to sort of punch in, let it settle down a little bit, then get more shares. Like there's nothing wrong with getting in there maybe the first time. Unfortunately, your stop was
that was $1. Right?
Yeah, you had to get shut down there. So I think that the most important thing is to be extremely patient as well. Okay, what else is going on in the chat here?
So no pulse trading. No pulse trading.
Impulse trading.
Impulse
Yeah.
trading.
Right. You want to have a pulse, but you do not want to impulsively trade as you did there.
I want to breathe.
That's all. Okay. So I'm short. I mean, I'm sitting here at Sharif's screen here. I'm short Apple right now. I've made a little bit of money back. Nice. Ooh, okay, it's coming. Ooh, it's coming back down nicely right now. All right. So basically, this is still meta. I don't know why. There we go. Okay, it's switching over. Yeah. Oh, okay. So I did get some out up here when we broke above 60. We broke some levels. But here we go. Now we're making new lows in Apple. Why did we switch up to the short in Apple? Well, we were long. I mean, if you guys saw my tweet out there, shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. I know has been posting it out. But right there, 165. We kept going long. We kept going long. We actually have some 160 out, 165, 60 outs right there. But then when we broke and we started to go down, once levels are broken, Fahad, that's when you switch up your game plan and you just quite simply go the other way.
Okay.
And once levels are broken. So you were going long on Google, right? This is what sort of got you in trouble there. Yeah. And I can see here with Sharif's screen as well. That's a great fill there, 105.50. Yeah. Wow. But then as soon as, if this is the long, then
I got the second dip. That's where I went.
You bought this one.
Yes.
That's a great trade.
Okay.
And then you got out.
No.
Okay, but you got out of some. So the idea, so this is the thing. When you're trading supply and resistance or these zones like this, if you're going to get in at a support like this right here, if you're going to think this is support, well, look, where would your outs be? We've already come up to 106 before.
And that was my mistake. Right. I was trying to match the one in the middle.
The very top.
Yes.
But you know how many more cents this is? 8.
Right.
So if you get out here at 106, that very top right here is 106.08.
Right.
So imagine you have 1,000 shares.
Right.
Okay, so you're long down here at 70.
Yes.
So you go up here to 106.
Yes.
How many pennies is that?
30.
Times 1,000 shares is?
$300.
I like it. So that's $300. So if you get out right there, you're putting $300 in your pocket.
Right.
To wait 8 more cents to the very best trade would be $380. So my suggestion is, and you've seen me do this on the show, and I do it a lot, is instead of getting out of like 10% all the way up, if you just sit there and you say, you know what, I'm going to get out of half.
Half, right. Which is
And
what
then
I
you
said.
get out of a quarter more when it's up there. Then if it keeps on going,
You have like 10, 20%.
then you're still going to make the same amount of money as if you held it all for right there.
Gotcha.
So that's the thing. I mean, especially another thing that you could learn about too is, this is Teach Fahad to trade, remember, is time of day.
Okay.
So during lunch hour, do you think it'd be a little more aggressive trading
No.
or maybe a little more
Very calm.
chilled out?
Yeah,
Exactly. So that's what you have to remember all the time when you're trading these names, is that you want to do news. And then, do you know, when does Google report? Do you remember?
Is it tonight?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Yeah. So no, but I'm saying that's another thing.
Yeah. You got to
So
know
that's
that.
another aspect about Google. You know, that they're reporting tonight, so there may be less aggressive moves because
people stay away from it.
yeah,
until the
people are
earnings come out.
uncertain of
Gotcha.
what the report's going to come out
Gotcha,
to
gotcha, okay.
right there. But the funny thing is, go back to FRC right now.
Yeah. FRC.
Let's see where that is.
Don't please.
I don't. I'm,
No,
just,
no.
I'm just asking you to go.
No,
I have
please,
no idea.
Don't tell me. Is it doing the thing?
.ny. Right back down. See, so this is what I'm saying. Like if you were in position, if you were not in position right now, which you're not, what would you do? You'd maybe go long.
I go along.
Right. So and it gives you that huge upside potential right now. But because you judged your opinion based on Neil
Right.
and based on that news, you jumped in a little bit too quick,
Too early.
a little premature, as they say,
Okay.
on that. So
I
you
shall
definitely
let
want
news simmer next time.
you definitely want to wait for that one.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much.
Yeah, well, I'm here every day,
I appreciate the
like
lesson.
literally here. Like
Do you trade professionally?
No.
Oh, okay.
I just host a show. And,
Right,
yeah.
okay, gotcha.
But yeah, I'm here every day. You can tune in, Fahad, as you know, to Trader TV Live
Okay.
every single day at 8:30, when Neil, myself, and Brendan and Sharif now will be going over watch lists, which you can get for free. Do you know how to get?
What's the?
Where's
yeah,
the,
I was gonna ask.
Where's the watch list thing?
Is there any? I think only Brendan has it. But
Yeah.
I wanted to ask: is there anything that I can look at?
I like this.
These are pretty neat. Is there anything before the market opens
Yes.
that I can read about, like stocks that might be popular that day for trading?
Well, remember, we have the
Like
watchlist.tradertv.live.
Oh,
Plus,
speak about that.
I do think that you can also peruse Twitter and find out different hashtags. Stocks in play is a good one.
Okay.
Stocks to watch is a good one.
But anything that comes straight
There's
to your
some-
email? 'Cause
there's
I don't want to browse.
I just told you watchlist.
What's the watch list one? Dot what? Dot trader TV at what?
Dude, you created the animation. Watchlist.tradertv.live. You could
okay.
definitely. Do we have that animation somewhere? If we can hit that, I don't know.
Yo, Sharif, can you hit the watch list animation on Brendan's stream deck, please?
Yeah, because I think that people can sign up for this. They can't use your email address.
Oh,
of course.
there it
Here
is.
we go.
So who signed up for this? Oh, actually, I did.
Fahad.
Oh, I do know about this.
Right. Greatest of all time at
gmail.com.
gmail.com.
Right. Don't email me.
You're in. Okay.
please don't
good.
talk to me on
So there you go. So then you get that, and I think that gives a great job.
broke.
Plus, there's something else. Yeah, it broke.
It broke, so I would have
Right.
lost more money.
Well, no, you would have not lost more money than you did in that first place, right there. But there it is breaking down. So remember, that's what I'm trying to say, right?
yeah,
Is that
yeah, let us know.
not just were you wrong there, but do you see the bottom? What do you have there? It's called volume.
What, this one right here?
Go
Or
to the
no,
bottom.
right here,
yeah,
right
those
here.
indicators. So
Okay.
if you actually extend that little line up,
How do
the
you do
volume
the
one, yeah,
actual
like
white
that,
line?
bring it
Okay.
up. So go like that. Keep going.
Keep going,
All right. So look. So in the last hour,
This.
that little news piece brought the most amount
Of
of volume into the name.
Okay.
And then it followed it for about 4 or 5 minutes.
Okay.
Then once the volume died down, you could see it then started to correct itself and
Gotcha.
continue its movement to the downside. You see where you're down today, 32%. So you don't really want to go long
Okay.
on something like that until you come up to a key level, which may be $11, which we're at literally right now. Isn't that 11 on the bid?
Yep, exactly.
Oh my God.
11
Okay.
bucks.
Well, I'm not. This is Sharif's account. So Sharif, you're about to get blown up right now. Down. Huh?
Google?
No, on FRC.
Yeah, your Google position is getting blown up as well on this. But okay. Yeah. The market is. Yeah, we got to get to work.
Okay.
Okay. Well,
That's
you don't
it
have
for
a
me.
stop in? What kind of risk management is that, Sharif?
Great teacher.
Okay, the
Yeah.
segment's changing to Teach Sharif, and I will
right.
be switching sides
He's
with
just
you.
literally just gonna come here. I
Yeah,
appreciate
log
you.
out.
I hope you guys
Log out.
enjoyed the show, the segment at least. I learned a lot today, so I'm gonna use that. The volume thing was really, it made a lot of sense. As it spiked up, it did the long, but then it came back down and settled, and maybe it'll follow the trend of the day, which was negative, minus 32% on the day. So I'm gonna keep that in mind next time. I got shut out today on fake money. It's okay. I'm learning. I had a really good trade on my futures with the MES, to be exact. You guys can see it one more time right here. Where is it? MES. Boom. Come on, load up. Right here. Okay, so I was short here, and it dropped all the way down, and I got out here because it touched the levels above. And it's still going down. If I held, I would have made money, but I took my profits. I was happy with it. Google smacked me, and FRC smacked me because of Neil. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. I'll see you hopefully tomorrow at 12 o'clock. Sharif, thank you again, my brother.
Yes.
Very enjoyable, and I will see you guys next time, man.
Okay, well, we'll start looking at some of these names while Sean gets set up and look at FRC. Yep, everybody in the chat and their mother's cousin talking about that 1120 drop. We saw Neil bring that to us earlier. We had that 1120 drop, then we got bought back up, broke that 11.5. I think it topped up at 68 or something, and then you have the eventual Huadunk below that 1120. That level ends up giving way, and now holding above that $0.75 level on $10. So some support coming in here. We'll see how that manifests itself, but we are nicely in the money on our Meta trade. Where is Meta? Oh, okay. Sean changed this to FRC, so we're going to have to switch this back. And no, that's Meta. What is going on here? All right, so we'll go here. Meta trading quite nicely. We're long Meta, as you know, 12s. And now we are into the 53 area. So looking for continuation on that. That 209 level, it's been money, 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 money all day long today. It's not holding exactly to the level, but, it is, it's coming down into 209. I think at 85 is a low day, gave 15 pennies there, and then bounced back up. So we're nicely in the money on that one. We're 10 pennies out of the money on Google. We were a lot worse. The out on Google was that 105.12. That is low of day. Doesn't end up making that low again on that last little trough. Looks like
It's bouncing off 105?
I didn't even get to 105, 105.30.
Logging in here.
Yeah. So Sean's logging in. He'll be up and running in a minute and be able to punch into these positions. But yeah, man, so...
Throw me my phone over there?
Yeah, absolutely. This one? Yeah. We have MetaTrade continues to go to the high side. We are printing here on this Meta long, baby. So here we go. Let it go, baby, on this Google trade. Still not back in the money, but making up for it on this Meta. Sean, do you see this FRC?
Never heard of it.
Never?
All right.
It is a tough one today, Sean. Where is
FRC?
my...
FRC is actually one of the only stocks I'm up on. So
yeah? Okay, well, I didn't touch it, to be honest with you. When Neil called that
they
11...
do not like that news right here. What's up to everybody as well? Shout out to Sharif, doing a fantastic job. Thank you so much for this continued success on the show, and I think we can continue it more and more and more and more and more. Look at FRC. Wow. I was just joking. I should have gotten you out at $11, or not gotten you out, gotten you short at 11. There, are you in FRC?
No, I'm not touching it.
Yeah, what a great little break that was there today. If you want to see what I've done today so far, we had that short early, got stopped out right there, and then went long at 30s again and got out. And so FRC were well positive, man. That was a short and out, long there and out, and then now, wow, that little drop off right there. And if you did want to take a trade, that would have been it right there. 11:20, that day break happened real quick. Wow, I didn't even realize this when we were talking with Fahad there. That 11:20 that he actually went went short on, that's fine. That matches with that day's low right there. I actually don't have a problem with him going short there. It just sucks that, it did wick to the high spot there. And unfortunately there, if I zoom back out a little bit there, it's easier. That's unfortunate because it does go right to the 200 period, and he was just stopped out. That was actually, I don't know where Fahad is, but now that I see that, that's, I dropped the hat.
It's okay. It's only our sponsor, Mometic.
That's okay. That looks better like that anyways.
It does, actually. We had them sideways, but I don't think it was
like... He can do that. He has a black and a white hat right there. Shout out to...
Sean, we got a super chat.
That's what I like to hear.
Zion Lala, $2 super chat. Great tips to Fahad. We
That's
got
what
to
we're
learn
talking
2
about.
things. There you go. We're going to
That's
hit
what we're talking
a couple of banks there. And it's apropos, Sean, that we hit the banks because we are printing in the
don't,
money.
honestly, man, don't use fancy words. Like, I'm sitting here, you just say like, we're printing now. You know,
Sean, we're moving in the money
that's
here, man.
fine. Much
On
more
Meta, we
much
got
more
that
comfortable.
209 bounce, Sean. That was the play. We just printed 70s there. I think we broke 70s, but yeah, so it's been a good move.
The problem with us doing all these shows back and forth like this is like I don't have my e-signal layout over here.
Ah.
So what is that? Is that trade ideas?
This is trade ideas right here.
I
So
really like
all
that.
my,
Like
yeah,
your
I'll show
layout
it to
there.
you. That, okay.
They can't get those screens though. You got to.
Yeah, you just go
There
like
we go.
this.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like all that. You see how that's all like that? The 5, the daily, the 3. Go to Sharif's screen. right
Yeah,
there.
so have a look.
So we actually, just quickly here.
I wanna show this one,
what-
This is the one that I want to
You
show.
can't-
This
and
is
you're
my
trying to
big
show
cap
your screen?
crapper. Yeah.
Okay.
Right there.
So right. So this is the thing. We actually made a little bit of not fun of, but we were talking with Obi there, and the guy has about 48 charts roughly.
Yeah, it's a lot.
But yet only really trades Amazon.
I know.
So the thing that I want to give, and
What's up
again,
with that?
Exactly. So the thing is, to each their own.
Yeah, okay.
It doesn't matter how many charts you have open or what you're doing. But I just think, like, see how those are all 3 minutes, 5
Yeah.
minutes. You can easily change them.
Yep.
They're all stocks that you're looking at. They're all the same kind of Apple, Microsoft, Tesla, Amazon, Meta. Like, you know, they're all basically the NASDAQ right
Yep.
there. So I like that kind of a setup. You're looking for names that are back and forth, possibly one weaker than the other. What is
Exactly.
following the NASDAQ? What isn't? And that's the key there. So regardless of how you have your setup, make sure you know what you're looking for, because too much information is overkill, man.
Absolutely,
And it's just
dude.
like there's 700 indicators for a reason. That's because all of them don't really do anything.
Yeah, I know.
You got
I
it's
completely agree.
you got to figure out what you're looking for. Trust one or two of them. Put them together. You know.
Use for confirmation.
Yeah, and it's just like, and then back test.
Yeah.
You know, because what I mean about indicators don't mean anything. They do. They're there for a reason. But it's like, unless you've back tested, unless you have
don't
faith,
really know.
unless you have studied what you're doing,
Yep.
then one indicator, Sharif, I can show you a Bollinger Band right now that probably tells you this market's overextended to the downside.
Yeah, I agree.
Then I can show you RSI that probably shows a little bit of a bounce right now, showing that there's more room to go to the downside.
Yeah.
You know, I can
Yeah,
open
yeah.
up a NASDAQ chart that shows you we're nowhere near the bottom. Or I can open you up a NASDAQ chart as well that shows you, hey, maybe we've flushed, I was going to say quadung, flushed down a little bit too much right now. So I just feel like you got to be comfortable in your own skin and what you're
Yeah.
doing, and that's how you're going to have some success. So on that note, I just shorted Apple again. It came all the way back upside right now. So if my positions are on there, no, they are
Are
not.
they?
Where is Fahad? He's going to get that switched up. By the
go,
way,
Faye,
Fahad's
Faye.
losing a lot of weight. Look at his
Yeah.
picture there.
Yeah.
And
Fahad's
compared to
doing
what
well.
he looks like now.
Yeah, Fahad's doing well, man.
Don't you
And
think
he-
so, Fahad? You know. Yeah.
He's being purposeful about it too. Like he's watching his food.
Yes, sir.
Except that one time, I didn't get.
No,
get
this guy-
He brought like donuts and stuff. I was like, what? Bro, no. Listen, you don't want to.
What do
You
you
don't
mean,
want
on
me
the
to
air?
talk about it, then don't do it, right? Like it's just like. It's not simple. No, this guy, he came in with donuts. I was like, what is this guy? I'm like, I just showed him this amazing recipe that I have with
Yes.
avocados and this whole thing.
Yes.
And he was like, yeah, I'm on it. And then he comes with
I
donuts.
think it's
I
about
was like,
portion
what?
control at some extent.
Yeah, I know, of course,
Like,
of course.
you don't want to have a donut a day.
No, I mean, he didn't.
I mean, this
I
man-
don't think he does. I
The
don't think
people
he
at Tim Hortons, for some reason, like me and Fahad, are like famous over there.
does. For
Because
the
I just
coffee,
walk in
though.
and grab a coffee. This
Yeah,
man was
exactly.
getting, and I don't know, maybe it's stopped now. I don't know if he's back on that. I know there's Ramadan and so on and so
Yeah,
forth.
it's done.
Yeah, I know it's done now, but I'm saying I don't know what tip you're going to get back on there. But it was like one of those vanilla frappuccinos with extra whipped cream.
Yeah, what is up with
but
that?
the man was still losing weight because he's
Yeah.
he's building muscle.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's you're better to talk about this.
Yeah, he's doing what he
than
needs
I
to do.
am.
Him and I worked out, so I got to see what he was all about.
What-
and
what's
he's
his
serious.
form? What's his
No,
form?
he's good. He cares about his form because
It's all about form, right?
Yeah, no, can't emphasize that more, man. And that's not something that's intuitive, especially as a punk kid lifting weights. That came over the years, obviously, and injuries and not wanting
you used
to
to be a punk
re-injure
kid, or?
was I ever? Don't sit with my mom. She'll have way too many stories about that. What's
Like,
going on
the
there?
FT
Yeah, well,
just fell
that's
off.
Neil's been already complaining about that.
What kind of a
Neil, is that
keyboard
the
is
key
this?
that fell off? No, the equals key fell off, right? A new key
I
has
just
fallen
pushed
off.
F4 to get more shares of Apple, and literally the key fell off in my hand.
Oh, this is too good. Live broadcasting, baby.
All right, so
that's the way it is.
See? Oh wow! And to put the key back on, I have to hit the key.
John,
so.
have you noticed
we just got
that
in and out of Apple a little bit.
absolutely printing on our meta position?
I did not notice, but congratulations.
Yeah, and we just took a little baby out there through the 70s, a couple of little outs there, and now we're looking for that eventual 210 test. But I'm expecting resistance around this level, and the reason I am is because we're at VWAP. We've done several VWAP rejections today, only on one occasion. On our way to VWAP from the bottom, did we break it? And on that occasion, we retraced off the 50 period.
I need another chart here.
Yeah, I am looking to take maybe some more out here. I'm going to debate that, but definitely looking for that 210 test.
Shit.
There we go. We're getting some movement here in the market. We're still out of the money on our position on Google, sadly. What's wrong, Sean? Everything shut down?
No, like all my layouts just completely, what?
Disappeared? Oh, shake the mouse. Shake the mouse.
the mouse?
Yeah, yeah. Oh, you don't know about this mouse shaking thing? Hold
I
on.
do know about the
Hold on.
mouse shaking thing.
There you go. Shake the mouse. Yeah, there
But
you
why
go.
is it on this computer?
I don't know.
shaking
You
the
probably
mouse.
took it off on the other one. You don't
okay.
actually have to have it on. As an
Wow,
option.
that was.
I know. First time it happened to
I'm
me,
like,
I was
dude,
like,
I have shares.
I felt defeated the first time that happened to me. I was like, I'm not loading
I
everything
knew the
back
mouse
up,
shaking thing,
right?
but I thought that we disabled all that.
We are now 90 pennies in the money on this meta trade as we continue to head to the high side. That 209 dip, it wasn't rocket science. There it goes, continuing to head to the high side. I'm worried about this Google trade, though, Sean, as we remain 10 penny wall, 8 pennies out of the money. It's doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm just, so what I'm trying to do is, no, it's all good. What I'm doing is I'm going to load up a 3-minute chart here for the actual NASDAQ because FRC is halted. Okay, so that must have just made a nice move. Thanks, Neil. Woo, 980.
Wow.
So Neil told us that he was kind of like unemotional that time. So I don't think that he really gave us a trade right there. But there is he just said FRC is halted. So there's FRC. Jeez. Jesus, the notorious Jesus. And if you are not pleased, if you are a FRC shareholder right about now, because there it is, right, 980. It's already taken out 1152, which was the past high. FRC out of bed, man, like kicked out of bed. There goes FRC. It is straight to the downside. And honestly, man, Fahad, you weren't here, but check out the screen that I'm showing right now. This is where you went short, and now, no. But that's fine. But Fahad, it's actually a good trade. You got bad luck. That going up here and doing that move to you was actually very extremely dirty. Like if that had happened to me,
Of course it is, man.
I wouldn't have done anything, but I would have been upset. Like that would have been a nice move right there. But no, the reason why, Fahad, that this is a good trade, and it's trade. I'm still doing trade with Fahad. I don't care. I trade with Sharif, trade with Sean, everybody. But look, see, this is the bottom right there. So the fact that it was looking like it was I don't know if this is why Fahad did this or he just. Is it though?
To be fair, he was talking about key levels this morning.
Okay, so so this is a good trade then, because with negative news coming, you hit the news dead right. Okay, so he goes short on a level breaking. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. What I told Sharif was,
and there was a lot of action at that 1120, Sean.
yes, look at the volume.
Yeah.
So what I told Fahad was, Sharif, there was that maybe just a half a position there.
Yeah.
So that let the news digest.
Yep.
Right? Then when it takes it again,
You add.
that's the add right there to the downside, right? Or you go short off the 200 period. But
Yeah, that's tough too.
that's a leveled up play right there. Okay, just before we go. Remix. Right there. So Apple, nice downside move, guys. Look where we just loaded that one up, man. We just got it down there. We are short now at 81. We'll take a 61. We'll take a 20-cent. Bang. Bang. Banger on that one as we wake up, everybody, because it is the midday show.
Oh, baby. Yes,
it is Sharif. What a pleasure it is to be here with the professor. I've already told you, please do not use any words that are too complicated. I will try my best to stick with you, but that's what we're doing right now.
I think you're really understating that, Sean. Guys, Not FR. Come on.
I mean,
what's
I do
this?
have an honors degree.
Sean, have you
Yes.
noticed that PacWest
I
is
have
in
not.
absolute sympathy with FRC now, down 8%? This was up actually earlier today.
You just nailed it, man. Then we should have been looking at sympathy plays.
PacWest, it's trending real down here. It's looking to test possibly 10. I'm seeing down and to the right, 11, 12 high. Bit of a head and shoulders pattern I'm seeing here on the 5-minute chart, but it's been an absolute huadunk now with a 1040 low, baby. PACW in sympathy to our friend FRC, which is halted at 980. I will tell you that tap in uno momento. Oh, actually, this is a NYSE stack. Oh, I'm going to tap on this one for NYSE. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, 980. That's the low there. Yeah, FRC.
We should have tap. Let's see.
I was looking on this platform.
Oh, yeah, it still says 980.
Yeah, 980. So we shall see what the open on that one is. Where are we here? I think we have another minute or so for FRC to open. It should be interesting
let's just pull
to
it out.
whether we have a bottom on that
Neil,
or not.
did you see what that hold was?
Oh, come to the middle camera, baby.
Oh, shit. How come, like, I didn't see Randy here when it was you and Neil, when it was you and Fahad.
He was busy. Now he's going to break.
Did you say Randy was busy?
Oh, shots fired.
You have a cold there, Randy? That's a Halls? Uh-oh.
We know who patient zero is. We know who
Shit,
patient zero
Randy.
is. It's
Then he
recorded.
sits down at my desk.
Yeah, it's all over, Sean. Yeah, well, might as well take off
I need
next
some time
week
off.
from
I need to
now.
work on my swing. You know, it's golf season right now. I need to be sick.
Yeah, I know,
Man,
right?
I'm too sick. I better go to the driving range.
Fresh
right
off
now.
that
You
fresh
golf?
air.
You
I
golf?
don't, man. I play tennis. I don't golf. So.
Yeah, I play
I try to
tennis.
keep that. That's my elitist sport. If I had to
Elitist?
have an elitist
You
sport.
know what you look
yeah.
like? You look like you. You look like you play polo.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like golf be that. I've never played polo.
You've never played polo?
I've never played polo, yeah.
Is golf elitist? I don't know.
A little bit.
Is it? Okay.
It's like
maybe.
where the deals are done, and it costs
okay.
a couple of bucks to have a
It does.
membership.
It's not cheap.
And,
But come
you
over to
know,
the screen right now because
yeah.
FRC is open.
Awesome.
If you're short, if you're long, this ain't no awesome reopen right now. Let's wait to see, man. Maybe we can pick a long somewhere here. I'm still in that Apple, but we're going to wait to see, can we get a long? And this is where you want to try to read the tape a little bit here to see what you're seeing, if there is any sort of a bounce. I mean, you're going to have to look at $9 flat here for the bounce. I mean, to be able to pay for shorts, we've already done that, so we can go short at any time. It's just where, at what... Oh, man, at what point? There's some size right there following this thing down. Watch that 06 get eaten up. See you later. The thing about this is these are people dumping shares.
Yeah.
These are not new positions. There goes FRC right now breaking through $9.
Oh, wow.
It's going to halt again. It opened up. This is going to halt right now, I think. It opened up at what, 980?
The 89.
So that's
89s
90
are
cents.
holding.
There it is.
Here,
this is
89.
halting.
It's going to be
This is officially
990.
halting right now. See if
Unless
I can
it's
get
a
some
false
shares
halt.
short on this. There we go. We are
All
now short
stacking up.
on this. Do not break, man, or I'm going to break myself through this here if it does break higher.
This is
There we go.
50
Okay, we're in this name. Okay, let's see, man. We got in this name halted right now at 890. So, all right. So the pressure of the first halt right there definitely, created this move to the downside. I don't have a news feed here or anything like that.
I got it up here.
I'm gonna have to log into my Twitter to make sure you do have it up there.
Yeah,
Okay,
right
so
here. Yeah.
we'll wait to see. But right now we're gonna go short. Well, we are short FRC. Nothing like that 1201 short that we had, of course, right there, and got blown out almost at the high of the day there. But that was on purpose, man. We took out the 50 period, and we're like, let's get out. We were net positive after all this. These are 20-cent wins. That's a 20-cent loss. Then we started to buy. That's a buy. These are buys. And then these 3 ins, 3 outs. So those are all money-making opportunities as FRC was chill. Then the news came out that, could you read the story again? What
Which
was
one?
it? First Republic. It
was like some
100
advisory
million.
board that there's getting let go. That was the reason for the move. The
So those
advisory
people are
board, right?
liquidating their shares.
Yeah,
100 million shares. Is that what it was?
Neil, what was the exact headline?
100 billion. There it is.
Yeah, this one right
FRC.
here. Hold on, I'll click here.
Yeah, let's go over to Sharif's screen
Banked
here.
way to 100 million in asset sales. Okay.
So to weigh up to 100 billion in asset sales. So that's the problem.
Okay.
They only have 103 billion in deposits.
I see. Okay.
So
here is it, Sean.
There you
Is
go.
exploring divesting 50 billion to 100 billion
Right.
of long-dated securities and mortgages as a part of a broader rescue plan, according to Bloomberg. The sales would help reduce its asset liability mismatch. Potential buyers, including large U.S. banks, could receive warrants or preferred equity in it as an incentive to buy assets above their market value. Okay, so they're trying to get a premium here. And really interesting. The report said First Republic Bank is trying to shore up its balance sheet to avoid being seized by the FDIC and clear the path for a potential capital raise. It may need the government to facilitate negotiations. Okay, so it's not a good look. I mean, however you stack it up, it's a desperate move, and the market's making.
You know what I always say? I always
say,
say, like, there's people smarter than us that are going to be able to figure that out.
Definitely.
All we're supposed to do as traders is trade what we see.
Yeah.
You know, try to make a good little move there. Meta, apparently.
We are.
What's up, Daryl? Shout out to Daryl, man. Daryl is a trader. Yes,
back
sir.
at 209.
Look at Apple right now. It is a. It is a. Look at Apple. Apple falling out of bed, man.
Wow.
It's getting kicked out, man. There's
Oh, my
crumbs on the
goodness.
bed right now. Get out of there. It's 164.23. Holla.
Wow.
Man, I like the midday show.
I'm out of my Google trade.
Look
Wow,
at Randy.
look
right
at the NQ, Sean.
Look at this trade. Slap the fail
Oh my
on
goodness.
Apple. And there it is
What is
right
happening?
now. It's
Oh,
a
here it
70-cent
comes.
winner.
U.S. Treasury 2-year yield extend fall in wake of 2-year note
Yes, they
auction.
do.
Last down 14.5. Okay, so oh my goodness.
This 164,
okay.
so just quickly there. Yeah, if we can get breaking news at any point here,
Keeping an
that
eye
would be
on it.
great. But it does look like there is a downside move. Sharif will check that out right now. Downside move. Oh, someone has Twitter over here. This is Neil's Twitter still open. Okay, smart move. Thank you very much for that. Okay.
I'm seeing a bunch of things come in here. Large-scale
So I can check this
evacuations
tweet
from
deck here.
Sudan. It's hard
First
to tell.
Republic extends declines. First Republic, S&P extends declines at 1%. Session lows. Japan says
What did they do?
it can't confirm if it landed on the moon. Okay, that's not it. Okay, thanks, Japan. You should be able to confirm that. I
Yeah,
think.
I know. I think that should
we have
be,
a rocket up there. We're not sure what it hit, but it may have landed or hit the moon. So there's that. That's from Zero Hedge. Thanks for that, Zero Hedge. I don't follow Zero Hedge for a reason, but that's still a good story. I like that. And then, yeah, I don't really see anything else. So
Neither do
Japan's
I.
iSpace loses contact with lunar lander. We ain't losing contact with anything. Come over to this screen right now because
Wow, we are losing contact
Woo!
with
We
the
have-
highs on all these
yeah,
stocks
the
because
bid
we
is
are
a good one.
heading.
The bid is losing contact.
Yeah, we are headed to the lows on everything. 209 no longer a level on Meta. 105 becoming no longer a level on Google as we head
up,
to that
Julie?
104.92 to the south side. Where are we headed? We're heading to 4100, Sean. We're headed for 4100.
I want to be headed for the golf course. What's up, man? Yo, Randy, you want to go golfing? You golf, don't you? Well, you drink. Yeah, we'll sit there. You drive.
I would mind going to the golf course because I heard there's the drink cart, so I probably
I've
have a
already
good
told
time.
Jeff Mendel, honestly.
Oh, when he's
The
here?
next time he's here,
Yeah, I'm
I'm
down.
not, like,
Yeah.
I'll do the morning show and then I'm going golfing in the
Oh
afternoon.
my goodness.
So
Dude, are you
FRC's
looking
open.
at
Okay.
this crash?
Yeah, we are. But here we go. FRC. Oh, that's fine. I'm going to get out. Give me that.
Wow.
FRC. Come over to the screen right now.
You gotta
There it
be
is
kidding
right
me.
there. Nice trade for that on FRC.
I'm not touching this.
Remix again. There it is right there. We in the building. I resign from the morning show. I resign from the afternoon show. And I am here for you on this show. Wow. Nice move back up. Are we
FRC.
halting the other way now? Possibly.
Was that a false
This is
halt?
a false halt. Possibly back up to the upside there. Is it going to?
All I'm seeing
anything.
is red,
They got to
94s.
take this down for
Yeah.
this not to halt. They are not doing that.
All I'm
And
seeing-
they're
it's
hitting the
gonna
bid.
halt. There it is.
Wow. Okay. Right now, this is exciting times.
Can you say EKG? Oh my goodness. This
EKG,
is
let me check my Apple Watch.
I know, right?
What
Yeah.
was my heart rate here?
I know. Yeah, I should look.
This is you have.
But you had a pretty good
Shout out
resting
to
heart
Apple
rate
Watch.
last time I talked to you. It was
Oh,
like
my
in the
resting heart
50s,
rate is
which
unbelievable.
really
Like
good.
right now, it's only 70 beats per minute.
But that's like you're in several trades. I mean, I wouldn't use that as your
I'm in one
resting heart
trade.
rate.
Resting.
Well, whatever.
Resting.
You know what I mean? 59, and he's in a trade, ladies and gents. So,
Now it's 87 though because I'm getting jacked up.
what's his
my
name?
average
Dan
today.
Emmons just took profit at 41.06. That was his profit target. He was short.
Oh my God.
There we go. And Meta bouncing off 208. 208.01, the bounce on Meta. It looks
We got
now,
some sweet prices on Apple.
We did, eh? Where'd you get?
I got 163.90. I got a fill down there.
There's
right
a
there.
lot of green
We just shorted.
triangles
I
there,
just shorted this right with you.
Yeah, I know.
So that was that short right there, 164.70.
That's a solid trade.
And I just looked over and I was like, huh, net growing, good. Not used to that these days. So that was a nice little move to the downside right there. Oh, this is what I was talking about on Apple. So shout out there. What time is it? 1:20. Okay, we got a little bit of time to go here. All right, so this was the trade on Apple earlier. How in the hell am I going to have energy to do the closing show, by the way? Man, this is insane.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is why I get paid the big bucks.
Man, I am on from 8:30 to 2:30.
Oh, you consider what you do in the morning on?
Oh, come on.
That's great. That's hilarious.
That's
I really like that.
nice.
Okay,
Shots fired.
No. You sit at the desk. No, you do a great job.
I have to look at stuff.
But you've got the captain. You know,
Yeah.
Captain America sitting beside you right there.
Steering the ship.
Yeah,
you
yes,
and Neil.
exactly. So, I mean, no, I'm just saying Brendan makes it, I'm sure, a little bit easier than
Yeah, he
This
streamlined
is-
the process enough that he just had to show me how to do it, and I kind of just adopted it and ran with it.
You do a
But-
fantastic job.
Oh, thank
I mean,
you.
there's
That's
absolutely no
good.
doubt about that. I'm just busting you up.
No, it's all good. It looks like, look at this bottoming tail candle we're seeing on the
Give
NQ
me more coffee.
and
Yeah,
the
I've only
NF.
had 2 coffees today.
Why? Yeah, you don't actually.
And then
need
you know
that
why?
much coffee.
The machine's broken. I missed your run to Tim Hortons. The wife made me a nice coffee, so I had one that ran. And I was giving Randy hell actually on the morning show because he didn't bring that refresher coffee.
yeah.
But we have that. Oh, update. Update.
Yeah.
The espresso machine technicians
It's back.
are in the damn building.
Okay, you guys are laughing, but you have no idea how much this office is dependent upon
you're
that
right, Kyle.
machine.
We did. So I used to send out. We used to get the big box of coffee. I should have done that this morning.
Yeah. Sometimes we
that's on
do.
me.
Like,
That's
I
on
picked it up, and then Neil will send me the money. He'll just like reimburse me through the expense account. We do that all the time. Today we didn't really have time. I just like ran quick. I'm like, guys, tell me next time it's
we're not
busted. I'll bring it
re-expensing,
on the
like
way.
3 coffees, but we
No.
could.
I meant the bucket, like
The
whatever,
bucket,
whatever
the
the
10
box.
piece, whatever that is.
That's what I was talking
called
about.
Take 12.
Yeah.
You
Is
watched
it?
the Leaf game last night?
I stayed up until the first what's it called? The first overtime period, but then I fell
Good.
asleep.
I was going to say because I knew you
Not the
football.
first
I was gonna say
intermission.
quarter, and
No,
then get you on
dude, come
football.
on. No, I'm a sports fan. I just don't like hockey.
Yeah.
It's too scrappy for me.
Hockey is too scrappy for you, but you like football.
No, because football, there's a method to the mat. Yeah, I guess.
There's a method to the madness. What's up, Spro Life? Luca, too bad. Too bad Luca doesn't.
Yeah,
isn't
Spro
trading
Life. Yeah,
anymore.
shout
We
out
like
to
the Spro Life
Luca.
for
Yeah,
sure.
he posted about a Spro the other day.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
I
he
keep
did.
liking some of the stuff. You can follow my Italian trader there as well.
There you go.
We like Luca. Lots of love for that guy. Okay, yeah. I mean, the guy wore a damn Cookie Monster outfit, so I got to say respect to that
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
Right there.
And that was a full body one too. Mine was just like from the waist
You
up.
know what I'm actually feeling here? So
A draft?
I used to sit right there, right here when it was COVID.
Yeah.
So Neil would sit there, and because of optics and things like that, and obviously we're trying to follow government protocol. And we were X amount of feet away from. I'm not sure why I did that, but X amount of feet away from each other, and there was a really serious draft coming.
That's
up
what Pride would complain about all the time.
Yeah. So that's what I was gonna say. It feels temperature a little different right here. than
I'm
it is
all
out
about the draft. You know me, man. I run hot. So like,
Roaring
in the summer-
Kitty bought Bed Bath & Beyond
Yeah, I heard
at
about
19
that.
cents.
Heard about that.
Is that true?
That's what was said today in the chat. As soon
But
as
does
we got
that matter?
down. Remember
Does it
you were
matter?
telling me? Yeah,
Does
Neil
it
was telling me
matter?
about that.
I mean, the thing is like, all right, we'll go to Bed Bath & Beyond here in a second. Just hold on a second. I just want to talk quickly about Apple because now that I watch this, I mean, we're having a good time here, but I need to honestly, I got family. You know what I'm saying?
You got mouths to feed.
So I'm trying to make a little bit of cash here. So we're gonna do that right now. Apple just retraced all the way back here, so it ripped up. I'm not going short until we get back up to like 160.
That's your
this
level?
area. I don't.
Yeah.
And that's the other thing too, right? Is that if you're patient enough, most of the time, not most of the time, but if you wait for your trades, they'll either be wrong or right. The worst part is getting caught in the middle, and you don't know if you're wrong or right.
No.
So this trade will tell me right now what's happening at 164 as we dance around. Now, the good thing about this is I might just take this at 164. You see how it's holding? Okay, I'm taking O2s. Am I, though? Hopefully I can get them.
Am I, though?
I just bid out. There it is. Okay, so we got O2s right there, so that's a good one.
Bang.
Off that 70 cents right there, clean on Apple. I took more than that, but all right. So what I want to get to here is, oh, that's right. We have that. All right, so here's 164.
Oh my
right,
goodness,
we've held it a bunch of times. Now we get the flush down. FRC is open, by the way. Let's go back over to that because we're in that. We are now out of the money, 10 cents on FRC, as it looks like it's going to come back into the downside. So my stop was right here, 934. We almost got stopped out. It was that little move right there I was going to get out if we did take it. It looks like there is a chance for us to take that level, 934. Coming back in right now. Let's watch out for $9. That little swoosh down. We almost got the low of the day at 845. Here it goes. So this may be the loser right now. If this does come out, man, we'll basically be flat again on FRC as the downward move does not continue. Here we go.
Oh,
Remember the short float on this name. Why that didn't trigger? Oh, it's at 40. We are almost out of this name. It just went right back to our level. We're getting out at 40. So if that hits 40, we are out for an L on this, man. We got basically, that's a 9. Look at this. That's a 90 to a 40. That's 50 cents.
Yeah.
This is a 90 to a 40.
Yeah, it's
50 cents.
1 to 1.
So I'm going 1 to 1 on this. That's how I set up my outs. And I hope you guys can get that or understand what that is, because I say it all the time that I consider risk. This is a risk management job.
Absolutely. Couldn't
And
agree
right
more.
there, I don't know why that should have just punched me out there, but it did not. So I'm going to find out. It says script failed. Right there on FRC. So I'm going to get out right now. So there it is. We are out of FRC. Oh, God. Now it's going to halt again. And I actually just punched the other way. So there it is. So we are now out. It actually did get me out. So that's my bad on that. That's why we went in and out there. But it looks like it's going to halt one more time.
46
this
is,
time
there it is.
Oh, I tried to get long.
Wow.
I wanted to get long on that one.
Ooh.
Remember the short float. So we went 1 to 1 there. So we didn't
Remember
make any.
the Titans. That's what comes.
You like that
to mind.
movie?
I don't even need to watch it. It's just such a catchy name, Sean.
Sunshine?
Yeah.
So you got to.
Sunday Night Lights.
Yeah, shout out to Trevor Lawrence as well. I think,
Yeah,
I think
yeah.
Trevor
Oh my
Lawrence can have a big year this year in Jacksonville. I think he had a decent
I think
year
he's
last
a hell of
year.
a player, man.
Yeah,
He-
what
he
about
throws
Zach
too many
Wilson? You
picks.
know, this is the thing. Look, I love the Jets for taking Aaron Rodgers off our hands. Thank you so much for that. That is freaking amazing.
'Kay.
But what the hell are those guys doing with their drafts? Like, they drafted.
I didn't see what they did
No,
yet.
no. They didn't do anything yet this year. I'm just
Okay.
saying, like, Zach Wilson, they drafted 2nd overall. It's just like.
Yeah. I'm not
That was
sure
the
what's
Trevor
going on
Lawrence
over
year,
there.
wasn't it, Neil? Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, Trey Lance. You know? Now, there's always
Suspect.
missteps on quarterbacks, right? Like, I think Lamar got drafted 27th or something
Yeah,
by
that was a big
Baltimore.
one, yeah.
Aaron Rodgers himself was drafted 27th when he was missed 1st overall, where they took Alex Smith,
Yep.
who had a good career as well.
Dak
but
was drafted in the 2nd round, too.
Dak was his another.
Yeah.
There's lots of gems. I mean, there's
Yeah.
somebody named, I can't remember his name, but he played on New England. He was a really
Brady
good,
Bradley?
Bradley.
Something Bradley, right? Yeah.
It was Theodore Bradley, I think.
That's it.
TB it was.
Drew Bledsoe, no.
Yeah.
No, Tom Brady,
Yeah,
baby.
so you
We're
got to be
talking
careful.
about TV
And I'm all jacked
12.
up because it's that time.
Because you're printing, Sean.
No,
We're
no.
gonna-
NFL draft.
Ah, okay.
And we're
Ah,
printing too.
ah,
Yeah, thank you.
well,
For
there you go.
Thank you so much for mentioning
I like the
that.
caveat to
as-
that.
as
Yeah,
well.
no, NFL draft. When is that again?
It's Thursday.
Thursday.
Yeah,
Thursday,
so we're gonna get ready to rock and roll for that in my
Okay.
house, anyways. We're excited for the NFL draft. It's always a great time of year. All right,
We got to do a fantasy pool.
We are going to do that.
In
I
the
gotta
office.
talk to Brendan about that.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I want to do a
because we
stock
really
draft.
need to
We
do
talked about that.
What
Stock
is
draft.
that? Oh, I don't even know what that is.
So you have 1st
I'm
pick
not
overall.
apprised
okay?
of all
You
the.
have 1st pick overall.
Why?
No, I'm going to give it to you.
Oh, yeah?
No, but
Okay, I'll
yeah.
take it.
So what
I'll
it
take
is that what we're going to do is, and we're going to include everybody in this as well. And I'm dead serious about this.
Okay.
Let's do the 2-shot for this. We're going to
Okay.
talk about it. It's just a stock draft. So they actually,
Okay.
I stole it from CNBC.
A stock draft. I thought you were talking about some sort of draft for the NFL where we. Okay, yeah, I know
no.
exactly what you're
I mean-
talking about. I've seen this with CNBS.
Yeah. O'Leary did it and everything.
Yeah.
He picked Blue Apron, which went down like
Exactly
98%
what you're
or
talking
something. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're each going to pick, we're going to have rounds. It's going to be like a snake format.
Okay. Cool.
Right? So just like a fantasy draft. I think
I love
4
this.
rounds makes the snake matter. So you
Okay.
go up, down, up, down.
And so hold on, what are the exact rules? So after a
that's
certain
what we
period,
have
we
to
see
work
how
on.
the performance works? Per period,
I think
or
to
how does
make
it work?
I think to make it exciting, we should almost do one every quarter.
Okay, so you have an
Because that
entire
way-
quarter. Yeah, I like
yeah,
that. Yeah, that's
yeah.
fair. That's fair.
You know,
yeah,
and
it
then you
gives
would
them
just
time.
say, we would say the draft, it had to be a little bit after
Now, do
earnings
we
season.
get earnings day or do we exclude earnings day? Because that's a big
That's what
move.
I'm
That
saying.
could
I think
make
we
or
should
break
do
it. Yeah.
I think we should do it
You know what I mean? Like the
Maybe we don't
volatility
do it
on
every
that.
quarter, then maybe we do it every half year so that
I think including the
This
earnings,
is what
we
I'm
should
talking
have
about.
like
There's
a
more-
wild card variable where you choose to opt in or
Yeah.
out of earnings or something like that, because that seems to be a huge
wild card variable.
Yeah.
Just slow down on all of this. I already told you that what I'm trying to do.
We're
is
having a
something very,
great
very
time on the midday these days. This is jokes,
I mean,
man.
this is,
Yeah, a lot of
this is
energy. Love it.
welcome to
welcome to the what's it
what
called?
we do.
The
Welcome to the shit show.
No.
That is. Welcome to the. Anyways, Seahawks, Jalen
the
Carter.
Thunderdome. That's it. Welcome to the Thunderdome.
Okay, so yeah, let's go. Roaring Kitty. All right, let's do that. I just saw that again. Let's look at Bed Bath & Beyond because FRC right now, if you're joining us right now, thank you for joining us. Make sure you hit the like button. There is nothing on this thing whatsoever.
What?
Hit the cat like. It says cat like on my screen there. Do you see? There we go.
Hola.
Hola.
Like and subscribe today.
And we have an update on this. Kat's going to be joining us on the floor and sitting on the floor.
Oh yeah, that's a move.
Yeah,
I
so
think
we can
it's
easily
a
get her to ring
great
the bell.
move.
She can make some more appearances, and not only that, she's sales.
Oh yeah.
So if she's
Oh, yeah.
on the floor,
She knows
feeling
what's
the vibe.
up. What's the product? I think I love it. I
I
love
like
it.
how you just did that.
Yeah, no, but I love it. I think it makes
Hola.
absolute sense.
Like and subscribe today.
Randy, slow down there, Randy. Randy, go.
Randy's
can you
getting
get that other? Can
I
you get
know.
that other thing going, Mahad? Neil and Randy there. It probably says Neil and Sean, but realistically, hey Randy. The hell away from my. What is this guy doing?
All right,
now?
we
All right,
are.
I've got more problems than I know by the time I get back over there. So there it is. Yes, Arun. Someone just said, "Yo, what's up, Arun?" Is Arun's not?
No,
in the
Arun's
chat?
not here.
Nah. Arun's probably working out or something.
Arun's
Okay.
workout is
Ooh,
5
Peter
a.m. I
Schiff,
used to see him
every
there.
country has let the inflation horses out of the barn.
Yeah, well, by printing
Shout
all
out
that
to Peter
money,
Schiff.
sure,
Hey,
certainly.
Mr. Schiff, you want to come talk about some horses leaving the barn? There's no better place to do that than right here on Trader TV Live.
Yeah, man.
Which, by the way, I'm very, very happy and very, very proud to announce something.
What?
We are the largest and best day trading show in the world.
And that's like
Oh my
official.
God.
It's official. Well,
I think,
I'm
yeah.
stamping that. It's the stamp of a. Well, I mean, I've told people numerous times to try to show us a better live show, and I've yet to see that. So if there is one, please send it to me at Trader TV Sean.
Like a lot of these guys
And
will just
We're
like
trying
put
to
it-
improve. I'm not trying
Yeah.
to say that. Like, if there's a better show than us, then I want to see that show,
And I don't
so
see
that we
anybody
can
streaming
one up it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You see what I'm saying?
Sure. Sure.
This
Take him
is
to
the,
task.
This is the point because it's like everything. If you don't improve, it's like the Maple Leafs. So the Maple Leafs going out there losing haven't been past the first round in 21 years.
2004.
2004. 19 years.
2004.
And so we got a few new veterans on there. I like that Ryan
Hold
O'Reilly
on, were we
sign.
up on Tampa Bay 3-1 last year?
No, 2-1.
2-1.
Then it was 2-2. Then we were up 3-2. Then it was 3-3.
Okay, got it.
Then we lost
Got
it
it.
at home.
All
But
right.
we were up to the Canadiens.
Yes,
we were up
3-1.
there 3-1.
That I remember.
In the bubble back
Yes,
then. The
yes.
only time. Oh, by the way.
And the Bruins, don't
shout
forget.
out to Prad, by the way, because
What did
and
Bradley
everybody
do?
behind us.
Okay.
So this is the thing. We bet the Lakers to win. And I told Prad that we're cashing out of this.
Okay.
So I'm going to find out right now. We bet the Lakers to win the NBA championships.
Hold on. Are
It
they,
was 55-1.
what's
we
their
bet this-
position in the West?
They're about to beat Memphis. They're about to go into the Final Four in the West.
Oh my goodness.
So we're going to look into that right now. I'm going
not
to find
following at all.
out what this is worth. We had it at 55-1. So I'm going to go here and find
Good for
out.
you guys.
Yeah, I'm going to find out. Who cares?
Well, yeah, we'll see. If it
It's nice. We're going to see. So the cash out right now
Uh-huh.
is about 140%.
I love how they give you the cash out right now option. Like, what's this bet worth to you right now based on the stats? Dude,
So
I
they're
don't
only
bet,
giving
so I have
you-
no idea how this works. So this is all new to me.
They're
every
only
time
giving you
mention it,
1.4 to 1.
Yeah. Okay.
But the
Yeah, it's not
the
even
thing is,
1.5. Yeah.
if they win the championship, it's 55-1.
That's the odds you're
So
looking
the
for. Yeah.
play is that once they beat Memphis and go into the next round, then you see how that goes.
Mm-hmm.
And then if they can win again, then you cash the bet out. And if you don't think the Lakers are going to win, and then you put that new amount on somebody else.
Right.
Okay, let's go to Tesla because there's people. Okay, first of all, FRC's open. I think that we've missed the boat on this, to be quite frank with you. That 9 take right there, that was probably a good long right here at $9 if we can go. Yeah, thanks, Mahad, right there. There's the short, there's the fill, there's the out. Remember, I got overfilled, so we got in and out there for flat on the halt. And now it looks like you want to take $10 again. So what if we do take 10? I think that's a punch long. I'm going to do it. If we take $10, I feel like I want to go long there, but I can see that there is a drop zone right there. You ever been to Wonderland lately?
No, but I've been to drop zone.
I don't think
obviously.
I can do that anymore. I don't.
No, but I
think I'm too
never
old for
liked
that.
drop zone. I don't like
Oh shit!
that
There's somebody
isolated
following,
height.
There's somebody following this down. Okay, well, he just got hit, so I went short as well. There was about a 250, 300,000 so share order there. I thought I saw, and it was chasing it down. Of course, with 103 million shares done today, I don't necessarily think that. That's a lot, no?
I'm kidding.
But it's not that much. I mean, Tesla was 220 on earnings.
Yeah, FRC, that's a lot.
So we're short right now at 62. Saw that order chase it down.
Oh.
So now, just like we wanted to go short at 10, or long at 10, sorry, that's going to be our out. We could be wrong on this. We could be right. I'm going to put the stop order right now. Breaking 10. This is not a huge position. I don't want to. This is not like my MO or anything like that, chasing these crazy movers. But again, if we're going to do anything, we do like the $10 even level. You've seen Alibaba at 100, AMD at 90, and so on and so forth. There's key levels that you want to try to respect. At Amazon 105 earlier as well. Apple's made its way back upside again. And look at that, it just hit that 40. That's the 50 period, man. We probably should have.
That is, yeah. And I'm still holding this 208.70-ish long here. We've broken through 90s on several occasions. Can't quite make it up to 209 though, but I'm seeing if we can hold this 4100 here on the ES, 4101.75, the low. If we can hold this level, then we might have a nice dip buy on some of these big tech names. If that materializes, great. Currently break even on this meta trade, so nothing really to write home about. But CNTG, what do you have over there, Sean?
Oh no, keep going.
CNTG, this one was halting multiple times. I had my chart up here to show you guys, but this one, look at this. Halting to the downside, but still range bound. How is that possible? Like, look at that, 195 top, 165 bottom. It's been that way the majority of the day. What is going on over there?
No, my friend First Republic tried to make a move. We were just 30 cents in the money as it came back down. So it's funny because all we've taken before was 40 cents. Then we got stopped out. Then we went back
40
and
cents
forth.
on that name is pretty good, man.
Is it?
I mean, it's not. It's a $9 name. So.
Yeah, we'll take it. So I just put a bid right here, 31. So that very bottom is 21. We just ticked the bottom there, 35. That's when I was like, hold on. 35, 39 or something. So we're going to find that out right now, 9:30. I'm bidding for half of this position because we've sort of gotten thrown around a little bit. Let me know if you guys are enjoying the midday show. Put it there in the chat there. Can't believe Meta gave that 208.10. Let's go have a look at that. So I am on FRC 30s. If it prints, great. If not, we're getting out at 10. Let me go over to that, Daryl, and find out what's going on with Meta right here because I want to, 208.10. Yes, sir. All right. Yes, it does. Wow. I don't know if that's, it held 208 clean right there. Let's just look at a 20-minute chart for Meta. I feel like we haven't seen this in a long time. So, oh, wow. I'm really glad that we chart these bottom wicks because, this 135 down here on Meta is so very key. Okay, so that is 210. 208, I don't know if you guys can tell the sarcasm there, but now I don't even get this in the backside. So let's go over here on Meta. Oh yeah, the messed up VWAP as well. All right, so 208, yeah. I don't know, without going back, that was a nice little flush. Whenever you get such a severe flush like that and you look back and you see the market as well, this is the NASDAQ, so both these 3-minute flushes, it almost looks like I'm looking at the same chart here. So now we can confirm that Meta is solidly following the futures. So, Meta down 1.3, or the NASDAQ down 1.35, Meta down a little bit more. So if you are feeling like a short in the market, you may want to get a little bit more RVOL in Meta right there. So that might be a little bit better for that short if you liked Meta better than the market, but that's just a little talk there. So we'll watch to see if 208 can come back into play. Uh-oh. What's up? There it is. FRC just comes in there. We take that 60 cents. What am I short? 62. Yeah. So in 62, out 31 right there for this. Now we'll see if it can fly a little bit lower than this and see if we can't get the very, very bottom there as we go over. We set our stop order for a little less shares now because we were going to get out if it broke 10. And remember, it's that one-to-one talk, right? So there's 60s. Out at 10 is 40 cents. We just take 30 cents right there. Pretty clean on that. So thank you, Ziggy Diver. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys are liking it. Neil and myself and Fahad have been on the midday show, and everyone's saying this has been a great show. So I do want to say thank you to everybody. And for me, we are trying to flip up the script a little bit here, and we are going through a couple changes. Max is going to be on, I think, later on this week as well. So shout out to Max, been doing great. Obi's been doing great as well as we continue to mix things up here in the midday and just quite frankly see what works and see what gives you guys the best experience on all that. So thank you, the infamous 12. What's up to Natalia? What's up to Ace Trainer? What's up to Squash Battles? Trade of the day could be Fahad. Yeah, that's that kind of stuff. It's little segments like that, right? Is that what can we do to make everybody's experience not only better, but more informative, more educational, and that's what we're doing. So you guys know that there's a crackling sound when we do the effect. I don't know that, but I'll leave that to Fahad to double check out on that. What's up, Ponzi Fonzie? There you go. Ponzi Fonzie, you didn't know you get a shout out from me on the midday show, but there it is right there again. So look, since we've been here on the midday show, I've already resigned from the morning show.
You resigned?
Yeah.
You handed it in?
Yeah, no, I did because we're crushing it here.
Well, I know, bro, but like I think we got big shoes to fill there. I don't know who's gonna fill your spot on the morning show there.
You know, Biggie Small says.
Randy.
We got size 13s. You know what I mean? Ooh. And these are not only size 13, but these are the Jordan 13s.
I like those. I like that
blue as well. So. Don't believe everything they tell you about guys with big feet, though.
Daryl Finch, I see what you're saying, man. Meta is like hanging out. I missed that comment.
It's called throwing yourself under the boat, under the bridge there. But, you know, if you can't have fun with what you're doing.
Yeah, you gotta be comical about it, guys. No, but like I'm trying to talk to Daryl Finch, and I'm like completely like not even noticing what Sean
I'll take
said.
the show over
that chat really reacting to your comment there, lighting up. You know how it's gonna go there. Yeah, Daryl Finch, I know what you're talking about, man, with Meta. We've been hanging out at that 80s below 209. My concern is that we get a lower print here on the NQ. I feel like the ES is trying to hold that 4100. It's done its darndest to hold above it. 4101.75 the low. We're at 40104s, much nearer the lows than we are the highs. I got to say, the NQ, yeah, it's looking to hold a level as well. But, I mean, 12.9 is the level. I don't know where this 12.854 came from. I didn't really look. Yeah, actually, I did look. April 12th was the last time we were down here, and there was no levels down here. So we're in
it's almost Baxter's
gray
birthday.
Area. Is it?
April 28th.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he's going to be coming down here.
Friday.
We're doing some nice,
I have Friday off. Going to
Do
Ottawa.
you, though?
Going to Ottawa.
Oh, yeah, what, to protest or?
The protest. I love it. You can't say. You can't say.
Car show or something? I'm going to find out.
Car show?
I don't know.
I wouldn't take a day off for a car show.
You won't take a day off for a car show?
No.
Randy takes a week off for a car
Well,
show.
Randy
For
is
one
like
car
a
show.
car fanatic, though. Like, Randy, I mean, that makes sense to me. No, I'm not going to a car show.
Well, now I'm going to look up what the hell is going on in Ottawa. Or I'm just going to ask you after the show.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's probably just the best thing.
As we go.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody's loving the show right now. They said that this, the midday show has been more exciting than the markets. And,
I think you're going to like this last little super chat. Why don't you read that one out loud, Sean?
Yep. What's up to Zion right there? I'll put it on the show right here. Yep, that's right. Guys with big feet make big profits. I'll just put /losses there as well. If you want on that. But, all right. So,
make big bets.
You guys should do hobbies in order to avoid burning out.
Yeah, I agree with that. I hit
hobbies.
the gym. You do a whole bunch of stuff. You got a whole fam thing.
Although it's like my kids right now. See, this is what I'm saying.
Rep hockey, baseball, softball.
Like
where does
Tucker
it end
Carlson's
with you?
already being offered $25 million to join some.
Dude, did you really think it was going to be any different?
No, but I'm saying that's
direct consumer, Sean. That's all it's going to be.
I said it on the midday
consumer.
on the first show.
Yeah.
That you just go join Spotify now.
Of course, dude. Or like there's so many. There's the Real Daily Wire. There's all these conservative news and media outlets online that are heavily followed that would salivate to have Tucker Carlson. not my birthday.
Okay.
Not yet.
Someone in the chat said it was.
I always like wonder if I should say my birthday.
Do not.
Yeah, right? Because, you know.
Yes, being a dad is my hobby, and coach is the other as well. We start off up our Little League this weekend, so that should be really exciting. We're coaching a Little League team.
I feel like you have a lot of family
Very
commitments.
correct.
Yeah, a lot.
So last night I didn't get home till 9:30.
There you go. Okay.
My wife took my daughter to the final rep tryout for hockey. Then she came home. She had an hour to chill
Let's
out.
explain to what rep is, 'cause not everybody knows what rep is in Canada. I mean, in the States,
I think
rep hockey.
It's like
representative.
It's like a different
right?
division.
Exactly,
So there's
above
like a
house league.
Yeah, then there's like Division A,
Yep.
so on and so forth. So
Yep.
rep, there's still divisions amongst rep as
Yep.
well. So what that is just like an accelerated
Exactly,
level. And then I drove her to Mississauga, and I live in Etobicoke, so it's not super close, but it's okay.
close.
To her baseball clinic where they
Okay.
do ground balls and
Nice, I
fielding
love
and
that.
stuff like that.
Basics, baby.
And then we're getting back to the basics on that because she's just 8 years old. So.
That's amazing, dude. I mean, like, can I tell you, this is the perfect age. There is a
8 years old.
theory right now
Carry the
in
one.
Europe, because you know I follow footy a lot, right?
Yes,
so
sir.
the Spaniards have this
Not the
kind
Spaniards.
of yeah. The Spaniards are excellent soccer players. So what they do, we want to mimic. They put a ball on the foot of like a 5 and 6 year old kid, and in their theory, if it's after that, it's too late.
Too late, yeah. We're
Right?
Italian, so.
Yeah.
What-
So exactly.
my,
I don't think it's much different.
My son, he was doing a biography, and he chose Cristiano Ronaldo.
Okay.
I think that was pretty good. Like I don't know, he's of
course, I
he's
love
starting.
Ronaldo,
He's
man.
been in
Go.
soccer before, but he's starting soccer this year at High Park, so
Okay.
that should be really exciting. So he's into soccer,
Right.
and he asked me who I thought was the best football
Okay.
baller of all time.
And what'd you say?
So I just went to Pele because I
Well,
felt
yeah.
like,
Oh, yeah,
but
Pele.
then there is also Messi. And like if you Google anything, Messi is now number one.
Yeah, yeah.
So and then Ronaldo.
Hard to argue with that.
So what I was going to ask
I
you
wanna
is,
put
is
it
that
this way.
right? So I want to know, do you have a
Messi-
top four?
Messi, the most gifted player, like who God granted that ability to without as much training. Ronaldo, his personality and sheer force of character,
Right.
and dogged determination.
Right.
He just has that personality
Messi
that he can
doesn't
achieve.
have that, like,
no, he
dog
has
in him?
that just that gift.
Right.
You know what I mean? Where
Right.
he's just able to bamboozle you. And obviously, there's Maradona, obviously very similar player to
So
Messi.
what? So you would go Ronaldo one then?
So it'd have to be in some form, shape, or form. I don't have a top four, but it's Ronaldo, Messi, Maradona, and Pele. Those are the top four.
I
for
mean, I
me.
love you, but honestly,
Zidane has to be up there, and I have to show
Really?
North
Zinedine
African love.
Zidane?
Yeah, I mean, he's North African, right? So I got to show
Played
him
for
love.
France, of course.
Yeah, he did, of course, as many North Africans do from Algeria and Morocco.
Yep. Our
But-
barber's Algerian.
Is he? What's his name again?
Halim, the
Halim.
best barber in the city of Toronto. I
Yeah,
mean, you see
people,
the work he does on. I mean, I don't have much hair, but Randy.
We're
I mean,
boosting a move apparently on BTC here, Sean. So let me have a look real quick. Yeah, BTC pumped a bit to 27,593, coming off a top at say
What about
27,450.
Mbappe?
Mbappe, we'll see.
Too young.
Well, yeah, it's too young to goat him at the moment, but he's a hell of a player, top player in the world right now.
Yes.
No question
Yeah,
about
I
that.
mean, I saw him in that
Yeah.
finals, and
Yeah,
he
he
was
was
just going
there.
back and forth. Like it was
Absolutely.
almost like him or Messi. Like one of those was going to pop there at the
Yeah,
end.
yeah, yeah. Amazing how they
the-
both ended up there.
It's
You
just-
love
you
that,
couldn't have
the Paris
scripted-
Saint-Germain
You really could have
duo?
scripted that too much better.
No. I mean,
But you know what? It's going to be in North America, obviously, the next World Cup, and
Yeah.
we're going to go. Okay, Sharif?
can I tell you something? I'm definitely going to be down for that. A lot of the players liked the fact that it was in Qatar
Yeah.
because everything was super close, where you didn't have to do any traveling. We have 3 time zones. People are going to hate it here, the players. I know. Well, watch. Just wait
I mean,
till
but
these
every
players.
major league. The good thing about the World Cup, of course, is your games are spread over 5 or 6 days.
Yes, exactly.
If you can't recover from 1 hour time difference.
Just watch, Sean.
Yep.
Just watch.
I will. I mean, I know what athletes are all like.
Yeah.
But let's go back to the market real
Yeah.
quick here. Yeah. Wow, FRC right now is making that extra leg down. So we took that 950, we bounced around 950. Look, this 950's been tops, right? So, no surprise that this is sort of making this move back down right now. We halted.
Unreal.
Once we had that second, that's 1, 2, 3 halts, we went up there. That's where we shorted it, right? So it was a good take for us right now, and it looks like it's going to get paid off a little bit here. excuse me, as we're short at 962 and making the move down. So right now this is a 60-cent winner. So we're going to spin this one more time here. Like I said, man, Randy's already at the desk. He's getting his layout. The resignation's in for the midday, for the morning show, because we are now rocking and rolling. You know what? It must have been Fahad's mojo from the seat.
Yeah. Well,
You know? So I'm going to get Fahad to sit in my seat.
I call him God mode
every morning. Oh, that's why this is logged into God mode over here.
God
so that's
mode.
why it's clearly.
Do you remember Duke Nukem?
Do I remember Duke
the
Nukem?
3D game Duke Nukem.
I used to kind of be scared. Okay, you know what's before that? You want to go real gangster.
Go. Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein.
Boom. There we go. That's
Love
the original.
Wolfenstein 3D.
Shout out to the 486s that were handling that.
I was kind of scared of that. I was doing that Commodore 64. I was like, now my kids are like, Dad, my game is lagging. I'm like, shut that. Lagging.
You don't know lagging until you've played on a 28.8 modem. You guys don't even know what a 28.8 modem is.
It used to take 5 minutes to log into the internet.
Oh, yeah.
You know, AOL, blah, blah, blah,
Yeah,
blah.
he's
Now
talking,
my kids are like,
talking bear smack in our ear right now.
Okay, I don't have
You don't have it? Okay,
earpiece in. What does he say?
He's calling us boomers.
Yeah, well, exactly. We are. I'm not trying to deny
Boomer is the generation above us, bro. No, but what was I going to say? Quake?
I mean,
Quake was...
Those games are even like
goodness.
next level. Like my favorite game as a kid, well, not as a kid, I shouldn't say, it's because I think it was a little bit sketchy as a kid, but Leisure Suit Larry. Do you remember playing that?
My goodness.
That was gangster. Or Police Quest. Like I'm pulling out things that Fahad's never even heard of. Like Police Quest. You know.
Gen X for the win, someone says. So yeah, you got identified there.
What is Gen X? I don't know.
I don't know what that is. Yeah. We're not getting into that.
How old I am. I've been doing this for 22 years.
Momo says 28K modem equals boomer. No, man. No, not
28K, that's like leveled up.
Man, okay, I started off with a 14.4.
That's what I'm saying.
I took birthday money and got a 36.6, and I was living life.
Yes.
But the phone line was too slow to handle 36.6, so I would get some random number like 31.5. It was never full potential.
You never got the full...
No, the phone line sucked back then, depending on where you lived. There were no fiber optics.
I mean, I'm from the streets of Brampton.
Yeah, well, I was from the streets of Markham.
Right, exactly. Okay, so your streets are pretty serious as well. You know, we were lucky to have internet back where I was there. Yeah, 300. Yeah, exactly. I'm still using 300 BPS.
Sorry, guys. I know we're digressing here. We're talking about stocks. We are at lows. We're back at 4,100 on the ES. That is, you know, it's a key level, but it's been down and to the right. There really hasn't been much buying, to be honest with you. We kind of danced around 41.20 for a little bit. There was a bit of a consolidation area there, but then it stair-stepped down, taking that low with it, and 4,100 is now where we're after. We were at 12.9. We were talking about 12.9 for a bit on the NQ. That since giving up the goods, and now we're tracing down into 12.850. So it's been down and to the right. My meta out will be this 208.01 break, but that'll be a new low of Deshaun. But wow, it has been red on these names.
Yes, sir. All right, so just looking back here to get back to trading a little bit, it's 152. We're going to be, oh man, sorry about this, but you're going to see more of me now for the next 2 hours, unfortunately. But there it is right there. There's Apple. So we'll say dad to Brendan because he's coming back on very, very soon. There it is. Look at this Apple trade, guys. I can't, honestly, God mode initiated, all these longs, all these shorts, bang to the flush side again down there. So yes, sir, that was a good trade for us. And then, you know, this First Republic, I don't know. I mean, you guys tell me, those of you that are trading this, should we be waiting for this 9 break or what? Because it just double tapped at 9 twice. It hit 950 numerous times. What scares me about this is the short float of 31%. And it's just like, if we're not going to break these levels, at some point it gives it up, and then we just start to rip again. So this, I don't even think we want to lose on this. That's 980. I'm changing my stop now, and I said this on the morning show again, that I consider myself a risk manager, right? I mean, if you're going to break through some of these levels, then we're just going to get the heck out and not worry about it, because we're managing risk. We're not doing stupid risk. We're managing actual risk to try to make money. And it's like, we can joke about Fahad and how many shares he's using and all that, but it's about understanding the levels. And I heard him today talking about levels and talking about things like that. And that's that next thing. You know, it's looking to figure it out. Like, I don't think, and I think what you said was very important too, and we talked about this again with Neil earlier.
What?
And that is that you don't need to focus on 50 different names.
No, definitely
You know,
not.
pick your stock. Don't jump from this to this to this to this. Today, you know what I've traded today? Apple, FRC, Google, and Softy.
That's fantastic.
End
Yeah, four
of
names.
story. And you don't need that much more. We have Arun on here. Literally will trade absolutely nothing.
Nothing.
When he trades equities, he doesn't put on many shares. I'm not telling you stuff that he hasn't told everybody. And it's the futures. He's waiting for key levels or whatever his strategy is.
And they get to those levels, and then he
Well, when
waits
they
to
do,
see
then
how
he-
it trades,
right,
and then
exactly.
he takes
Then
a
you make the
decision.
decision.
Yeah.
So
No,
that's-
very methodical.
That's trading, right? And you each got to pick your own sort of zone. You guys have known this, that, you know, I used to trade tons of names all over the place. I think Neil actually
You're
now
like
is
a
trading
big
a lot
tech.
of names.
I feel like you're the NASDAQ names guy, right?
Yes,
You're on
I
the
think I've
Metas,
always-
the
yeah.
Apples, the
Yep.
AMDs.
Amazon, I like the
Exactly,
Amazon a lot
yeah.
lately. My number one stock, I think, of all time.
Even that's what even Michael Noss told me about you. He's like, when I made the scanner for Sean, it was like more NASDAQ focused, and that's your niche, man.
Yep. I actually gave him a list of like 50 stocks.
Yeah.
It has Zoom on it and
Oh,
stuff
yeah.
like that.
NASDAQ names.
But it's just about, it doesn't always have to be the big cap, but any earnings after hours? Do we have that earnings?
We
story?
have,
I'd like to talk
I'll
about
pull it
earnings.
up. Give me a minute. I got it right over here. I'll pull it up. But we have
I mean, I just said that
a
jokingly, like, we
host
know there's earnings, yeah.
of things. Yeah, but it's not just Google and Microsoft. We have Visa. There's a whole bunch of stuff here, guys. So give me a sec to load it up. And
Yeah, it's Alphabet. There's Microsoft. There's Visa. There is a, watch
Here
this.
we go.
Are you ready for this?
Yeah, come in.
There is a plethora
Ooh.
of names.
Okay. This quote board thing really needs a little bit faster. It loads slowly at Brendo's desk. It's loading slowly here. Come on, Google. You can do better. I'm talking to you, Google. Let's look. Oh, loading.
What is it trying to do?
I don't know what it's trying to do,
All we
bro.
need is the earnings board.
Yeah. Show the screen. Come on, Google.
No, don't show the
no,
screen.
Don't show the screen.
It just says
okay.
loading right now. Loading.
I don't know why it's loading like this.
Do you have the earnings over there at all?
Yeah. Brendo has the same problem. Yeah, okay.
I'm like,
we're
smarten
both
up, Brendan. Get those
in the
earnings
same
going.
boat. Yeah, well, we've got
All
like
right, well,
40
I can
there
remember-
we go, Sean. Here we
Holla.
go. Okay. So
There it
we've
is. Let's go to
got,
the screen now. It's as it has loaded.
yeah, this. Remember
like
Juniper
Chipotle,
Networks,
by the
man?
way?
Yeah, I love this Chipotle.
I love Chipotle.
Oh, my
you know,
goodness.
I get the bowl. Or
Yeah,
the
of
salad,
course.
or whatever it is. I don't get the wrap.
I like the wrap,
You like
man.
the
I
wrap,
like
yeah,
to
yeah,
have, I like a
Well,
sandwich.
that's a wrap.
That's a wrap.
All right.
PacWest, this is
Yep.
going to be interesting off FRC move. We'll see how badly their
Neil was talking
deposits
about
did.
PacW today.
Yeah.
Yep.
Juniper Networks. Do you remember this stock from like early 2000s?
I remember
Part of the like the.
Wasn't that a high flyer?
Yes.
That's-
Don't you remember like
like a
our
Cisco?
telecom? Remember what was it? Nortel Networks. Remember
Yes,
that
yes,
big
they were-
move
they were
with these guys?
entangled with those
These
guys.
guys still alive though. Illumina. I know that they.
So Humana there in the healthcare. So it seems like
That's
it's
tomorrow
well,
morning, yeah.
well divided up there. CME Group. I always think you should buy the exchanges. How expensive some of these fees are.
Right.
You might as well buy CME Group right
Yep.
there in the middle. And then Hilton v Airbnb. For me, I'd rather be in Airbnb than in a Hilton worldwide.
Very
but
true.
we'll see what happens with that. American Tower, of course, for cell phones. And then what goes up must hopefully not come down
What?
if you are an investor in Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing definitely there.
Because that should be a
They
very,
can't
very-
seem to get out of their own way though, Sean. Every time they get some momentum with maybe some new orders, they get a bad supplier and can't deliver. It's been one huadunk after another for
People
Boeing.
want to know about
lately.
CXAI.
Yeah, let's talk
We'll
about
do that.
CXAI.
And also, we
It's
are
moving.
people saying that they missed
Down.
me on the midday show, but I'm back every day now. So we're going to be here
Every day, baby.
Not every day,
Well,
but for
soon.
a bit.
Yeah, for
it
a
will be
little while.
Neil for the first hour, followed by the Palestinian powerhouse in hour 2, which of course is Fahad, and then yours truly,
There it is,
which I'm
baby.
sorry about, will be there for this last hour. But I think we've had a good last hour. Actually, last hour and 20 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you were on for a bit more. Yeah, well, Feifei was only on for like 40 minutes, right? I think.
Yeah.
But he's only supposed to be on for half an hour, isn't it? Thank you. Okay,
yeah,
so here's
we're-
PTPI. Someone was asking about that. This one's not doing much. PTPI was on my radar, so we'll look at CXAI. This one just huadunked right back down. $11 was the level that had been holding up. You got a test of 11 here, and then there's the eventual huadunk, and you get a nice move right into VWAP. VWAP holds on this. So if you had a profit target based on VWAP, you printed. That's a nice I want to say 60 penny move there on CXAI, 1340 high and an 805 low. This one's been a high flyer, up only 67 points on the day, an AI name. And I looked for the catalyst on this one. This one, not much continuation.
People are asking about Max.
Max is going to be on
he will
Friday.
be filling in for you on Friday.
Yep, Max will be in on Friday.
So those people that are interested in Max, he is here.
AKA Mr. Bear.
Beast.
Mr. Beast.
Mr. Bear. Come on, man.
You know that we're at the end of the show when
You seen
I'm
Cocaine
making...
Bear yet? That's a good.
No, I have it. I have it.
You should do that, man.
Mr. Bear.
Find someone special, have a drink, and watch Cocaine Bear. It's
Yeah.
hilarious. Yeah, Max will be. So we normally have Arun filling in for us, but Max has leveled up, so I'm very confident. I had Max fill in for me one day on the morning show, and he also filled in for Neil one day on the morning show.
And he was in Google all day.
Wait a minute, did he fill in for me?
He did fill in for you. He did both.
You did
he
with Max.
both.
Okay,
yeah.
so there you go. So he's been on the big show, he's been on the midday show, and maybe on the closing as well. So yeah, Max still.
Yeah,
around.
he was on the closing the day he filled in.
You know what? We're actually really lucky to have enough people here to be able to fill in.
Yeah, we got a good
continue with the
talent roster.
with what I think is a high quality show.
Absolutely.
Thank you so
always
much
trying to
for
make it
everybody for being with us. And
Yeah.
I don't know if we hit enough likes. I don't know what our like count is.
What is our like count before we send it off to Brendo? We're overtime right now. Where is my?
Are we overtime? It's 2:00 right this minute.
Right this minute. Okay. Yeah. No. So we are. We're good. I don't
By
even
the
know what
way,
the like count is, but
That's okay. FRC right now, $9
holding nine
right
quite
now.
nicely. Yeah.
Who's your favorite four horsemen? Your favorite member?
I like Nate, obviously, but Arn Anderson was a really good technical wrestler. I liked him. But Nate.
Yeah,
Nate is the man.
Everybody
Woo!
loves.
No,
Nate
man,
the
he
boy.
could sell.
Was that Harley
He could
Race?
sell you dirt. He was a good
I love
salesman.
that guy. And you know what I love
Yeah.
too is like in the ring. So he'd always be cut open and everything like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
And then he would do that whole like.
And then he'd
"Whoa,
fall face
where
first,
am I?
right?
And then
And
bang.
boom, face
I feel like
first,
that's
yeah.
me sometimes trading. But okay.
But he was the dirtiest player in the game. That
He was the
his
best.
nickname,
You
right?
gotta get down there, get that little groin shot in there. Shout out. As right now it looks like, guys, are we ready to go?
We are, yeah. Brendo's ready. He's been at the big desk.
All right. FRC looking to break through $9.
Great
My
having
guy.
you on, Sean.
Thank you so much for having me on, actually. And without you wrap it up.
No,
I do
man,
this
go.
too damn
Yeah.
often. All right.
Yeah.
Without any further ado, it's been my pleasure to be on here with Sharif. We'll be doing this again tomorrow. But for everybody, make sure you flip over the stream if it doesn't go over. It's a brand new stream on YouTube. Hit the like now,
Yeah.
then hit it again on the new stream. But for everybody here on the midday show, big shout out to all the viewers out there and to Bears vs. Bulls.
Yes, always killing it. Killing it.
Always absolutely
moderating.
killing it. Shout out to Fahad, who had a great idea there on FRC, who was initially short at $11.20. It's now at $9.
Oh, wow.
So we're short as well. But all right, let's wrap this thing up and go to the big desk. I'll go grab a drink of water and join them. It's time for the closing show.
Welcome in, 2:00 on what's turning into pretty red afternoon once again as we head back to the downside. FRC rekindling some pretty ugly banking thoughts. To the downside we go to the tune of